Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ghost Rider rode the motorcycle to a sideways drift, and at the same time the chain with Hellfire attached to his hand was drawn. Levis took a half-step to the side with a calm expression on his face, and the crimson chain was slapped on the ground while rubbing. I saw that a gully was whipped out by the iron chain on the ground in an instant, and what was even more terrifying was that the crimson magma flowed in the gully in an instant. "Hut tilde tilde, after you destroy the road, will you lose money?" Levis teased with his arms crossed. Ghost Rider didn't speak and waved the chain in his hand and swept it sideways. However, the iron chain attached to the fire of hell dared to swipe directly from his body, and Levis still stood there intact. Seeing this scene, Ghost Rider was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he couldn't hit anyone. Ghost Rider didn't believe in evil and once again swung the chain and kept whipping, but in a short while the ground was whipped into several ravines. 507. However, Levis still stood with his arms crossed, watching Ghost Rider's performance with a smile on his face. In fact, he just used the super high speed to evade the chain attack and then came back. Because the speed is so fast, it makes it appear as if there is no movement. "Weiss, what the hell is this monster?" Melinda finally came to her senses, looking at Ghost Rider with a serious face, and the gun in her hand was already ready. "I heard that there was a legend in Mexico. It seems to be called Ghost Rider." The little naughty frowned and thought. "Ghost Rider? It's actually Ghost Rider." Melinda obviously knew the legend of Ghost Rider, but she didn't expect that they had just met here. "You guessed it right, this guy is Ghost Rider." At this time, Levis leisurely turned back and explained. When Ghost Rider saw that he despised him so much, he was instantly furious, and even the fire of hell on the skull was a little more vigorous. He looked at Melinda and Little Naughty. "You both are guilty, Judge." Ghost Rider said that he gave up Levis and instead swung the crimson iron chain towards Little Naughty and Melinda. "Yo, you can't afford to play." Levis was a little angry when he saw that he actually wanted to play with Xiao. I saw that he came to the two of them in an instant and caught Ghost Rider's chain of hellfire with one hand. With the two super abilities of vector operation and flame control, the mere hellfire can't do any damage to him at all. "How is that possible?" Ghost Rider was a little shocked when he saw that he actually grabbed his own chain and he was still unscathed. Because so far no one has touched his hellfire unscathed. "Nothing is impossible, I'll teach you a trick," Levis said, shaking his arm slightly, and the chain in his hand tied Ghost Rider in an instant. Immediately after, he twitched hard, and the next moment Ghost Rider was thrown to the other side by the chain and then smashed to the ground. The ground was immediately smashed into a hole. However, before it was over, Levis kept swinging the chain and Ghost Rider kept being smashed to both sides. This violent scene shocked both Little Naughty and Melinda. After picking up Ghost Rider and smashing it hard, Levis finally relieved his anger, and he didn't worry that Ghost Rider would be smashed to death anyway. This guy has regenerative healing factor. After smashing Ghost Rider into the ground again, he loosened the chain and walked over. "Hut tilde tilde, it really is the regenerative healing factor, it's perverted." I saw that Ghost Rider's clothes had become tattered, and all the bones were exposed. It can be seen that he has been smashed and broken a lot of bones, but in such a short time he has recovered. It was at this time. The fire of hell on Ghost Rider suddenly burst into flames and burned directly to him in front of him. "Do you still want to resist?" Levis was a little surprised. He was just about to use the vector operation, but he didn't expect a red flame to appear in his palm. "The fire of hell dares to provoke me." The red flames turned into human figures, and it turned out that the phoenix ran out. As soon as she waved her hand, the phoenix flames filled the sky and burned towards the fire of hell. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a flame to cause damage to another flame, but this scene is a bit shocking, because the flames of the phoenix actually directly swallowed the fire of hell. "Ah tilde tilde." The fire of hell was swallowed up and Ghost Rider cried out in pain. Seeing that Ghost Rider was about to be killed by Phoenix, Levis quickly took her back. Hey, don't suck him dry or his skeleton will fall apart." Phoenix struggled angrily and was unwilling to be taken back. She just had a good time. As long as she can replenish the power of the Phoenix, she is sure to escape from this human body. Go back to me obediently. Next time I have a chance, I will give you enough, Levis said, using vector operation with all his strength, and the Phoenix was suppressed in an instant. Weiss, how is it? What happened just now? The little naughty ran over worriedly. It's okay, it's just that Phoenix ran out a little disobediently. Levis smiled and waved his hand. It is estimated that it was because of the awareness of the fire of hell that the Phoenix suddenly ran out. The little naughty was still a little worried after hearing the words. After all, this Phoenix ran out when he said he ran out. What if they ran out when they were doing something adults did? Definitely, in fact, she doesn't have to worry about this issue at all. After all, when there is no battle, Levi's suppression of Phoenix is 100%. Never let her run away. Seeing this, Melinda thoughtfully opened the communicator and contacted Nick Fury. Melinda, have you arrived yet? Nick Fury's voice came over the phone. No, Chief, we haven't fought Phil Coulson yet. In fact, we met Ghost Rider on the road and we've also had a fight with him, Melinda explained in detail. What? Encountered Ghost Rider? Are you not injured? Nick Fury was surprised, but he did not expect that they would encounter the legendary Ghost Rider. There are records about Ghost Rider 4.1, they definitely have SHIELD, but Ghost Rider has not appeared for a long time. Don't worry, Director, Ghost Rider has been dealt with by Wheeze and we are not injured, Melinda Hui reported. That's good, you hand over the phone to Wheeze. Yes, Melinda agreed and then handed the phone to Levis. Director? Levis answered the phone suspiciously. Weiss, you have to be careful since Ghost Rider came to the door. I'm afraid things won't be so simple. 39. Oh, Director, do you know what to write? Levis was a little curious listening to Nick Fury's words. Obviously, he knew something. This is a secret I can't say. In short, be careful. Nick Fury didn't mean to explain. Forget it. Levis was a little unhappy when he saw him being secretive and threw the phone to Melinda beside him. Melinda could only helplessly smile when she saw this. Ignoring Chief Braised Egg, Levis turned and came to Ghost Rider. Hello, are you all right? Ghost Rider didn't speak but struggled unconsciously as if he had experienced something painful. He doesn't look like he's okay. The little naughty beside him is powerless to complain. How can it seem like he's okay? Well then, Levis was a little speechless. Looking at Ghost Rider's appearance, he would definitely not die, but because he had absorbed too much power, he would definitely be very weak. But it doesn't have much to do with him. What he cares about is what ability signing in Ghost Rider will bring him. Ding, did the host sign in to Ghost Rider? Yes, ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Hellfire with 100 experience points. 22. Hellfire can burn both soul and body. Definitely, it doesn't do much for Levis. After all, he already has the power of the Phoenix. The power of the Phoenix can also be called the Flame of the Phoenix, and it is not known how many grades higher than the Fire of Hell. Definitely, Hellfire also has its role, that is to make the locomotive or car shapeshifting. Are there any cool motorcycles with Hellfire attached? The dignified Fire of Hell has been reduced to the point where he can only dress up the car. If Ghost Rider knew it, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. What is this guy going to do? Do you want to kill it? The little naughty next to him asked after looking at Ghost Rider. Kill, not that. Levis shook his head. The host of Ghost Rider, Johnny, is not a very wicked person. In addition to destroying public properties everywhere, the people he kills are also the most evil people. And not only can't kill him but also let him go. Levis wants to get the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo. He must find the previous Ghost Rider and he has almost forgotten where the previous Ghost Rider is. So I can only follow Ghost Rider to find it. Thinking of this, Levis smiled. Okay, leave him alone, let's find a place to rest. Just keep him here. Melinda frowned a little suspiciously. If you don't stay here, are you going to take him home? Levis asked with a shrug. After speaking, he and the little naughty returned to the car. Hurry up and drive, let's go to the next town to find a place to rest. 35. Seeing that Melinda was still stunned, he urged. Soon the car was on the road again. After a while, he came to the town. 3 people opened 2 rooms at the same time. Shortly after they left, Ghost Rider also woke up, and seeing that there were still people staring here not far away, he immediately rode his motorcycle and left. Back at his repair shop, Ghost Rider finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he didn't know, however, was that everything he was in was already under Levi's telepathic watch. How strong is LV-5 telepathy? Even without relying on the brainwave intensifier, it can cover most of the world, so Ghost Rider's every move is under his control. The next day, after a morning exercise with the little naughty, Levis was ready to go and get the St. Van Gonzalian contract back. Using telepathy to check Ghost Rider's location, he was with the old knight. It should be because of the serious injury, so I want to ask the old knight for advice. That's right. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly, and then he used the space move to disappear into the room. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a log cabin in a cemetery. Levis stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A somewhat old voice came from inside the room. "Open the door, the community sends warmth," Levis said without hesitation. After a long silence, a sigh came from inside the house. "The door is unlocked, come in." Levis pushed open the door and walked in, only to see a pale-haired, bearded old man sitting in a chair watching him. "Young man, what are you doing here?" the old man asked indifferently. Levis coughed dryly. We SHIELD care about the lonely old man like you the most. No matter what trouble you have, we can solve it. Do you have trouble in your hands, old man? You must know that the contract of St. Van Gonzalo is now a hot potato, and the witch heart demon wants to get it all the time. Once the witch heart demon found out that the contract of St. Van Gonzalo was in the hands of the old knight, there was only one fate for him, and that was to be killed by the witch heart demon. The old knight remained silent. Then the door on the other side was opened. "Are you looking for me?" Johnny walked out with a pale face. The same could be said," Levis nodded. "Then come on." Johnny said that he was about to transform into a Ghost Rider but was pulled by the old knight beside him. The old knight looked at Levis and frowned. "You came for what happened last night, but you didn't kill him." The old knight didn't understand. If Levis wanted to get revenge on Johnny, he could have killed him last night. "But why are you still looking for it today?" "I definitely didn't come to kill him." Levis waved his hand. "I'm here for only one purpose, that is, the St. Van Gonzalo covenant." Hearing this, the old knight was shocked and his heart was horrified. Why did the man in front of him know that the contract of St. Van Gonzalo was in his hands? And there's no hesitation at all, like he's pretty sure the thing is in his hands. Definitely, although he had a bad premonition in his heart, he still said with the same expression, "I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just an ordinary old man. If you have nothing to do, get out of here." 99. "All right then," Levis shrugged and left the room without any hesitation. The old knight and Johnny were a little stunned when they saw this, as if they didn't expect him to actually leave. At this time, Levis, who had just walked out of the door, suddenly turned his head and said, "By the way, lend me a shovel from outside the door and I will send you a new one." Hearing this, the old knight was shocked. "Johnny, stop him." Johnny is still a little confused when he hears it, so he has to do it for a shovel. Did something go wrong? And at the moment Levis had got the shovel, then broke it and a scroll inside fell out. He had long known that the contract of St. Van Gonzalo was hidden in this shovel, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense with the old knight and just took the things away. After all, his purpose is only for the contract of St. Van Gonzalo. At this moment, Johnny also reacted and saw that he instantly transformed into Ghost Rider and rushed towards him. "Hey, haven't you learned enough lessons? You can't beat me with your current strength." Levis smiled disdainfully. However, Ghost Rider didn't stop and rushed over. "Forget it, let's play with you." Levis walked half a step to the side with his hands behind his back and instantly avoided Ghost Rider's fist. Although Ghost Rider is a professional racing driver, he is still too bad for fighting. Immediately after that, he kicked his asterisk with a kick in the back, making Ghost Rider fall and eat shit. Ghost Rider refused to accept it and got up again, but it was still useless. At the moment, Johnny has just mastered the power of Ghost Rider and it is not dangerous for him at all. "Johnny, stop!" At this moment the old knight shouted loudly. Although Johnny was very unconvinced, he still stopped. "Young man, do you really want to take away the contract?" the old knight asked with a serious expression. Definitely, isn't that obvious? And what are you doing to stop me? Levis asked back with his arms crossed. Hearing this, the old knight looked a little complicated. Although he had betrayed Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, most of his Ghost Rider power had been recovered. But the only remaining power is enough to make him transform again, which is why he can live so long. So do you want to transform into a desperate one? After thinking for a long time, the old knight sighed. Forget it, take the things away. What? Levis was a little surprised, but he didn't expect the old knight to give up so much. I said that this thing is very dangerous to put with you because the witch heart demon is always looking for it and you don't have to worry about it after I take it away. You're not from the devil's side? Johnny asked with a frown. Levis smiled and said, isn't it very obvious? You can use your eye of judgment to see Tilda. Johnny frowned upon hearing this, then opened the eye of judgment. However, unlike what he saw last time, this time he didn't see the slightest sin on the other side. What exactly is going on? Johnny, I've said long ago not to blindly believe in the eye of judgment. Sometimes what you see may not be true. At this time, the old knight's old voice said. Levis sneered when he heard the words. The so-called eye of judgment just made the target recall the crimes he had committed. He had long since removed the magic that the Ancient One had left on him. Eye of judgment is useless if the target doesn't think he's guilty at all. Just like Thanos, is Thanos good or bad? A lot of people think they are bad guys, but it's completely useless if you use Eye of Judgment to see it. There are many other examples of the same, so blindly trusting Eye of Judgment is not advisable. Young man, can you tell me who wants the contract of St. Van Gonzalo? The old knight asked with a serious expression. Although there is no way to snatch the St. Van Gonzalo contract back, he also wants to know who wants this thing. Have you heard of Sorcerer Supreme? Levis said with a faint smile. What? The old knight was shocked when he heard the words. He definitely knew the name Sorcerer Supreme, and he also knew that he was a figure of the same rank as Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Unexpectedly, it was these people who wanted the St. Van Gonzalo contract. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened. The contract of St. Van Gonzalo can summon the Lord of Hell, which means that the Sorcerer Supreme is ready to take the initiative to Hell. Thinking of this possibility, the old knight was inexplicably horrified. After a long time, he calmed down in front of him. Take the things, said the old knight, turning around and preparing to go back to the house. But Johnny on the side was still a little unwilling. Don't talk about it, you and I can't control this matter anymore. The old knight scolded, then waved his hand and entered the house. Seeing this, Johnny couldn't do anything about it, and after looking at Levis, he followed into the room. Levis, who didn't know how the old knight made up his mind, looked a little inexplicable, but since the contract of St. Van Gonzalo has been obtained, there is no need to stay here. Definitely, before leaving, he also did not forget to check in the old knight. Ding! Did the host check in with the ex-Ghost Rider? Sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. As predicted, this time the sign-in gave double experience, but this was also what he expected. Back to the hotel. The little naughty has woken up. Weiss, where did you go early in the morning? Little naughty asked curiously. Go get something, let's go. 35. Levis explained with a smile, and then the two packed up and set off. When they went out, Melinda was already waiting, and seeing the two of them came out, she couldn't help complaining. You guys are coming too slowly, that's it. What did the man do in the morning? I thought you should know. Levis drew it with a pen, then put one hand around the little naughty waist and smiled. Melinda rolled her eyes when she heard his colorful jokes. The three continued on their way. The next day, they came to a temporary base built on a wasteland. Hey, May, Wheeze, and this. Phil Coulson, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him warmly. You can call me Naughty, little Naughty introduced herself. If she was not very familiar with people, she would not introduce her real name. Oh, Naughty, what a nice name, Phil Coulson said with a smile. What's going on now? Levis asked curiously. It's not bad, the hammer is still in place, no one can pick it up, but last night a strange person rushed Ledas and broke our defense. And then, did the man pick up the hammer? Levis had already guessed who the man was, unsurprisingly because it was Thor. Definitely not, and he looks a little out of whack, explained Phil Coulson. You've locked him up? Levis asked. Yes, that person's physical fitness is good, he should have trained in that place and several of our agents couldn't stop him. Levis wanted to laugh at Phil Coulson's words. That is Thor, although he has become an ordinary person, but the long-term battle is not something that can be trained if you want to train. You didn't do anything excessive to him, did you? For example, torture to extract a confession or something. After all, Thor was only trained by Odin's exile. It's not good if you do it too much. I was planning to use some special means, but I haven't had time yet. Phil Coulson shrugged. Fortunately, I didn't have time. 99. Levis said and suddenly saw a man with a quiver on his back. Huh, you're Hawkeye. I know you too, Levis. Hawkeye smiled and stretched out his hand. He was still a little surprised to be called out. It should be the first time the two of them met. Hello, Levis smiled and shook his hand. Speaking of which, he had joined SHIELD for so long and he had never seen Hawkeye, but he didn't expect to see him here. Hawkeye is still quite outstanding in the Avengers. Although he is just an ordinary person, he does not have the appearance of Natasha Romanoff, nor does he have any super ability. But in the face of various events, it has performed very well. Don't know what ability can be signed in Hawkeye. Levis quietly withdrew his hand and then directly signed in. Ding, did the host sign in to Hawkeye Barton? Yes. 99. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Marksman with 100 experience points. Marksman, what the hell is this ability? 510. Levis is a bit dumbfounded. The Marksman ability allows him to have far more abilities than ordinary people in weapons such as archery, throwing knives, and firearms. This ability is like a divine help in Hawkeye, making him a superhero without a super ability. But for Levis, it seems a bit tasteless. Forget it, there is experience value anyway. Weiss, you just said it's not too late, Phil Coulson asked suspiciously. Oh, I mean you guys didn't have time to do anything to that person, Levis smiled. Why? Not only was Phil Coulson very puzzled, but Melinda and Hawkeye were also very curious. Levis smiled, not in a hurry to explain. Because of the time they spent talking, they had come to the pit where Mjolnir was. Before we came here, there were a lot of people who tried to move it and couldn't get it to move, and we've tried it with large machines and the results are obvious. Speaking of which, Phil Coulson looked helpless. Can't anyone move it? I'll try it. Levis walked over eagerly. See Seb. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye did not stop them but instead looked like they were watching a good show. They have all seen the evil sect of this hammer. Even if the large lifting machinery can't move half a minute, how can the manpower move? Levis came to Mjolnir and put one hand on the handle of the hammer and tried it hard, and it was obvious that Mjolnir didn't move. That is to say, he is not recognized by Mjolnir. This result was within his expectations. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye couldn't help but smile when they saw this. However, at this moment, Levis directly picked up Mjolnir. This scene directly made everyone's eyes widen. You actually moved it? Phil Coulson looked in disbelief. It's a miracle. Hawkeye couldn't believe it. It's really heavy. Levis waved Mjolnir in surprise at this time. Legend has it that Mjolnir is made from materials extracted from the core of the Death Star. As we all know, when a fixed star becomes a dead star, it will become a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole depending on its mass. Among them, white dwarf stars have a weight of about tens of tons per cubic centimeter, while neutron stars will at least reach a weight of 100 million tons per cubic centimeter. According to this value, to calculate the volume of Mjolnir, its weight can be imagined. Unlike Levis, however, he can manipulate gravity using vector operations. Without gravity, Mjolnir was completely light in his hands, allowing him to swipe at will. Definitely, without Mjolnir's approval, it is impossible to use Thor's power. At most it can be used as a heavyweight weapon. But it was useless for him to ask for the hammer, and Odin would not let him take it away. He casually threw the hammer back to its place and he turned around and came to the side of the crowd. What's wrong with you? 35. Seeing everyone staring at them, Levis looked puzzled. It's okay. Phil Coulson waved his hand in embarrassment. How did you pick it up? Hawkeye on the side was always puzzled. It's easy if you can control gravity, Levis said with a smile on his chest. Hawkeye heard this and thought it was a joke but didn't take it seriously. Weiss, now you can tell us what you think. At this time, Melinda on the side looked at him and said, from the very beginning, Melinda saw that he must know something, otherwise he would not have said that sentence before. Seeing that everyone looked at him suspiciously, Levis had to explain it to everyone. Let me tell you the origin of this hammer. I wonder if you have heard the name Mjolnir. 99. The legendary Mjolnir, Phil Coulson answered quickly. Yes, the legendary Mjolnir, Levis nodded. Hearing this, everyone couldn't believe that the legendary Mjolnir appeared in front of them. By the way, I talked about the person you locked up before, 35. That lunatic, Phil Coulson asked. I think you'd better not call Roar that, Levis said with a bit of pain. If Phil Coulson knew that the man he called a lunatic was Thor of Norse mythology, he would have had a wonderful look on his face. What's wrong with him? Could it be that he has some incredible background? Melinda on the side wondered. Yes, he does have a great background, Levis said, pointing to Mjolnir. What do you think of when you see this hammer? Phil Coulson folded his arms across his chest and rubbed his chin, guessing Mjolnir is here. Could it be Thor? Congratulations, you got it right, Levis laughed and applauded. At the same time, in a confinement room not far away, Thor sat on the chair with lost eyes. At the moment, he didn't have the arrogance that he used to lead a copy of Giants of Jotunheim with high spirits. Today, he is nothing more than a bare child who was kicked out of the house by his father and was extremely remorseful and annoyed. He lost his glory, his family, his friends, and most importantly, he lost Mjolnir's approval. At this moment, he has lost everything, so he can no longer be proud. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. My dear brother. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Thor raised his head suddenly. Loki, what are you doing here? I definitely came to see you, Loki said with a sad look on his face. Seeing this, Thor said anxiously, what happened? Was it Jotunheim? Those giants of Jotunheim went to war. Loki took me back and I'll ask my father to explain. Father is dead, Loki told him the harsh truth. What? Thor looked in disbelief. A new war is coming and my father can't hold it anymore. It's my fault. An indescribable shame and remorse made Thor lowered his proud head. Can I go back? Torshi raised his head and asked. The truce is based on the premise of exiling you, so I'm here to say goodbye to you. Goodbye, 99, Loki still said with a sad face. Hearing this, Thor looked pained. Thank you for visiting me, Loki. I'm so sorry. Seeing that the effect he wanted had been achieved, Loki left the room immediately. After thinking about it, he didn't leave directly but was ready to try if he could pick up Mjolnir. At the same time, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye were in disbelief after Levis revealed that the man they were holding was Thor. Are you really sure that the guy who can't hold a hammer and has some mental disorder is the legendary Thor? 35. Phil Coulson had a pained look on his face. Although he tried his best not to believe this, he had to believe what came out of Levi's mouth. I think it's better to tell the director about this first, Melinda said and called Nick Fury to explain the current situation. What? That hammer is sure to be Mjolnir. Thor was the one you caught. When Nick Fury found out about this, he also had a look of pain on his face. If this thing is false, it's fine, but if it is true, what they have done is enough to start a war. After experiencing the Captain Marvel thing, he became very careful with aliens. But he didn't go back to blame Phil Coulson at this point. Phil Coulson, you hand over the phone to Wheeze. Okay, Chief, Phil Coulson agreed before handing the phone over to Levis. Levis took the call and said angrily, what do you want to say, Director? Hearing this nonchalant tone, Nick Fury was a little embarrassed, thinking that he hadn't told him about Ghost Rider before. Wheeze, are you really sure that the hammer is Mjolnir and that the one who was caught is also Thor? 35. What, you don't believe in Thor, or don't you believe in the hammer? Levis responded. It's not that I don't want to believe it, I mean if this is true, will Thor start a war over it? Well, Levis said and paused. Nick Fury was a little apprehensive when he heard this, for fear that he would say the answer he didn't want to hear. I can only say that you think too much, and even if there are aliens calling, there are tall people who are standing up. Where is your turn to worry about? 35. Not to mention whether Odin will send someone to call. Even if they call, there will be Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Where to get him a little shield director to worry about eating radish? Well, then I'm relieved. Nick Fury finally sighed in relief when he heard his words. But why did Thor lose his power? Why did he come to Earth? Why couldn't he pick up his own hammer? Phil Coulson was still a little puzzled. Well, you can ask him yourself, what am I doing? Before Levis could finish speaking, he saw a man in a suit with a slicked head and a suit walked towards Mjolnir, ignoring everyone. Levis looked at Loki oddly, not expecting him to show up at this time. Loki came to Mjolnir and raised one hand, but Mjolnir didn't move. Immediately afterward, Loki directly clenched Mjolnir with both hands, pulling it upwards as if he was trying to pull it up, but unfortunately Mjolnir remained motionless. Hey, Weiss, what are you looking at? The little naughty waved his hand beside his eyes strangely, not knowing what he was looking at. Phil Coulson and Melinda are the same. Hearing this, Levis smiled and said, I'm watching a fool trying to pick up Mjolnir. Is someone taking Mjolnir? Why can't I see it? Melinda rubbed her eyes and looked beside Mjolnir but didn't see anyone. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol. Phil Coulson came directly to Mjolnir but saw no one. Such an empty place, if anyone had been there they would have seen it. However, their moves also succeeded in attracting Loki's idea. Because of the use of illusion magic, ordinary humans cannot see him at all. But Levis is different, he also has the super ability of illusion. Loki's illusions didn't work for him at all. You can't see it because the other party used an illusion, so you should be able to see, Levis said with a wave of his hand, directly breaking Loki's illusion. Then Loki appeared in front of everyone. What? There's actually someone? Phil Coulson was startled by the man who suddenly appeared beside him and stepped back quickly. Point 0. The agents on the side also loaded their bullets when they saw this and turned to Loki. At the moment Loki is a bit confused. How did these mortals see him? And his illusion has been broken? What are you kidding? Who the hell are you? Phil Coulson asked, frowning. You mortals don't have the right to know the name of a god. After saying that, Loki had an extra scepter in his hand and then waved it. His purpose is to clear the memories of these mortals. Levis wouldn't let him, however, and telepathy blocked Loki's magic in an instant. After all, Loki wants to clear other people's memories but also uses mental power. Levi's strength today may have some problems against Odin in his heyday, but he's more than enough against a mere Loki. Seeing that his magic had failed again, Loki frowned suddenly and then turned his eyes to Levis, who always wore a faint smile. Are you moving your hands and feet? It looks like you're not stupid. Levis smiled lightly. Mortal, I'm the god of Asgard. Do you know the consequences of offending a god? Loki said with a look of aloofness. Levis looked at him a little surprised. How could this be pretended? I've never seen a god so weak as you. Hearing this, Loki was a little angry and saw the scepter in his hand pointed at Levis and a beam of light shot out. Loki waved his scepter angrily and a magic beam shot at him. Levis smiled disdainfully at this without any intention of dodging. When the magic beam hit him, it was instantly reflected back. Boom. Loki, who was caught off guard, was blasted away by the magic beam that bounced back. Hey, Wheeze, who is that person? Is he also a mutant? At this time, Phil Coulson asked the doubts in his heart. Mutants? Definitely not. Levis shook his head and asked. Thor appeared, and then what did you think? Norse mythology, Odin, the legendary king of the gods, the seat of the gods, Asgard, goddess Sif, the evil god Loki, Ragnarök. Everyone expressed their opinions and thought of many things about the Nordic May 10 myth. Stop, 99. Levis waved his hand to calm everyone down. He glanced at everyone with contempt, then smiled at Little Naughty and said, Mary's guess is very correct. The evil god Loki? Weiss, you mean that person is the evil god Loki? Phil Coulson looked at the man who got up from the ground not far away in disbelief. Because of the rain before, the ground was muddy and Loki just fell into the mud at the moment. He didn't look like a god. Loki staggered to his feet and shook his dizzy head. The blow just now caught him off guard, so much so that he can't stand still now. After finally recovering, Loki looked at Levis angrily. Stupid mortal, you will pay for what you do. 55. After speaking, Loki came to him in a flash and hit him with the scepter in his hand. Don't look at the fact that Loki only has a scepter in his hand, but as the giants of Jotunheim, his power is definitely not to be underestimated. Although Loki is a magician, but isn't it too disrespectful to play melee in front of Levis? If he moves, he loses. Boom. Undoubtedly, when Loki's scepter landed on Levi's head, it was ejected immediately, hitting him right on the forehead. It wasn't easy, Loki fainted immediately. Is this the legendary evil god Loki? Why doesn't it look like it? It's really. Little Naughty thought for a long time and couldn't think of how to describe it. It's too weak, isn't it? Levis took over with a smile on his chest with his arms folded. That's right, it's too weak to be stunned by his own weapon, which is too bad. 35. The little Naughty looked at the embarrassed Loki with disdain. It's a little too weak indeed, Wheeze. Can you make a mistake? Phil Coulson also did not believe that the man in front of him was the legendary evil god Loki. Well, it's normal for you to think like that. Definitely, it's not that Loki is too weak, it's that I'm too strong. 35. Levis folded his arms and told the truth. However, this is really too narcissistic in the eyes of everyone. Then what are we going to do now? This is the legendary evil god Loki. Now that you have beaten him, will it cause a war? Melinda was a little worried about this. Don't worry, it's said that the aliens are calling and there are tall people who are standing up. Besides, if the aliens could call, they would have already called. Do you have to wait until now? Levis waved his hand indifferently. Everyone was thoughtful when they heard what he said. What about the evil god Loki? Phil Coulson said, looking at Loki, who was in a state of confusion on the ground. Levis looked at Loki on the ground and suddenly let out a small whimper. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Phil Coulson asked nervously. Loki's gone, Levis explained lightly. Ran. Everyone was a little confused, so it was obvious that Loki was right in front of them. Levis snapped his fingers and saw that Loki, who was still lying on the ground just now, disappeared in an instant. It turned out that Loki had already used illusion to escape when he was hit by his scepter just now. The appearance of fainting just now is nothing more than an illusion. As the evil god Loki, how could he be easily stunned by his own attack? That's too bad. After realizing that he was not the opponent of the mortal in front of him, he resolutely fled. At the moment, Loki has returned to Asgard Bifrost, looking at the starry sky below with a cold expression on his face. Mortal, wait for me, I'll let you know the fate of teasing God and my stupid brother. You'll never want to turn over. 99. The other side? Phil Coulson and Melinda didn't know whether to be happy or worried when they learned that the evil god Loki had escaped. On the one hand, the evil god Loki was finally sent away, but on the other hand, he was worried about the resulting war. Levis have nothing to worry about since Loki is their main enemy in the future. As for killing Loki, he didn't think about this at all. If Loki was killed now, then Asgard and giants of Jotunheim might attack Earth at the same time. After all, Loki is the son of Odin, the god king on the one hand, and Lof, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, on the other. If he is killed, it is very likely that the two forces should rebound. If you kill Loki, a lot of plots will collapse in the future, and maybe how will it develop? If Thanos collects the Infinity Stones ahead of time and then clicks his fingers, it will be troublesome. And if you kill Loki, who will send him the Mind Stone? I think if you sign into the Mind Gem, the ability you get must be very good. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to care about it. Wheeze, wait, what should we do with that Thor? Phil Coulson stopped him when he saw that he wanted to leave. Definitely let him go. Could it be that you still intend to continue imprisoning him? Levis rolled his eyes and left Naughty with his arms around him. He wasn't going to see Thor, he'd run out of sign-ins today and he'd be back tomorrow. Phil Coulson followed his advice and let Thor go. As expected, Thor still got together with a few members of the scientific research team after he left. The next day, Levis first checked in with Mjolnir. Ding, did the host sign in to Mjolnir? Yes, ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Weapon Strengthening with 100 experience points. Weapon Strengthening, what kind of ability is this? Levis was a little confused, but after some understanding, he finally understood. In short, this ability is somewhat similar to the Noble Phantasm, Knights do not die with bare hands in Fate. That is to say, whether it is a newspaper or a bottle of mineral water, any item in his hands can be strengthened into a powerful weapon. This is a good super ability. Levis is quite satisfied with this ability. The next day, Nick Fury specially dispatched a lot of firepower because he heard that aliens would come here next. Although Levis made it very clear that he only needs to be alone, but Nick Fury can do whatever he wants. He doesn't care about these things either. came to the town with a little naughty. Today his purpose is to find Thor to sign in. At the moment, in a small shop, Thor seems to have begun to adjust to ordinary human life. Thor, these two said they knew you. Jane Forte's good friend Daisy Louise brought two people in. Thor looked at Levis and little naughty and shook his head suspiciously. I don't know them. Jane and Daisy were also a little confused when they saw this. Levis came over and smiled faintly. It's okay if you don't know us, but we know you. His smile was very friendly, and Daisy and Jane instantly dispelled their doubts. Now that you know each other, come and do it. By the way, have you had breakfast? Dr. Eric, who studies astronomy, waved to him, indicating that they can come and sit. Seeing that they were so enthusiastic, Levis was a little puzzled, but he didn't know that the Super 22 ability of affinity was at work. Sorry, we've already had breakfast. We're here to find Thor something. All right then, Dr. Eric didn't insist. Then Levis, Naughty, Thor, Daisy, and Jane came to the side and sat down. Do you really know me? Thor looked at Levis suspiciously, and he didn't seem to have seen him in his mind. Definitely, I still know Thor is called Roar. 99. Levis smiled lightly. Hearing the name Roar, Thor finally believed a little bit. After all, when he first came to Earth, even if he reported his family, he was treated like a fool. Daisy and Jane on the side were a little puzzled, but they didn't speak. Do you know why you were banished here? Levis asked with a smile. I'm tired of a big mistake, and that's why I was exiled by my father, Thor said with a wry smile. You did make a big mistake, but did you ever think that your father just let you down to practice experience? Levis nodded and said, that's right, no parent would leave their child ruthlessly. I think this is just your father's test for you. Really? Thor was clearly agitated. Definitely, Levis nodded affirmatively. But my father died because of the mistakes I made, and my mother didn't want to see me. It's all my fault. Thor said this with a sad look on his face. Being able to make such a strong man show such an expression shows how sad he is in his heart, and Jane on the side is very distressed about it. I said, what are you talking about? After listening for a long time, Jane and Daisy couldn't understand what they were saying. Levis glanced at the two of them and didn't explain anything. And Thor, who was immersed in grief, obviously had no intention of explaining. Thor, are you sure your father is dead? Odin, the king of the gods, died so easily, so who killed him? Have you ever thought about this? A series of questions left Thor a little surprised. You mean? As the king of the gods, your father is not so easy to die, and even if you die, you should find out the truth yourself. Loki usually likes to play pranks, and this matter may really deceive me, and with his father's strength, he will never be killed easily. Tony said, finally making sure that his father didn't die, but more doubts came to mind. Why did Loki tell him that his father was dead and his mother didn't want to see him? This made Tony very confused. Well, that's all I have to say. Levis isn't going to reveal more, he's just here to sign in. Ding. Did the host sign into Thor? Sign me in. Ding, sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 experience points of the super ability, the power of Thor. As expected, he had a feeling before that if he smashed Thor to sign, he would have a high probability of gaining Thor's power. And now it really got this ability. Thor's force is not the same as electromagnetism, it is more towards magic. Thor's power can strengthen itself, making the body stronger, and secondly, it can control the power of lightning. This is also a very powerful ability. If it can be upgraded to IV6, I am afraid that his Thor's power is not weaker than Odin's. In a good mood, Levis pulled the little naughty and was ready to leave. And many more, he was stunned when he heard Thor's voice. Thank you for telling me this, I want to know who you are. Thor stood up, revealing the spirit of being Prince Asgard. Seeing this, Levis smiled and said, my name is Levis, I'm just an ordinary earthling. After he finished speaking, he took the little naughty and turned to leave the shop. Thor looked at the two you went to and was still thinking about what he said just now. Should he believe this person? Daisy and Jane on the side have already been dumbfounded. What is Odin, the king of the gods? What is Thor or something? The two of them just wanted to know if today was April Fool's Day. 510 returned to the makeshift camp. Unexpectedly, Tony was called over by Nick Fury, and it seemed that he really took this matter seriously. Hey, Wheeze, I heard you can't even handle a hammer, right? Tony laughed immediately when he saw him. Who did you hear that? Levis rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why would you let me come too? Let me tell you, your ability is useless to me after my transformation, Tony said with a stinky expression. Oh, it seems that you have made a lot of defenses against my ability. Wouldn't your steel armor be called anti-wes armor? Levis said strangely. He is very aware of Tony's character. He usually laughs and studies weapons to deal with you without a moment's back. It's useless, definitely not. Although I think the name you mentioned is good, but I have installed a magnetic field interference device on the armor, so your electromagnetic waves are useless to me, Tony said with a look of pride. Really? You seem to have forgotten that electromagnetism is not just electricity, but also magnetism. How do you solve it? Levis folded his arms and smiled. After speaking, Tony flew into the sky involuntarily and then performed various acrobatic movements. Although he started the thruster and tried to break free, it was completely useless. When Tony was put down, the cheeseburger he had eaten in the morning was thrown up. Wheeze. Can you not play like this next time? Tony looked at him resentfully. I see, then change the way next time. What do you think of high-altitude bungee jumping? Levis folded his arms and smiled. Tony's armor trying to get out of his electromagnetic grip? That is almost impossible. After all, the whole body of the steel armor is metal. Even if it gets rid of the control of electromagnetic waves, how can it get rid of the control of magnetic force? To solve the effects of electromagnetic waves and magnetic force at the same time, he didn't think of how to solve it anyway. And even if these are solved, there are still vector operations. What about cannonballs? All in all, Tony was swayed by him. Hey, this is the hammer you're talking about. I don't think so, Tony said disdainfully at Mjolnir's place. If you don't agree, just go up and try. By the way, I forgot to tell you, but I can easily pick up this hammer. Well, I'll try. If I succeed, don't worship me, Tony said excitedly and walked over. Levis stood with his arms crossed, watching the show. Tony came up to Mjolnir. The steel arm firmly grasped the handle of the hammer and then lifted it hard. Yet Mjolnir did not move. I think I need to use both hands. Tony explained awkwardly, then put both hands on the handle of the hammer and pulled it up. The strength of the steel armor is really good, and even the feet are deeply sunk into the ground. But what Tony didn't expect was that Mjolnir still couldn't move a bit, which was a little embarrassing. Tony, the way you lift things is cool, Levis couldn't help teasing. Cough tilde, I really can't pick it up, but that doesn't mean you can pick it up easily. An embarrassed Tony can only change the subject. You do not believe? Definitely, I don't believe you can pick it up tilde, Tony nodded. Make a bet. You need to do me a favor if I pick it up. Levi's mouth twitched slightly. I just need your help too. Tony took the bet without hesitation. Seeing Tony's promise, Leviston smiled conspicuously. Recently, he has been thinking about building a high-tech sky warship, but he has not been able to find a suitable place as a research site, and there are no researchers. Now that Tony came to the door, there was no reason for him to turn away. I saw him come to Mjolnir, and after using vector manipulation to control gravity, he grabbed it with one hand and then waved it twice in front of Tony. How? Give up, Levis said with a smug smile. This is impossible. Tony couldn't believe that the hammer that he had not picked up just now was easily swung by Levis. You're not convinced? Levis raised his brows. Then I'll leave the hammer here, you can try it. 35. With that, he put Mjolnir back in place, motioning for Tony to try again. Tony looked at him, then gripped the handle of the hammer with unbelieving hands and squeezed hard. However, the result remains the same as before. This made Tony a little puzzled. Okay, let's accept the bet, Levis said with his arms crossed. Okay, I admit defeat. Although Tony was a little unconvinced, he had no choice but to admit defeat, after taking off the steel armor. The two came outside and Tony asked curiously, Weiss, what did you just say you need my help with? 35. This, I need to build a sky warship, Levis expressed his ambition without any concealment. Sky battleship. The kind that can enter the universe. Tony was stunned by his words, knowing that there is no real manned spacecraft that can enter space on the Earth today. The manned rocket is a very restrictive thing. He believes Levis is disdain. Do you know how many resources are needed to make that kind of sky warship? I'm afraid that the entire Stark industry is not enough to be hollowed out, and the most important thing is the materials that can make sky warships. Don't worry about this, don't forget that I can make end-element substances. Levis waved his hand. Tony was at a loss for words when he heard the words, thinking that it was indeed possible to succeed. Even if you say so, it's not easy to create an ideal sky battleship, and I have to update my steel armor. 5. Tony waved his hand, obviously not optimistic about the plan. Well, it's a bit early to think about that. 99. Levis folded his hands on his chest and touched his chin, thinking, and now he is completely unprepared. It is indeed a delusion to want to build an ideal sky battleship. But if there is an artificial intelligence to share his worries, then this matter is much easier. Thinking of this, Levis also had the idea of creating his own artificial intelligence like JARVIS. The next day, Tony looked at the blue sky and couldn't help complaining a little. I said, "Wheeze, when will this alien appear? You know I'm very busy, right?" "I don't know, but it should be in these few days." 35. Levis shrugged and then said with a look of contempt, "And you don't seem to be busy with anything, you push everything to the little ones." Chilly. 5. To be honest, he was a bit envious that Tony had Little Pepper as a virtuous inner helper. Little Pepper would take care of everything in the company while he concentrated on high research. It can be said that Tony's success is inseparable from the help of Pepper. You can be envious. "But I remember it wasn't this girl that you brought to the banquet last time. Did you figure it out?" Tony glanced at the little naughty not far away and turned him around. Leaders joked. "Cut. I'm not like you playboy and throw it away, but I will treat them well." Levis rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, you can handle that." Tony looked surprised. "I'm not the same as you, even if it's doubled I can easily." Levis gave him a disdainful look. Speaking of this, Tony was immediately dissatisfied. At the same time, Asgard domain. At the moment, Asgard, the three warriors and Sif are negotiating a plan to save Thor. Thor is now exiled, Loki is ready to usurp power, Asgard is on the brink of war, and Vorstag, you can eat 4 wild boars, 6 pheasants, half a cow, and 2 kegs of beer, don't you think? Are you a rice bucket? The very anxious Fandral looked at Vorstager, who was still eating and drinking, and finally couldn't help rushing up to slap the plate in his hand. When the food was overturned, Vorstag stood up angrily and said, "Don't take my good appetite as indifference, you also need to fill your stomach when you fight." Fandral, Vorstager is right, don't you know his character? At this moment, Sif came over and stood in front of the two of them. "Guys, it's time for us to do something serious." Hogan looked at everyone and said, "You mean to go to Thor? It's impossible, it's total suicide." Fandral shook his head. "Now that Loki is the king of Asgard, it would be treason to leave Asgard without his orders, and once they are discovered, they are doomed." "Be quiet, maybe Heimdall is looking at us now," Hogan whispered. As an Asgard guard, Heimdall possesses clairvoyant acute ears and can observe any place in Asgard at any time. At this moment, however, the rooms were opened. A soldier came in. "Heimdall wants to see you." Hearing the soldier's words, the 4 of them were shocked. What they were worried about happened, and Heimdall was really watching them just now. Seeing this, the 4 of them could only immediately follow behind the soldier in dejection. After a while, they came to Heimdall. Heimdall wears golden armor but is a black man, the guardian of Asgard's Bifrost. And Bifrost is Asgard's passage to the 513 Nine Realms. "How dare you disobey King Loki's orders and want to bring Thor back with treason?" Heimdall asked the 4 men with a majestic gaze. "Yes." The 4 of Sif nodded and were ready for the trial. However, what the people who haven't yet said next surprised them. "Good idea, I have to be loyal to the king, so I can't open Bifrost for you, but Bifrost sometimes fails." Saying so, Heimdall left the room linked by Bifrost. All that was left was the 4 who looked at each other dumbfounded. At this moment, Bifrost suddenly flashed light and a dazzling light beam shot out, connecting to the unknown starry sky. Seeing this, the 4 of them still didn't understand that Heimdall deliberately told them to go to Thor. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 jumped into Bifrost's entrance and immediately disappeared as a ray of light. At the same time, Heimdall's little gesture did not hide Loki. The other party's purpose was self-evident, obviously wanting to welcome his stupid brother back. With the strength of Asgard's 3 warriors, even if he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Thinking of this, Loki came to the palace treasury to wake up the long-sleeping killer. Wake up, Destroyer! Looking at the terrifying Destroyer walking out of the light curtain, Loki couldn't help laughing proudly. The warrior who betrayed Asgard, the foolish brother, and finally the mortal destroy them all, the other side. Levis was boring and bickering with Thor, and at this moment Phil Coulson hurried over. It is found that there is a high-energy reflection in the northwest direction. It should be the aliens you mentioned, Weiss. Oh, has it come yet? Let me go meet these aliens for a while. Tony finished opening the suitcase beside him and instantly finished his suit of steel armor. Afterwards, Roar flew away without hitting a single one and smashed the roof of the temporary camp. By the way, Levis and Phil Coulson looked helpless. You can get him to lose money. Oh, I will. Weiss, what happened? At this moment, the little naughty came over curiously. Aliens have come, let's go and see, Levis said, hugging the little naughty waist and disappearing instantly. Hey. Take me. Phil Coulson, who was on the side, saw that he had left himself with black lines and he had no choice but to drive there. At the same time, on a plain to the northwest, Tony had already stood in front of the 3 Asgard warriors and the 4 Sif. I heard that you are the guys sent by aliens to make trouble on Earth. What are you doing hiding in the iron box? Don't you dare to see people. Fandral, if you read it right, this is Midgard's armor, Hogan said with his arms crossed. Fandral felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Midgardians, we came here this time without any offense just to find our partner, Sif stood up and said. Oh, alien beauty, Tony looked at Sif and whistled frivolously. This immediately made the 3 Asgard warriors angry. Stop talking nonsense, teach this Midgard a lesson, 35 Fandral said. I agree, Hogan agreed this time. Immediately after, the 3 Asgard warriors rushed over. Finally going, I can't wait. 39. Tony put on a pose that he thought was handsome, then stretched out his hands and instantly fired a palm cannon from his palms. Bang bang! Both Fandral and Vorstiger were hit by the palm cannon and almost fell, but this did not actually affect them. The palm cannon is useless. Tony was a little stunned. As expected of an alien, it really is rough and fleshy. Is this how the Midgards attack? It's completely ineffective, Fandral said with a look of disdain. The 3 Asgard warriors are not mortals, their bodies are very strong and ordinary attacks are useless to them. Really? Tony said and charged directly towards Fandral. The strength of the steel armor is very strong, coupled with the high speed flying over, Fandral was knocked out in an instant. It was at this time that Levis and Little Naughty appeared on the field. As soon as they appeared, they found that something was smashing towards them. He subconsciously uses vector manipulation reflexes. In an instant, the thing that was smashed was thrown out in an instant. Only then did Levis react, and it turned out that it was Tony and another person who had hit him. After the 2 were ejected, they kept rolling on the ground for many laps before they stopped. Hey. Are you all right, Tony? Levis asked a little embarrassedly beside Tony. Tony opened the mask and rolled his eyes. It's not dead yet. Oh, that's good. I forgot to tell you, these people are not our enemies, Levis said and looked at the 3 Asgard warriors and the 4 Sifs. Sorry, my friend is a little impulsive. He has no malicious intentions. You are here to find Thor. How do you know? Sif looked at him warily. Stop talking nonsense. Let me teach this guy a lesson. Fandral, who just got up from the ground, rushed towards Levis angrily. I said, can't we just sit down and have a good talk? Levis spread his hands helplessly. However, Fandral, who suffered a loss, obviously didn't want to talk to him and saw him leaping high and punching him. Levis looked helpless. He really didn't want to do it, but at this point he could only grab Fandral's fist with one hand. Humph! Fandral immediately showed a disdainful smile when he saw that the mortal in front of him actually used his palm to meet his fist. However, the next moment he was stunned. I saw that the full-strength punch was actually caught with one hand. A powerful force hit the palm, forming a shock wave that swept away the surrounding dust. Levis calmly grabbed Fandral's fist and threw him out, this time without vector manipulation. Don't forget that he has gone through super abilities such as evolution and dragon incarnation, and his physical strength and strength have reached a perverted level. The strength of Asgard's 3 warriors was not enough to see before him. Fandral, who was thrown out, stood up, and unexpectedly he looked at Levis with no anger but full of respect. I didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent when I came to Midgard for the first time. "Warriors, you have won my recognition. Please report your name." Fandral pulled out the one-handed sword behind his back. Fandral was a master of swordsmanship, unmatched by his swordsmanship alone, and thus earned the title of the Three Warriors of Asgard. Now that he draws his sword, it means that Levis has his respect. "My name is Levis. In fact, we don't need to fight at all. You should be looking for Thor." Levis smiled with his arms crossed. "Yeah, do you know where Thor is?" Sif asked, frowning. Hearing Sif say this, Fandral also stopped for a while. "Definitely, you come with me," Levis said, pulling the little naughty to lead the way. "Wait, tilde. Fandral stopped him at this moment. "What's wrong?" "Our battle is not over yet. I will challenge you later," Fandral said seriously. Levis smiled and said, "Welcome to your challenge." Fandral nodded in satisfaction. You must know that Fandral's temper is more irritable and his strength is also the strongest among the three Asgard warriors. Having received his respect and recognition, the other two Asgard warriors and Sif were also polite to Levis. Along the way, the four of Sif asked him about Thor's situation, and Levis did not hide it and told them all. Soon everyone came to the town, and at the moment Thor is surprisingly preparing breakfast. "Come on, let's try the breakfast I made." Thor took 2 breakfasts and placed them in front of Dr. Eric and Jane Fortes. It's hard to imagine that Thor, who used to be brave and ruthless, is now a good man in the family. If anyone who knows him sees it, he will be shocked and speechless. At the moment, a few people outside the window are just like that. "Hey, is that really Thor? It doesn't look the same as usual." Vorstag turned to Sif and them with a puzzled look. "It should be, I can feel it." Hogan looked a little unsure. "I don't know what happened to Tony in Midgard during this period of time, and there has been such a big change." Sif looked at the Midgard woman with a complicated look, constantly having an affair with Thor. "I think you'd better hurry in, trouble will come later," Levis urged. "Trouble?" Fandral was a little puzzled. Without explanation, Levis pushed the door open. "Thor, look who's here." Thor, who was joking with Jane Fortes, heard someone call his name and turned his head to look subconsciously. "Thor, we finally found you," Vorstag exclaimed excitedly while blowing his beard. "Hey, our friends, why are you here?" Seeing the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, Tolton laughed excitedly. A few people chatted. Daisy, Jane and others in the house were also surprised by the dresses of Asgard's 3 warriors and Sif. Until now they have determined Thor's identity. "Thor, thank this warrior for bringing us here, otherwise it will be difficult to find you." After talking for a while, Fandral took Thor to Levis. "Brother Weiss, thank you again," Thor thanked solemnly. "You are very welcome." Levis waved his hand but looked at the sky outside the town, where he saw a large number of clouds suddenly gathered like a funnel, accompanied by lightning. Everyone followed his gaze. "Sif, is anyone else coming besides you?" Thor asked Sif with a frown. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Sif was also a little puzzled. She thought for a while and said, "The 4 of us came down together, unless it was behind us." "It must be Loki's fault," Fandral said affirmatively. "That's right, the fact that we left Asgard must not have been hidden from him." Vorstag, who was beside him, also nodded. "What shall we do?" Sif asked, looking at Thor. "Guys, I'm just a mortal now, so I can only rely on you," Thor said helplessly. "It's okay, we can solve the trouble." Vorstag shook his head and said, at the same time, on Levi's side Phil Coulson also called. "Weiss has. Don't say it, I already understand, this time it should be the real enemy, let the agents retreat first." Levis interrupted Phil Coulson directly. "Okay then." Phil Coulson agreed without any nonsense, then hung up the phone and let people retreat. However, at this moment, a thunderous sound flashed across the sky. A figure in armor suddenly appeared in front of Phil Coulson and the others. "Retreat, retreat!" Phil Coulson yelled hastily. The speed of the agents is not slow, and they hurriedly got in the car and ran. However, their speed was still a little slower, and the destroyer's eyes instantly shot out a crimson laser. One of the cars was out of luck and was overturned. The man in the car, by coincidence, was Phil Coulson. "Wheeze, request for support." "Request for support?" The frightened Phil Coulson did not panic but immediately called Levis to the rescue, and the other side. After seeing the descending destroyer, the 3 Asgard warriors were silent for a while. Know that the destroyer armor was made by Odin's best craftsmen at Asgard's orders. And after the armor is built, Odin, Zeus, and other important Earth gods will transfer some of their power to the destroyer armor so that the destroyer has immeasurable power. Once Odin drove the destroyer, even able to single out an entire team of Celestials. This shows how terrifying it is. It can be said that the strength of the destroyer alone is no weaker than Odin. Levi's face became solemn. It would be fine if the destroyer was as weak as in the movie, he could handle it easily. But if it is as perverted as in the comics, it will be troublesome. Warrior, we have decided to stop the destroyer. This is our Asgard business and cannot involve you Midgards. Fandral came to him and said solemnly. Don't mind adding me. Levis patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha, I definitely don't mind. It would be an honor to be able to fight alongside the warriors. Fandral laughed. Okay, let's set off without further ado and try to prevent the destroyer you mentioned from entering the town as much as possible. Levis nodded. Everyone nodded and said nothing. Everyone, come and catch me May 17, Levis said again. Fandral and the others were a little puzzled, but they still stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders. I can take everyone to move in space. Seeing that Sif and the others were still a little confused, he could only explain one sentence. Space mobile. Hearing his words, several people were a little surprised. I didn't expect the Midgards to be able to control this ability, Sif sighed and then put his hand on Fandral. Asgard's 3 warriors and Sif plus him and the little naughty. After the 5 were ready, Levis was about to launch a space move, but he didn't expect Thor to suddenly grab Vorstag. Take me too. The next moment, several people instantly disappeared in front of several people in the shop. When several people appeared this time, they had already come to a wasteland and the destroyer was only a few hundred meters away from them. Why did you follow Thor? You are just an ordinary person now. Sif frowned at Thor, who was following him. No, as the Prince of Asgard, how can I back down? 35 Thor clenched his fists and said, Thor, do you remember what I said before? Your father just let you come down and experience it. As long as you understand what your father means, then you can regain your divine power. Levis mentioned it a little, but he didn't dare to say too much. If he said too much and Thor couldn't comprehend it, it would be troublesome. Missing this opportunity, I don't know how long it will take him to wake up. Hearing his words, Thor was stunned, then frowned and thought. Just then, Levi's phone rang again. Weiss, ask for support, ask for support. Phil Coulson, what's wrong with you? Levis heard something wrong with Phil Coulson's voice and immediately scanned the past with telepathy. Weiss, I'm trapped in a car and that alien monster is by my side. If there is still a chance, next time I'll take a month's leave and take a good rest. Seeing the destroyer getting closer, Phil Coulson was ready to die. At this moment, Destroyer's eyes flashed with dazzling red light again. The next moment, a ray of light shot towards him. Phil Coulson could only close his eyes, however, for a long time he did not feel any difference. Phil Coulson opened his eyes only to see Levi's figure standing in front of him at some point. The destroyer's laser beam shot directly into his palm and then the beam was reflected in the other direction. Boom. The original hill was razed to the ground in an instant under this beam. Hey, Phil Coulson, I think your idea of asking for leave is a good idea and I'm sure the director will approve it. 99. Levis felt sorry for Phil Coulson and gave him any dangerous work such as the last time with the Hulk and the Phoenix. Like this time, if he hadn't felt it in time, I'm afraid Phil Coulson would have gotten his lunch. I think so too. Phil Coulson finally breathed a sigh of relief after saving his life. With a wave of Levi's hand, the car flipped over in an instant. Phil Coulson, you better get out of here. Well, be careful. With that, Phil Coulson pushed open the car door and ran away. At this moment, a flame of fire flew over in the sky. Hey, I didn't expect that. I just went back for a while, but there is another big man who looks similar to me. Tony landed next to Levis, looking at the destroyer and couldn't help teasing. Just now, because the steel armor was a little damaged, he went back and replaced it with a set of steel armor. On the other side, the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, Thor and the little naughty all ran over. Weiss, how are you? All right? The little naughty ran over and asked. I'm fine, Mary, you step back first. Levis smiled and shook his head. 95. The little naughty nodded. She also knew that she couldn't help much, so she ran to the distance and hid. It was at this time, the destroyer's eyes were fixed on Thor and then a hot beam shot out. "Let me," Tony volunteered to come to the front of the crowd ahead of time only to see his chest raised. The energy cannon on his chest began to charge. The next moment a white beam shot out. Two beams, one white and one red, collided in the air. Immediately afterwards, Tony's white beam was suppressed. The power of the destroyer is not something that today's steel armor can stop. Seeing that the crimson beam of light was about to be pressed in front of him, Tony's complexion suddenly changed. At this moment, Levis kicked him away and then caught the red beam with one hand. The vector operation was fully exerted and the crimson beam was instantly reflected back. Boom! The destroyer was hit by his own beam and was blasted out instantly. "Hey, Tony, are you all right?" Levis teased with a smile. Tony, who was kicked and rolled and fell to the ground, weakly opened his mask, rolled his eyes and said, "I can't die. Fandral is our time." At this time, the three Asgard warriors of 4.1 were not alone, and the four immediately surrounded the destroyer. "Warrior, you can actually block the destroyer's attack, which is really admirable." Sif looked at Levis and couldn't help but sighed in admiration and then said, "Please block the destroyer's beam attack, we are waiting for the opportunity." "Attack the destroyer, oh well then." Levis originally planned to deal with the destroyer alone, because he found that the destroyer in front of him was not as strong as he thought. Maybe it's because it was Loki and not Odin who manipulated it, but since Sif said so, he also happily paddled beside him. After discussing the plan, Levis blocked the destroyer's beam while Asgard's three warriors and Sif's attacks fell on the destroyer. Dang ding dang, one after another, the attacks of the three Asgard warriors did not leave any wounds on the destroyer. Instead, Sif pierced the body of the destroyer with a spear. However, this is useless at all, the destroyer just throws several people out at the same time. The pierced wound also healed in an instant. In just an instant, the siege of the three Asgard warriors and the four of Sif was disintegrated. "These Asgards aren't very good at fighting." Tony couldn't help but say this, but his gaze towards the destroyer was a little hot. The armor in front of him is much stronger than his steel armor if he can study it. Thinking of this, he immediately came up with the destroyer's idea. It is almost impossible to defeat the destroyer with his steel armor, but Levis can. "Hey Whis, how about we make a deal?" "Huh?" Levis glanced at him suspiciously. Tony whispered, "I mean, if you can defeat this armor and take it back to me to study, I'll try my best to help you prepare for the sky battleship thing, how about it?" 5. "It's no problem to beat 22, but this thing is Asgard's treasure, I'm not sure they will give you research." "Well, I'll find a way myself." Tony was already determined to win the destroyer and he even promised to do it. "Well, it's a deal," Levis nodded. "Anyway, this destroyer must be dealt with. Whether or not he can get the research right of destroyer is up to Tony himself." Seeing that the three Asgard warriors and Sif wanted to continue on, Levis stopped him aloud. "You wait, let me try." The four of them were stunned when they heard his words, but they slowly backed away. "Weiss, be careful, this armor is very hard and normal attacks will not cause any damage to him at all," Fandral reminded. Levis nodded when he heard the words and then looked at the destroyer whose head flashed red again. "You've been shot so many times, it's my turn." As he spoke, a large coin suddenly appeared in his hand and with a flick of his finger the coin flew into the sky. Immediately afterwards a large amount of lightning was suddenly released around him. Zizzy tilde. The terrifying thunder and lightning seemed to be more dazzling than the sun. "Meet my railgun." With a proud face, Levis flicked his thumb and the coin with a lot of lightning turned into an orange light and shot out. At the same time, the red light beam from the destroyer's head also shot out. The two beams collided together and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant, leaving only a dazzling light. Zizzy tilde tilde. Boom, the two energies formed a huge amount of energy ball after the collision, and then exploded. The mountain shook for a while and the dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Looking from a distance, I saw a circular energy that kept expanding like a bowl upside down on the ground. Asgard's three warriors and Sif's expressions changed greatly and they hurriedly ran back. Not only them, but Tony hurriedly fled when he saw this. He didn't expect Levis to make such a big noise. Levis smiled faintly and then his figure disappeared instantly to the side of Little Naughty and Phil Coulson. Weiss, you're back! Little Naughty's eyes lit up when he saw him coming back. Yeah, Levis hugged her and nodded with a smile. What a terrifying explosion. I'm afraid it's no less than the power of an intercontinental missile. Phil Coulson couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the explosion in front of him. The energy explosion finally stopped, and I saw that a large crater was formed in the place where it exploded just now, and the diameter has reached a kilometer range by visual inspection. In fact, even Levis never thought that the two energy explosions could be so terrifying. How is it resolved? Tony landed beside them too, opened his mask and watched the explosion in shock. At the same time, he also thought about it. Levi's trick just now used the electromagnetic force to eject the coin, which seems to be very powerful. Perhaps you can also equip such a weapon on your steel armor. The more Tony thought about it, the more insane he felt. Levis shook his head when he heard the words, I don't know, but such an explosion should have some effect on that destroyer. At this time, the three warriors of Asgard, Sif and Thor, also approached. Warrior, it's unbelievable that you can unleash huge amounts of attacks with such power. Fandral looked in disbelief. It was enough to shock them that Levis could block the destroyer's beam attack just now. Unexpectedly, this is not an accident. The strength of the man in front of them is really beyond their imagination. The others also looked at him in shock. Levis smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small trick, not sure if it can solve the destroyer. He found that the destroyer in front of him may not be as perverted as in the comics, but he is also much stronger than the movie. It's hard to say whether the explosion just now can solve the destroyer. Thor on the side clenched his fist tightly. He was very unwilling. This was obviously something of Asgard, but in the end it had to rely on the Midgard. Soon the smoke cleared. Look, Hawkeye reminded everyone -517, his eyes fixed on the figure walking out of the smoke. Everyone followed his gaze. It turned out to be completely uninjured. The little Naughty couldn't help but exclaimed roar. The faces of the three Asgard warriors, Sif and Thor, became solemn. They are not surprised. After all, this is the armor of the god King Odin, and they have heard the legend about this armor since childhood. It's normal that such explosions don't do normal damage to it. Weiss, what should we do? Should we use a nuclear bomb? Phil Coulson looked at Levis seriously. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Not yet. Is there anything you can do? Phil Coulson was a little surprised to hear this. In fact, the question of launching a nuclear bomb was asked by Nick Fury, and it would be great if it could be solved without launching a nuclear bomb. Warrior, can you still use the attack just now? But even that attack is useless to the destroyer, Fandral frowned. I know, Levis nodded, that was just a tentative attack. 99. What? When everyone heard his words, they were stunned for a moment. It was only a tentative attack that could trigger such a powerful explosion just now. Did something go wrong? The destroyer is coming! The little Naughty screamed roar, making everyone who was originally shocked come back to their senses. Warrior, use this for you! At this time, Fandral handed over the one-handed sword in his hand. I think, with your ability to move in space just now, plus our weapons should be able to deal with the destroyer. 35. To allow a swordsman like Fandral to hand over his sword to the policeman, it shows that he has a lot of respect for Levis. Most Asgard people are people who worship force. Once they are recognized by the other party will pay the highest respect. I don't think so, Levis waved his hand in rejection. There are many ways he wants to deal with the destroyer, all without weapons. And don't forget that he just signed into Thor to get the super ability of weapon strengthening. How strong is LV5 weapon strengthening? Even if he just picks up a stone, it can be used as a magic weapon. No, you may not know, although our weapons are not as strong as Mjolnir, but they are also made by the dwarf casting master, enough to break through the armor of the destroyer. 99. Fandral shook his head and said, Is that so? But I still don't feel the need to, Levis shrugged. Sif on the side saw that the destroyer was getting closer and closer, and the two of them were still discussing this issue and suddenly became anxious. Hey Thor, where are you going? Sif shouted suddenly because she found that Thor had actually walked out facing the destroyer. Loki, I know it's you, listen to me, stop the destroyer. Otherwise it will bring war to Asgard. Thor came to the destroyer and shouted loudly. The destroyer stopped when he heard the words. "Hey, Thor is coming back soon, Tilda," Fandral shouted anxiously when they saw Thor rushed up. Levis was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect Thor to rush up at this time. Just when Thor thought that Loki heard his words and stopped the destroyer, he saw that the destroyer had a big ear in his backhand. The defenseless Thor was swept away in an instant. At the same time, in Asgard's Asgard, Loki, the manipulator of the destroyer, sneers, and his target is never Thor alone. Asgard's 3 warriors, Sif and that human, he would not let them go. Thor, 35. The 4 of Sif were shocked by roar and then rushed up. However, the destroyer would not let them go, only to see the energy gathered in its eye sockets again to release the energy beam. Game over. At this moment, Levis suddenly appeared in front of the destroyer and he held down the destroyer's head so that it could not release the energy rays. At the same time, a hand knife slashed towards the neck of the destroyer. Psst. It is obviously a palm, but under the weapon strengthening, it is sharper than any weapon. The destroyer's head was easily chopped off like tofu. "It's done!" Levis turned around holding the destroyer's head, only to find that everyone's jaw dropped in shock. Obviously, the powerful energy explosion just now didn't hurt the destroyer, but now the destroyer's head was taken off in the blink of an eye. This is too much of a play, it feels a little unreal. But the fact is in front of them and they have to believe it. After taking off the destroyer's head, the entire armor stopped. At this time, suddenly the thunder flashed in the sky and a thunder flew over from a distance. "Be careful," Fandral pulled Sif away. Immediately afterwards, the thunder light went straight to Thor, who wanted to lie on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the whole sky suddenly became overcast and thunderclouds rolled. Thor, who had been knocked out, instantly transformed himself and Thor officially appeared in front of everyone. Thor, who was covered in lightning, suddenly raised Mjolnir. "I am Thor for the glory of the North." Thor raised Mjolnir with a high roar, then looked at Levis. No, it was indeed on the destroyer beside him. However, after seeing that the destroyer's head was gone, he was stunned. "Congratulations on your success in getting your power back, but it seems to be a little late. The destroyer has been resolved by me," Levis said with a smile while holding the destroyer's helmet. When Thor saw this, he felt a little aggrieved. He had already regained his strength. It was time for him to pretend, but he didn't expect that the enemy had already been dealt with, but he didn't think too much about it. "Come on, let's go to Bifrost. I'm going to settle accounts with Loki." Thor picked up the hammer and walked towards the Bifrost teleportation point. The 3 warriors Sif and Asgard also followed after seeing this. "Wait, Thor, I think the warriors should be able to help us." Fandral suddenly stopped Thor. Thor looked at Levis after hearing the words and then said, "I don't think so, I can solve it." This was originally Asgard's business and the destroyer had already brought huge amounts of destruction to the Midgards. How could he be embarrassed to ask others to help? Levis raised his eyebrows when he heard this. In fact, he still wanted to go to Asgard to see it. It would be better if he could sign in Lee Dezhou. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he hasn't signed in today. Looking at the destroyer on the side, he decided to sign on the destroyer. Asgard can go anytime. If the destroyer is taken back, it will be difficult to see. Ding! Does the host sign in to the destroyer? 99. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Armor Incarnation with 100 experience points. J. After getting this ability, Levis quickly understood the usefulness of this ability. Simply put, the Armor Incarnation is able to form an armor outside the body which feels somewhat similar to the Armor Warrior. And the style of the armor can be changed at will. If he were to be an Armor Warrior, no one would doubt you. Seeing Thor rejected his proposal, Fandral could only sigh regretfully. "Warrior, I thought I could fight with you again, but now it seems that I have no chance, but I will not forget that our battle is not over yet and I hope to be able to fight with you again next time," Fandral said with a serious look. Levis smiled and nodded. There will be a chance. 35. He wasn't in a hurry to go to Asgard. There would be a chance later anyway. And as long as he has been there once, he can use space movement to travel to and from Asgard at will. "Heimdall, did you hear that? Heimdall, turn on Bifrost." At this time, Thor had already started calling out to Heimdall on Bifrost. After a long while, something strange appeared in the sky. I saw the clouds in the sky revolving like a funnel accompanied by bursts of lightning. Great, Heimdall responded to us. Sif and the others were very happy to see this. Weiss, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have woken up so quickly. After the Asgard matter is settled, I will definitely invite you to Asgard as a guest. Thor patted Levis on the shoulder and said very seriously, I'll be waiting for 520, so you'd better say goodbye to your little girlfriend. Levis smiled and looked at Daisy, Jane and the others who were driving over. Thor nodded when he saw this, and after a brief farewell to Jane and the others, the five disappeared in front of everyone. Okay, the mission is over, it's time for us to go back. Levis stretched his waist and then smiled with his arms around the little naughty. Since Weiss' mission is over, why don't we stay here for a few more days? Okay, little naughty obviously doesn't want to go back so soon. Well, that's fine, he agreed after thinking about it, and it was just a few more days to play anyway. On the other hand, Tony was planning to secretly bring the destroyer home that had fallen on the ground. But Phil Coulson obviously won't let him take the destroyer so easily. The destructive power of the destroyer is obvious to all, and SHIELD also needs to study this powerful weapon very much. And Nick Fury told Phil Coulson early on that he must bring back the wreckage of the destroyer C-Seb. Seeing that the two were arguing endlessly, Levis ignored them and left first with a little naughty. At night, Levis, who was sleeping comfortably, suddenly woke up. He looked up at the roof opposite the window and saw a flaming skeleton riding a motorcycle looking at it from a distance. Ghost Rider? Levis frowned, wondering why Ghost Rider would find him, but decided to take a look. Gently helping the little naughty cover the quilt, he moved to the opposite roof in one space. Johnny. What do you have to do with me? He said a little annoyingly. Give me the deed of St. Van Gonzalo. Ghost Rider's hoarse voice roared, and then 2 chains were whipped over. What's your nerve? 35. Levis looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was crazy and wanted to snatch the contract of St. Van Gonzalo. But as punishment for disturbing him so late, he was prepared to teach Ghost Rider a lesson. Freeze. 35. In an instant, the air froze into ice and quickly spread to Ghost Rider. The 2 chains attached to the fire of hell were frozen in an instant, and in the blink of an eye along the chain, Ghost Rider was frozen in ice. Hellfires are powerful and can burn the soul, but Levi's freeze mastery isn't a vegetarian. After becoming LV5, each of his super abilities is extremely powerful. Freezing Hellfire is simply too easy. Boom. 35. Levis came to Ghost Rider frozen in ice. Perhaps because of being frozen, Johnny quit the Ghost Rider transformation state. Can you speak well now? He waved his hand to lift the freeze, and Johnny instantly fell to the ground and shivered, apparently because he was not lightly frozen. Anyway, I have to get the contract of St. Van Gonzalo, Johnny said with trembling teeth and very firm eyes. Cut, it's boring. Seeing that he didn't say why, Leviston turned around and was ready to leave. Wait, Tilda. Johnny suddenly fell to his knees and stopped him. Levis stopped in surprise. Please help me, Johnny said with a struggling expression. I need the contract of St. Van Gonzalo because the Witch Heart demon has captured Roshan, and if they don't bring the contract back, they will definitely kill Roshan. So it is. Levis put his hands on his chest and touched his chin, thinking that if he took the St. Van Gonzalo deed, Johnny would have nothing to do with it. But he didn't expect Wu Zinmo to find him anyway. Although I sympathize with Johnny, it is impossible for him to hand over the St. Van Gonzalian contract. I said, you wouldn't be so naive to think that if you hand over the St. Van Gonzalian contract to the Witch Heart demon, he will let you go, Levis sneered with his arms crossed. However, I have no choice if I don't take the St. Van Gonzalian contract back. 35. With that said, Johnny clenched his fist tightly and slammed it on the ground, and blood slowly flowed out, but the wound soon recovered as before. I don't think you need to take the St. Van Gonzalo deed back? Levis shook his head. Johnny's face turned ashen when he heard the words. However, at this moment, an evil aura suddenly appeared not far from the two of them. P.S. Sorry, dear readers, because the author has something to do, so there are only 3 updates and the normal 5 updates every day. I hope you will forgive the author. On the roof of the roof, an evil aura suddenly appeared. Wu Zinmo appeared in front of the two with 3 subordinates. I didn't expect that the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo would be in the hands of an ordinary person. It really made me find it for a while. The witch heart demon looked at Levis with a gloomy expression. Damn, Wu Zinmo, you actually followed me? Johnny gnashed his teeth and looked at Wu Zinmo, wishing he could tear a piece of flesh from him. Ha ha ha, I can take your words as a compliment to me, but you are useless now. Wu Zinmo said, raised his hand and waved, and a black mist shot at Johnny. Feeling threatened, Johnny turns into Ghost Rider again. And after that black mist touched the fire of hell, it was instantly burnt out. If you listen carefully, you can hear countless mourning sounds in the black fog. Levis watched this scene with great interest. The black mist just now was not simple. If he guessed correctly, it should be a curse magic. The curse had been placed on Johnny even before he knew it, but apparently the curse had no effect on him. Thinking of this, he suddenly became interested in Wuxin Demon. It just so happened that it was past midnight and the number of check-ins had also been refreshed. Ding, does the host sign in to the Witch Heart Demon? Sign in, ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability curse with 100 experience points. Is it a curse? Levis was a little surprised and didn't expect that he had just obtained the ability of curse. After checking it, he found that the curse was not much different from what he understood. Inflicts a curse on the target, the effect depends on him. It can be to make the other party feel the pain, or it can be to let the other party die instantly. So can the other party die if they don't have S*X? This is a question worth thinking about. However, Wuxin Demon didn't have so much time for him to think about it. How dare a mortal take away the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo that he was determined to win, which was simply an insult to him. Wu Zinmo said coldly, go take the Saint Van Gangza contract back from that mortal. Hearing the order, the bald earth demon among the three subordinates behind him took the lead and stood up. Follow the order, my lord. The bald earth demon strode towards Levis, and the concrete around him continued to cling to him as if it had life. It only took a moment to make him a rock giant more than 4 meters tall. Huh, it's quite intimidating to be so big, Levis sneered with his arms crossed. The earth demon didn't have any nonsense. He picked up his fist and slammed it from top to bottom. Seeing this calm expression, Levis stretched out one hand, ready to take the punch. On the other side, Wu Zinmo laughed when he saw that he actually wanted to use a mantra as a chariot. Stupid human, go to hell. However, what surprised him the next second was that the Earth Demon's punch was actually blocked, and for some unknown reason, the Earth Demon's entire body made of rocks collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. In an instant, the Earth Demon fell to the ground with a dazed expression. It's really stupid, but it's not me who is stupid. 9. Levis smiled dismissively, but threw a hellfire backhand at the Earth Demon. The Earth Demon, who was still stunned, was instantly enveloped by the fire of hell. Ah tilde, ah tilde tilde. The Earth Demon struggled frantically in the fire of hell, but it didn't work at all. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. His hellfire is only stronger than Ghost Rider, and he can't break free with the strength of the Earth Demon, but it is burned to ashes in a moment. Hellfire, why are you a mere mortal? The Witch Heart Demon didn't react to the Earth Demon's death. Instead, he was very concerned about the fact that Levis even used hellfire. Before Levis could speak, the Witch Heart Demon said again, could it be that you have also become my father's lackey? 35. The contract of Saint Van Gonzalo is in the hands of this human being, and he only needs to sign a contract to become a Ghost Rider, which explains why the other party will also have hellfire. Point 0. When Johnny on the side heard this, he subconsciously thought so too. Otherwise, why would Levis get hellfire? Levis folded his arms and smiled disdainfully, and there was no need to explain. The idiot of the Earth Demon is really too careless, and I still have to let me do it. The water devil was not frightened by the fire of hell, but when he waved his hand, the water vapor in the air immediately gathered to form ice thorns suspended in the air. The water demon waved his hand, and the next moment 10,000 arrows were fired. Numerous ice thorns shot out in volley. The large-scale attack completely enveloped any corner Levis could dodge. However, he had never thought of avoiding it and still just stretched out one hand to face the incoming ice thorn. Immediately afterwards, golden flames erupted and the ice thorns were melted by the flames before they approached. The temperature of the golden flame reached hundreds of thousands of degrees. If Levis hadn't controlled the spread of the temperature, the surrounding area would have caught fire in an instant. The mere water devil's ice thorns simply tickle his flames. Mountain, seeing that his ice thorns were directly vaporized, the water devil suddenly looked confused. However, before he could think about it, the golden flames all over the sky burned. A tilde 99. Just like the earth demon, the water demon was instantly burnt to ashes in a burst of wailing. At this moment, Zai Feng, the last subordinate of Wuxin demon, suddenly shot out several wind blades. The high-pitched sound was unusually harsh. Wind 35. Aware of the sneak attack of the evil wind, Levis was stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. Actually, I can also control the wind. After finishing speaking, he used the vector operation to control the direction of the surrounding wind to gather together, and the wind blade of the evil wind was controlled by the vector operation as soon as it came over. A large amount of wind condensed behind him in the shape of 5-2 into a pair of huge glowing white wings. Levis looked at the wings behind him with interest and a strange feeling came. Originally, he didn't know what the role of Accelerator's white wing was. Could it be that he was stronger in fights? But where is the strength? Now that he finally knows with this pair of white wings, he obviously feels that the surrounding vectors are easier to manipulate. To put it simply, White Wing has increased the upper limit of his vector operation, followed by being able to fly and shoot the light wing as a weapon. What kind of ability is this? Wuxin Demon and Zifeng both looked at him in shock, and the two demons at the moment even had a feeling of facing Angel. You don't need to know what ability, try my heart move. Levis smiled faintly and the white wings behind him shot out countless white feathers. In an instant, the bodies of Zai Feng and Wu Xinmo were all pierced through countless holes. There is no big problem with the regenerative healing factor, but the evil wind on the side suffers. His body was pierced into a sieve and his entire head was smashed to shreds. Although his resilience was strong, he couldn't recover from this injury. Mortal, how dare you hurt the future Lord of Hell? I curse you, your body will start to rot little by little, and eventually turn into a pool of pus and blood and die. Your soul will be controlled by me, I will stop day and night torment your soul. The vicious oath kept coming out of Wuxinmo's mouth. Don't think that he was just cursing, in fact, it was just that he was casting a curse. I saw a cloud of black mist quietly enveloped Levi's body and then scrambled to drill into his body. However, these black mists can't find the entrance no matter what, even the mouth and nose can't get in. Vector maneuvers are well defended against curse attacks, which makes him very satisfied. Immediately afterwards, a red flame erupted from his entire body, and these cursed black mists met the power of the phoenix like a mouse met a cat, and they were instantly burnt to nothing. Wu Xinmo looked at the red flame that flashed in front of him and couldn't help but feel a palpitating feeling in his heart, as if he had encountered something terrifying. It seems that the curse has no effect on me. Levis looked at the witch heart demon with disdain. Then it's your turn. After he finished speaking, Wu Xinmo didn't wait for him to speak and saw that his one hand became a claw and countless winds gathered in his hand, finally forming a white ball of light. Well, it looks like a spiral pill, but it doesn't matter, the witch heart demon eat my ball. Immediately, Levis came to the witch heart demon, and then pressed the white ball of light toward the witch heart demon's abdomen. In an instant, the witch heart demon was blasted out, and at the same time the light ball instantly became larger after it was released. Boom! When the ball of light finally reached the critical point, it exploded, and in an instant, a white light caused the surrounding to become daylight. Wuxinmo's entire body was blown to pieces. Okay, it's done! Levis clapped his hands and smiled. No, that guy doesn't have a soul in his body, so he will never die so easily. At this moment, Ghost Rider reminded. As predicted, at the place where Wuxinmo disappeared, a black mist gathered and Wuxinmo appeared in front of the two again. Hahaha tilde I'm a regenerative healing factor, how can mortals kill me? Wuxin Demon laughed wildly. Regenerative healing factor? Levis touched his chin and looked at the witch heart demon with interest, but he forgot that the witch heart demon and the regenerative healing factor were here. However, there is no so-called real regenerative healing factor in this world, but no solution has been found. He was as strong as a phoenix and was scattered, not to mention he was a little devil. Thinking of this, I saw him move with one hand. After using Storm's weather control, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and rolling clouds. Boom! A ray of light came first and instantly hit the witch heart demon. Wu Zinmo didn't even have time to scream and his whole body was scorched black. However, this was not enough to kill him, but his body recovered in a short time. Mortal, I said you can't kill me, hahaha tilde tilde, Wu Zinmo laughed wildly. However, before he could finish laughing, several lightning bolts struck his forehead again. Mortal, you annoyed me. Wu Zinmo, who was still a little proud just now, was struck by several lightning bolts without the slightest temper. Okay, it's time to end. Levis didn't want to play anymore after seeing this. Wouldn't it be good to go back and hug his wife to sleep? 4.1 I saw him wave one hand, and the fiery red phoenix power turned into a small phoenix and burned towards the witch heart demon. Feeling the palpitating power again, Wu Zinmo's complexion changed greatly because he felt the fear of death. This was the first time he felt this kind of fear after obtaining the regenerative healing factor. However, before he could do anything, the small phoenix came to him in the blink of an eye. Ah tilde tilde ah tilde tilde. Don't look at it as a small phoenix, but the flames that erupted instantly enveloped Wu Zinmo's whole body, and the heart-piercing screams didn't last long. In just a moment, Wuxin Demon was burned to ashes. Okay, it's time to end it now. Levis yawned when he finished and got ready to go back to sleep. Wait, Johnny stopped him at this moment. If you want to find your girlfriend, go find it. Now that the witch heart demon is dead, no one can stop you, Levis said a little annoyingly. No, I meant to say that. Johnny pointed anxiously in the direction of the witch. Levis frowned and turned to look but saw a cloud of black mist slowly gathering from all directions, and the witch heart demon actually came back to life again. Oh, you can even be resurrected like this? He looked at Wuxin Demon with interest. It seemed that the other party's regenerative healing factor really had something, and even the power of the phoenix couldn't completely kill it. The witch heart demon is a regenerative healing factor because it has no soul. It is very difficult to kill him, Johnny explained solemnly. However, Levis did not think so. Although the power of the phoenix could not kill him all at once, it was because the root of the witch heart demon was in the underworld. Unless he is killed in the underworld, as long as there is still power, he will be resurrected again. Jai tilde tilde humans, you can't kill me. The resurrected Wu Zinmo sneered a few times and then waved his hand, only to see a few Trask carrying a woman over. Roxanne? Johnny yelled when he saw the woman. Let her go. Hahaha tilde tilde if you want me to let her go, you only need to snatch the St. Van Gonzal contract from that man and give it to me, otherwise you will know the consequences. Wu Zinmo grabbed the woman's neck and smiled sinisterly. You're actually playing this trick with me. Levis was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the witch demon would use a woman to threaten Johnny. He was a little curious about Johnny's choice. Should he continue to look for him desperately, or should he calm down and think about countermeasures? After Johnny heard Wuxin Demon's words, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and with his strength, he could not pose any threat to Levis at all. Even if he tried his best, he could not get the contract of St. Van Gonzalo, and he knew this very well. But what to do now to save Meng Shan? For a moment, Johnny was sweating profusely. If you give that woman back to him, what if I give you the deed of St. Van Gonzalo? Hearing this sentence suddenly, Johnny's whole body was shocked. He looked at Levis in disbelief, but he didn't expect the other party to be willing to help him. Levis is definitely not trying to help Johnny, but just a message from the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, asking him to hand over the St. Van Gonzal pact to the Witch Heart Demon. Although he doesn't understand Ancient One's approach, he doesn't care. It's the same for everyone. Is this true? Wu Zinmo was a little overjoyed, but he didn't expect his threat plan to be successful, and the other party actually took the initiative to hand over the contract of St. Van Ganza to him. Definitely, I mean what I say. Levis smiled and nodded. No, I can't trust you unless you can give me the St. Van Gonzal contract first. Wu Zinmo thought about it for a while but still felt a little unstable, so he proposed to get the St. Van Ganza contract before releasing him. Johnny was immediately anxious when he heard it, but he didn't expect Wu Zinmo to make such an excessive request. What if he got the deed of St. Van Gonzalo and wouldn't let him go? However, Levis readily agreed. No problem, I'll give it to you. After speaking, he simply threw the Saint Van Gonzalo contract over. After Wuxin Demon took over the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo, he immediately checked it in a hurry. That's right, it's the real Saint Van Gonzalo contract. Wu Xinmo confirmed that there was no problem with the contract and immediately looked ecstatic. Hahaha tilde human, you are really stupid. I didn't expect to believe my words so easily. Witch Heart Demon laughed wildly. Johnny on the side said angrily. Wu Xinmo, return Luo Shan to me quickly as agreed. I'll give it to you if you want. Wu Xinmo glanced at him and then threw the woman out of his hand. Definitely, this is not his sudden kindness. He has no intention of letting go of everyone present. Jai tilde stupid mortal, pay the price for your stupid behavior now. The witch mind looked at Levis and laughed loudly, and then opened the Saint Van Gonzalian contract. In an instant, countless sinful souls rushed out of the contract, and these souls were obtained by Ghost Rider's trial of sinners. If released, each of them can become the most vicious specter. Although Levis didn't know why the Lord of Hell collected as many worst souls as before, he knew that the other party must have no good intentions. And at the moment, countless worst souls are free from the bond. They scream, grin, and exude terrifying negativity. If ordinary people come into contact with these most evil souls, they will be seriously ill or they will lose their lives. However, after the appearance of these worst souls, they were all sucked into the body by the Witch Heart Demon. Hahoya tilde that's it, I feel an unparalleled power. Wu Xinmo felt the constant influx of power in his body, and only felt that there was no longer his opponent in this world. At this moment, his ambition had swelled to the extreme. Really, why do I feel like you just changed from an ant to a strong ant? Levis sneered with his arms crossed. Mortal, how dare you underestimate the future Lord of Hell? The Witch Heart Demon was full of anger, and he vowed to teach this hateful human a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black mist was released from his body, and the black mist formed an incomparably huge giant in the night sky. Hahaha tilde mortals feel the fear, Wu Xinmo laughed proudly, and then a giant fist made of black mist smashed down from the sky. Madness. Levis spat out two words with disdain, without the slightest sense of dodging. It was at this time, a cold voice suddenly remembered. Witch Heart Demon, now you have countless souls in your body that can burn. I don't know when Ghost Rider sneaked around behind Wuxinmo, grabbed Wuxinmo directly, and the fire of hell burned instantly. T.39. Feeling the pain that has never come from the soul, Wu Xinmo can't believe that he is the regenerative healing factor. But at this moment he feels the threat of death. Seeing this, Levis shook his head. The regenerative healing factor of the Witch Heart Demon was a little tricky, unless it kept killing him and draining his power. Until his source of power was completely exhausted. Otherwise, it is impossible to completely kill Wuxin Demon, and after absorbing the worst soul in the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo, the Witch Heart Demon gave him, who had no soul, a soul. This power did make him very powerful, but it also broke his regenerative healing factor. A Witch Heart Demon with a soul cannot escape the burning of the fire of hell. In the hobby of pain, Wu Xinmo's eyes widened and he fell down with an unwilling face. Roar tilde this time it's really over. Johnny gasped and looked at the fallen witch, then walked towards Luo Shan. He's going to take Rosen out of here. However, at this moment applause suddenly came from behind. Clap clap. My servant, you're doing very well, 99. Hearing this voice, Johnny's body froze and then he slowly turned around. However, Wu Xinmo actually stood up again. How is this possible? Johnny's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the Witch Heart Demon could be resurrected after being burned by the fire of hell. Levis, on the other side, looked at the resurrected Witch Heart Demon with interest, and he obviously found that the Witch Heart Demon in front of him was obviously different from just now. Since it doesn't work once, let's do it again. Johnny gritted his teeth and then turned into Ghost Rider again to try to repeat the old trick. However, Wu Xinmo looked at him very calmly and said, "Stupid, do you want to use the power I gave you to deal with me?" What? Hearing this sentence, Johnny was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something and his complexion suddenly changed. Are you Mephisto? Mephisto, the legendary Lord of Hell, is a powerful being on the same level as Odin and Ancient One. And Ghost Rider's power is derived from Mephisto. It is true that Johnny is Mephisto's servant. Ghost Rider, you did a great job, Tilda. Mephisto looked at Johnny with admiration. If he hadn't killed the witch heart demon, I'm afraid that Mephisto's idea of hitting the real world would still have to wait for an opportunity. Turning to look at Levis, Mephisto's entire body of hellfire suddenly surged and surrounded him. After the fire of hell disappeared, Mephisto's attire was completely different from the previous witch heart demon. I saw that he had dark red skin all over his body, he was wearing red armor, his hair was a bunch of hellfire, and he had huge horns like horns. This is exactly what Mephisto was originally. Human, you actually have the power of the Phoenix. This really surprised me. Mephisto looked at Levis with greed in his eyes. Everything that happened before he saw through Wu Zinmo's eyes. The human being in front of him actually had the power of the Phoenix, which really made him crazy with jealousy. Mephisto has seen the power of the Phoenix Force, an ability that surpasses them. He was fortunate enough to get some Phoenix power which enhanced his strength. You must know that he is the Lord of Hell and it is extremely difficult to improve his strength, but he did not expect that a small fragment of the power of the Phoenix could actually increase his strength. This really made him a little unbelievable. At the same time, it also inflated his ambitions. At the level of the Heavenly Father, Mephisto's strength is considered to be the weaker one. Definitely, it's much weaker than Ancient One and Odin. For countless years, he has been trying to invade the human world, but every time he is easily suppressed by the Sorcerer Supreme, it will go to hell. And this time the strength has increased greatly, making his ambitions swell again. As long as he gains some more Phoenix power, then he is confident that even the Ancient One cannot stop him from ruling the human world. In the same way, Levis was a little surprised when he heard Mephisto's words. So you also have the power of the Phoenix. Since Mephisto said so, it also proves that he knows the power of the Phoenix, and maybe he also has the power of the Phoenix. Levi's Phoenix power needs to devour energy in order to restore the previous powerful power. If he can devour Mephisto's Phoenix power, then his Phoenix power will definitely become stronger. Yes, it seems that you understand. If I read it right, you should be a powerful mutant. With such a powerful power in a human body, if you are willing to sign your name on the contract of Sint Van Gonzalo, maybe after I take away the power of the Phoenix, I can save your life and make you my servant, people. Mephisto finished speaking with a proud look on his face, as if it was an honorable thing to be his servant. Servant? Levis couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I said, Mephisto, you are too arrogant just because you want to make trouble in the world. Why do you think you can appear so smoothly now? Real world. If it was him facing Mephisto alone, he would indeed have some emptiness in his heart. But this time he wasn't alone. The Ancient One had already come, but Mephisto didn't notice it. If Ancient One hadn't reminded him just now, asking him to hand over the Sint Van Gonzalian contract to Wuxin Demon, he probably wouldn't have discovered the existence of Ancient One. Tilda maybe the Ancient One could stop me in the past. But after testing, I have now determined that the Ancient One today is simply too busy to take care of itself, and there is still time to take care of me. Even the heyday of the Ancient One will not be my match as long as you have access to your Phoenix power. 35. Mephisto laughed loudly as if everything was under his control. Testing. That is to say, the witch heart demon is doing things in the human world and you did it on purpose? Levis frowned and guessed. Yes, I have wanted to invade the human world for thousands of years, but every time I was blocked by the Ancient One. And the witch heart demon is doing things in the human world, but it has not been discovered, or there is no magician to stop it, which means that the information I got before is correct. The Ancient One has long since died. In battle with Dormammu. Mephisto had previously been informed that the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One had died in battle with Dormammu. It is precisely because of this that he will arrange the move of Wu Zinmo. The purpose is to test whether the Ancient One is still there or not. MJU4 NDA2NTC3 Autumn Furand MWM DCZ OJK equals. He was very satisfied with the result. Ancient One had already died and bought it. Tilda now there is no one on earth who can stop me. The whole world will be ruled by me. 39. Mephisto laughed wildly and the ground of his colleague turned into a lava abyss at this moment. Looking down from the top, you can even see countless demons in hell struggling to climb up in the lava. At the same time, the endless fire of hell also spewed out, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, the entire building was turned into a magma hell. I said, "Are you too happy too soon?" Levis didn't panic. A pair of white wings flapping gently behind him sent him flying into the sky. On the other side, Ghost Rider also rode his motorcycle and took Roshan out of the building. "Human, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the power of the Phoenix and I can spare you from dying." A pair of fiery red demon wings spread out behind Mephisto and flew into the sky. Levis ignored him but said indifferently, "Ancient One, the next thing is left to you." Hearing the name Ancient One, Mephisto's pupils visibly shrank and he looked around carefully. Mirror space? It turned out that they were no longer in the original town but in a mirror space 520. Here, no matter what damage is done, there will be no impact on the real world. "Ancient One, this is impossible. You were clearly injured and died in the battle with Dormammu, and even the breath has dissipated. Why did you appear here?" Mephisto's eyes widened, looking at Ancient One who appeared beside Levis in disbelief. Suddenly, he calmed down, and after carefully looking at the Ancient One in front of him, his face was full of surprise as if he had discovered something. "Ha ha ha tilde tilde Ancient One, if I read it right, you are only in the state of your soul now, which means that you have given up your body." 35. It seems that the news I got is correct. You have indeed been seriously injured and died in the battle with Dormammu, but you survived using your soul state, ha 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 tilde tilde. Mephisto said and couldn't help laughing again. When Levis heard these words, he could not help but look at the Ancient One beside him, and he found that the Ancient One had indeed lost his body. Beside him was nothing but a mental phantom. This surprised him. Would the Ancient One with only the soul body still be Mephisto's opponent? If the Ancient One can't stop Mephisto, I'm afraid the whole world will turn into hell. Seemingly seeing his worries, Ancient One said calmly, "Don't worry too much, he won't succeed." Seeing Ancient One's calm appearance, he finally felt relieved. "Ha ha ha tilde tilde Ancient One, no one can stop me this time." 35. Mephisto laughed and continued, "Don't forget that I am the Lord of Hell, the master of all souls. Any soul will tremble in front of me, and you dare to appear in front of me in the form of a soul." Speaking of this, he suddenly became angry. "Are you underestimating me? Obviously everyone is at the same level, and he is the Lord of Hell who has lived for countless years. In terms of age, he is a well-deserved senior. However, a junior dared to despise him so much. How could this make him not angry?" Hearing this, Levis's heart that had just been put down was raised again. Mephisto was right. The fire of hell specially restrains the soul. Whether the Ancient One can beat him today is not certain. It is very likely that Ancient One is not a match for Mephisto. "Indeed, it's almost impossible for me to defeat you now." Ancient One nodded in agreement. "What? Ancient One, don't cheat on me." Levis was shocked to see Ancient One admit that he was no match for Mephisto. "Don't worry, there's Weiss." Ancient One smiled calmly and did not panic. "Me? No kidding. See Seb, I don't think I can beat Mephisto." Levis shook his head. According to his understanding, the lowest level of Godfather is an explosive star, which is a bit worse in terms of his current strength. It's not that he can't explode a star. If he uses ability to take it slow, he is confident that he can destroy a planet. But to reach the level of destroying the stars at hand is still a lot worse. Unless he can completely control the power of the Phoenix in his body, he may be able to easily destroy the planet with the power of the Phoenix. Seeing this, Ancient One couldn't help but smile and said, "No, I believe in you. I have a secret technique here that can help you control the Phoenix power within your body. With this, I believe you will be able to control the Phoenix power within your body." "Really?" Levis was a little surprised. How to control the power of the Phoenix in his body has always been a very headache for him. Although the power of the Phoenix can be suppressed by vector operations, if the Phoenix does not surrender, it will be difficult to use the power of the Phoenix. Moreover, it is also necessary to worry about the problem that the Phoenix force cannot continue to suppress the Phoenix force after the energy absorbing becomes stronger. If he can really control the power of the Phoenix, then he has great confidence to defeat Mephisto's. Ancient One nodded and said, "Definitely, magic is very mysterious. Let go of your brain. I will give you the secret method to control the power of the Phoenix." Hearing this, Levis frowned a little hesitation. To know that if you let go of the protection of the brain, it is equivalent to showing everything in front of Ancient One. That is to say, as long as the Ancient One wishes, he will no longer have any secrets to speak of. Weiss, I know your concerns, I won't peek at your memory, please rest assured, and I'm just giving you the secret method, it won't take much time. Clearly, Ancient One understood his concerns very well. But if he wants to learn the secret technique in a short time, he can only pass all the ways of using the secret technique into his mind. Otherwise, it would take a long time to learn this secret technique. In the present situation, it is simply too late. During Levi's hesitation, Mephisto wouldn't be watching. Seeing that Ancient One had found a way to deal with him, he was also a little anxious. If the human being in front of him really completely controls the power of the Phoenix, maybe he is really not an opponent. With his understanding of Ancient One, the other party will not aimlessly. Ancient One, you can't succeed! Mephisto roared, and the whole body burst into hell fire. Then in the fire of hell, a gate to hell was opened. A huge claw like a mountain stretched out from the gate of hell. Seeing this, Levis gasped, "What kind of monster is this?" The Ancient One on the side explained. That is Mephisto's true body, the true Lord of Hell. Once he is released, the whole world may turn into a hell. Then why do you want me to give him the deed of St. Van Gonzalo? Levis frowned. Hearing this, Ancient One shook his head and said, Weiss, as you can see, I'm already dead and only the soul remains. And I've already told you I'm going to leave Earth, and once I leave, no one can stop Mephisto. Rather than passively waiting for Mephisto to come, it's better to draw him out and thwart his conspiracy. After hearing this, Levis couldn't help frowning. He knew that Ancient One was right. Once she was not on Earth, Mephisto would invade the human world without any scruples. By that time, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop Mephisto. Thinking of this, he looked at Mephisto, who had drilled half of his head out of the gate of hell, and finally made a decision. Sorcerer Supreme, I believe in you, teach me the secrets. Ancient One looked at him admiringly after hearing this, and then she quickly tapped Levi's forehead with her finger. It's ready. Is that all right? Levis didn't even have time to react before it was over. Yes, the secret method to control the power of the Phoenix is already in your mind. Ancient One smiled and nodded. Levis closed his eyes. Sure enough, the secret method to control the power of the Phoenix completely appeared in his mind. After checking it, he found that this secret method is extremely complicated. After all, it belongs to the top-level spiritual power control secret method. If an ordinary magician wants to learn, it will take at least a few decades, and he must have a very good understanding. If Levis is asked to learn, even if he has a super brain, he cannot learn it in a short period of time, even at least a few years. Under the indoctrination of Ancient One, he instantly learned this secret technique. Thinking of this, Levis was very pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he made the right bet, and while it was a bit risky to open his mind directly to the Ancient One, he wasn't completely defenseless. Once he finds any problem, he can react immediately. Besides, he is quite trustworthy for the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. So far, he's got it right. Seeing that half of Mephisto's body has been drilled out of the gate of hell, he no longer wastes time and directly starts to control the power of the Phoenix by using the secret method. Don't try to control me. Phoenix seemed to sense the danger and began to struggle violently. Boom! I saw the power of the Phoenix burning involuntarily around him. Levis ignored the Phoenix's struggles and continued to use the arcane spell to restrain her. As expected of the top-level essence mystery technique given by Ancient One, it is really domineering. Under the suppression of the secret technique, Phoenix's struggles are getting smaller and smaller. Soon he has completely controlled the power of the Phoenix in his body. Definitely, this is not over because the power of the Phoenix has not completely surrendered and there is a risk of rebound at any time. You must lay your own spiritual imprint on the power of the Phoenix. However, this step is very difficult. If he fails, he may even be attacked by the Phoenix, and at this step he has no way out. In order to completely control the power of the Phoenix, he must do so. A powerful spiritual force poured into the Phoenix Force, and in the deepest position, the Phoenix Girl was trying her best to resist the surrounding barrier full of strange runes. This is the magic seal formed by the secret method given by the Ancient One. For the current Phoenix, it is impossible to break free in a short period of time, but it may not be possible in the future. In order to completely solve this potential threat, Levi's spiritual body came to Phoenix Girl and said, "Phoenix, surrender to me, I can restore your previous powerful posture and even become stronger. If you want me to surrender, stop dreaming." 39. Phoenix glared at him with no intention of surrendering. As for Phoenix, Levis is a robber, she was just robbed. Levis frowned when he heard the words, and it seemed that he had to resort to violence. His thoughts moved, and the next moment, the barrier full of strange runes shrank in an instant, and in the blink of an eye it was directly bound to the Phoenix Girl, causing the flames all over her body to go out and she became naked. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. This figure is really good. The Phoenix body actually has no gender and entity, but it has been in Chin-Ji Lei's body for a long time, so it will transform into a human form. The humanoid appearance is very similar to Jean Grey, but she looks younger and more beautiful, and her body proportions are perfect in every part of her body. Rao is that Levis has never seen such a perfect woman. Let go of me. 9. The shackled Phoenix Girl was still struggling. Her temper was too stubborn, but he liked it. "Phoenix, surrender to me quickly, otherwise I can only use the last resort." The last resort that Levis said was to use mental power to forcibly imprint the Phoenix on the body, which was very risky. While saying this, his hand involuntarily climbed up to Gao Feng. Phoenix looked at the hand in front of him, and for some reason his body couldn't help but tremble, and a strange feeling hit his heart. Levis was a little surprised to see her reaction, and then moved. This time Phoenix's reaction was even bigger. At this moment, it seemed that the person in front of him was not a phoenix but just a little girl. Levis became more and more interested. Several days have passed in the spiritual world, and less than a minute has passed in the outside world. Suddenly, Levis released the power of the phoenix from his entire body, and the entire sky was enveloped by the power of the phoenix. This is that human really controlling the power of the phoenix. Mephitos, who had just climbed out half of his body, looked at the power of the Phoenix in shock. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented threat. But this also made him want to get the power of the Phoenix possessed by this human being even more. He could see that the power of the Phoenix possessed by this human being was very powerful, much stronger than the power of the Phoenix he had obtained. It might even be the Phoenix itself. In the end, greed still overcome the sense of threat, and Mephitos used all his strength to climb out. If the Ancient One hadn't used magic to delay his time, I'm afraid he would have come out of the gates of hell long ago. At the same time, with the explosion of a large amount of Phoenix power, Levi's body suddenly disappeared. Is it killed by the power of the Phoenix? Johnny, who was watching all this from a distance, stared at the flames in the sky and secretly guessed in his heart. Ancient One did not panic when she saw this scene. She believed that Levis would be able to succeed. The power of the Phoenix shone across the sky, and then the power of the Phoenix began to shrink. Eventually, a huge amount of flame Phoenix soars in the sky. Chirp tilde tilde. The Phoenix roared loudly, and the loud voice even penetrated the mirrored space. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be able to hear this chirping sound that went straight to the soul. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Ancient One, Johnny, and Mephitos, the Phoenix flashed and instantly changed back to the appearance of Levis. Success! Ancient One saw this scene, and his face was filled with a gratified smile. However, when Mephitos saw this, he only felt that the human being in front of him was a greater threat to him, which made him have to be cautious. However, at the moment, he finally stepped out of the gate of hell and successfully let the real body come to the human world. This was the first time in his history that his real body had come. At the same time, Levis kept looking at himself. In the past few days in the spiritual space, he finally made the Phoenix completely surrender. Due to an accident, he and the Phoenix were completely integrated, but it was also a blessing in disguise that allowed him to perfectly control the power of the Phoenix. It can be said that at the moment he has not lost to humans but has become a god. Wes 35. Suddenly there was a flash of fire beside him, and a phoenix in a fiery red dress appeared beside him, looking at him tenderly. No one could hold in his eyes. "Phoenix, let me deal with this big guy first, and then I'll accompany you well." Levis took Phoenix's small hand and said softly, Phoenix didn't say much, nodded and then turned into a cluster of flames and penetrated into his body. Phoenix's submissive appearance was completely different from before, thanks to the reason why he completely conquered Phoenix in the spiritual space. Thinking of this, Levis couldn't help feeling a little proud. Not thinking about this, he looked at Mephitos and said lightly, "Mephitos has made you wait for a long time. Now I want to return your words to you just now. Hand over the power of the Phoenix and then go back to the underworld. I can spare you." Although his tone was flat, his words were full of domineering. Hearing this, Mephistopheles' face was gloomy. "Boy, you are still too young. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me if you control the power of the Phoenix? It seems that you don't intend to obediently call out the power of the Phoenix. Then I will let you see if I have the ability to be arrogant." 39. Levis is too lazy to talk nonsense so much. I saw him wave his big hand and the flames in the sky instantly formed a flame phoenix which burned towards Mephitos, which was hundreds of meters high. "Humph. I want you to see the fate of underestimating me." Mephitos snorted coldly and then also waved out the flames of hell in the sky to form a huge incomparable flame beast rushing towards the flame phoenix. Seen from a distance, the flame phoenix is not a single star smaller than the flame behemoth. The two flames collided together and an astonishing thing happened. I saw that the flame beast was instantly shattered by the flame phoenix, and at the same time the fire of hell was completely absorbed. How is this possible? Mephitos looked at this scene in disbelief. He really did not expect that the fire of his own hell was directly swallowed up. The flame phoenix that devoured the fire of hell even expanded in a circle and then charged towards Mephitos again. At this moment, the sense of crisis in Mephitos' heart became stronger, and with his huge amounts of body, he couldn't dodge at all. In desperation, Mephitos could only wave huge amounts of demon wings with all his strength, and in an instant the strong wind roared, and even the tall buildings on the ground were blown away by this hurricane. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. However, this has absolutely no effect on the flame phoenix. Chinese letter tilde tilde. With a scream, the power of the phoenix instantly turned into flames that surrounded Mephitos. "Damn, tilde tilde my power tilde tilde." Mephitos, who was burned by the power of the phoenix, was terrified because he found that the power of the phoenix did not burn him but absorbed his power. To make matters worse, the power of the phoenix in his body kept struggling as if it had been summoned, which made him a little confused. "Stop, stop me!" Mephitos was incompetent and furious, but there was nothing he could do. The power of the phoenix is too domineering, and any force that approaches will be completely absorbed, and his magic is no exception. Soon the power of the phoenix in his body finally broke through the bondage. As if returning to the embrace of his mother, the power of the phoenix was absorbed in an instant. Boom! After the flame phoenix absorbed the power of these phoenixes, it became obviously stronger. Tilde tilde. Mephitos, who was scorched by the phoenix flame, finally let out a wailing, because in just a short while most of the power in his body was sucked away. And the power of the phoenix is still constantly being absorbed, and if it goes on like this, he will probably be sucked dry. At a critical juncture, Mephitos resolutely prepared to escape. "Want to run away?" Seeing Mephitos turning around and wanting to go back from the gate of hell, Levis couldn't help sneering. "Just come and go, it's not that easy." I saw him dodging and came to Mephitos, followed by a punch. Boom. Mephitos, who was completely unprepared, was instantly blasted out by this punch. "Damn human, give me death." Seeing Levis blocking the gate of hell, Mephistopheles' face was fierce, and huge amounts of demons slammed down. Madness, Levis spit out two words lightly and then slammed it out with a punch using vector operations. Boom! As expected, Mephitos was blown away again by a punch. Tilde tilde. The strength of Mephitos, who was blown away, became weaker and weaker. Seeing that he could not go back, he said viciously, "I will curse your body to fester little by little. Your 5 internal organs begin to rot, the blood turns into pus and blood, you will die in agony, and your soul will fall into hell and be tortured by me forever." Curse, as expected, father and son both would play this kind of rude tactics. Levis shook his head disdainfully. If it was the curse of the previous level police officer, he might have been a little threatening to him. But now that he has merged with Phoenix, no matter how strong the curse is, it is useless to him. As predicted, a large amount of black mist suddenly appeared around him, but these black mists were absorbed by the power of the Phoenix before they approached. The Phoenix Force is not picky about food, this curse is just sending him energy. Seeing that the curse he cast with his last power had no effect, Mephitos suddenly wanted to vomit blood. Immediately afterwards, in the burning of the power of the Phoenix, Mephitos wailed and was reduced to ashes. Chirp tilde tilde. The flame Phoenix roared again, then turned around and charged towards Levis, and when it got closer, the flame Phoenix instantly merged into his body. Boom! A more powerful Phoenix Force burst out, and after absorbing a Phoenix Force and all the power in Mephitos, his strength became even stronger. He clenched his fist and felt this incomparably vast power. Levis was excited. With his current strength, I am afraid that even Odin and Ancient One may not be his opponents in their heydays. Weiss, congratulations! At this moment, Ancient One came to him and said congratulations. Haha tilde tilde, this is also thanks to Ancient One Magician, your secret method, otherwise I wouldn't have had such an easy control over the power of the Phoenix. 35 Levis laughed out loud. Seeing this, Ancient One also smiled and said, I am afraid that your current strength has surpassed mine and the future of the earth will be handed over to you to protect. Isn't there a new Sorcerer Supreme? Although Levis pursues great power, he is not interested in making him the protector of the earth. Weiss, with great power comes great responsibility. The new Sorcerer Supreme has not grown up yet, so it needs your help. 35. Okay then. Seeing that Ancient One had said so, he was embarrassed to refuse. After all, he was able to fuse with the Phoenix thanks to Ancient One's secret techniques. Ancient One finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he agreed. Although you killed Mephitos this time, he will still be resurrected in the underworld, but it will be many years before he regains his strength, so don't worry about the threat from hell for the time being. Ancient One Magician, now can you tell me why you died? Levis asked with interest. He is also very interested in Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. Having been able to fight with Ancient One for so many years, it can be seen that Dormammu is at least a strong mountain of level Godfather police. After a moment of silence, Ancient One explained, Wheeze, do you know Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension? Dormammu. Heard, Levis nodded. Ancient One was a little surprised to hear that. The name Dormammu is generally impossible to hear because few people know it. But she didn't bother about it. When Dormammu invaded Earth some time ago, although I managed to repel Dormammu, I was killed by Caecilius, a believer of Dormammu, Ancient One said with a calm expression. And then, Levis couldn't believe that the Ancient One would actually be killed by Caecilius and stabbed to death anyway. Although drawing on the power of the Dark Dimension strengthens my strength and life, it also binds me, so I will take this opportunity to give up my body, Ancient One explained lightly. That's it, Levis touched his chin and nodded. This explanation is almost the same. It is unbelievable that he was stabbed to death with a knife or something. Wheeze, aren't you surprised? Ancient One asked strangely. Surprise? Surprised what? Levis asked rhetorically. You should understand what the power of the Dark Dimension represents, right? What does it mean? Makes people crazy, or makes people fall into the dark abyss? Levis smiled and shrugged, then added. Maybe this happens to other magicians, but you're the Sorcerer Supreme, aren't you? Power is never good or bad, only those who use it. Perhaps there is something wrong with Ancient One's approach. After all, she once ordered that no magician can learn dark magic. The reason is to prevent the magicians from removing the power of the Dark Dimension, because once the power of the Dark Dimension is removed, they will lose themselves and become followers of Dormammu. Just like Holy Place magician Caecilius. And why Ancient One is not afraid, that is because she can control the power of the Dark Dimension and will not become a believer of Dormammu. 523. Ancient One could not help but appreciate him even more after hearing these words. It would be great if Levis could become the Sorcerer Supreme and protect the Earth after she left. Too bad he refused. However, Ancient One does not insist on this kind of thing. If the new Sorcerer Supreme she is looking for can grow up, it can also protect the Earth in her place. Weiss, what you said is very good, but there is actually another reason for me to do this, and that is to lure out the potential threat of Mephitos and then solve it so that I can leave with confidence. 35. Levis frowned when he heard this. He still didn't understand why the Ancient One had to leave Earth. Ancient One seemed to understand what he was thinking, so he took out a green gem that looked like an eye. This is called Eye of Agamotto, which allows me to see the past and the future, but the future is obviously not optimistic. What happened in the future? Could it be that aliens invaded Earth? Levis guessed that a certain purple sweet potato essence might be coming, but with the strength of Ancient One, it should be a very simple matter if you do not want the purple sweet potato essence to get all the Infinity Stones. This shouldn't be a big disaster. Ancient One shook his head and said, taking it is just a small matter, 99. Levis thought to himself, so what's the real big deal? Weiss, you have to know that the Eye of Agamotto can't see everything in the future. Ancient One shook his head, his face suddenly serious, but we can see from some things that we will face the future. A huge amount of catastrophe, a catastrophe that engulfed the universe. That's really bad, Levis frowned when he heard this. He really couldn't figure out what else could threaten the entire universe after the purple sweet potato essence. Is it Dormammu, or the Celestial Group, or the Court of Life? Weiss, I see hope for the future in you and many people, but it's not enough. I'm going to find more people who can face this catastrophe. Ancient One turned around and looked at him with a solemn expression. Levi's mood was also a little heavy when he heard this. Okay, now that the things to do are almost done, I should leave too. After the Ancient One opened a portal, he planned to leave. But at this moment, Ghost Rider, who was not far away, suddenly stopped her. Sorcerer Supreme, please wait. Do you have anything else to do? Ancient One asked, pausing to step into the portal. Johnny looked at Levis and then at Ancient One, then got down on one knee and pleaded, Sorcerer Supreme, please help me. You want to get rid of Mephitos' control, Ancient One said lightly. Yes, please help me with Sorcerer Supreme, Johnny nodded. Although Ghost Rider is a servant of Mephitos, almost every Ghost Rider signs a contract by himself. But there is no doubt that every Ghost Rider actually wants to escape Mephitos' control in his heart. It's a pity that once you sign a contract and become Ghost Rider, you can no longer get rid of the control of fate. Now that someone has wiped out Mephitos and the legendary Sorcerer Supreme is right in front of him, Johnny is full of hope for breaking free from the bondage of the contract. I see, go find the new Sorcerer Supreme, he can help you, I'm running out of time now. But. When Johnny heard this, he was a little anxious, and to find the new Sorcerer Supreme, he must go to the holy place of magicians, Camertage. But that place is not a place that he, a demon, can go to. I'm afraid he has just approached the 3 holy places, and he will be discovered by magicians who jumped out of nowhere, and then he will be besieged by swords, and halberds. I know your concerns. Ancient One obviously knew about Johnny's difficulties, and then she looked at Levis and said, Weiss, aren't you going to Camertage too? Why don't you take it with you? 5. Is it necessary to be so troublesome to just open a portal? Levis clearly didn't want to bother with Johnny. I'm dead in Camertage, and if it reappears, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary disturbances. Well then. 35. Seeing that Ancient One had said so, he was too embarrassed to refuse again. Leave this to you. Ancient One said and took out a magic badge with the Eye of Agamotto inscribed. With it, you are a full member of the Priory, and it is not difficult to meet the new Sorcerer Supreme 99. Levis nodded after taking the badge. The Priory, he knew, was an organization formed by the magicians of Camertage, and only the core members would have such a badge. Then I should leave too. Ancient One looked at Levis with a complicated look, then turned around and walked into the portal. Although the Eye of Agamotto can see the past and the future, the Ancient One found that he could not see the future of the mutant with the power of the Phoenix at all. But after this series of contacts, maybe this mutant can turn the tide in the future catastrophe. It is precisely because of this that Ancient One specially researched the secret method to control the power of the Phoenix and handed it over to him. After the Ancient One left, the mirror space disappeared. Levis and Johnny and Mengtian are back on the roof of reality. However, upon returning, they found that they had been surrounded. A large number of police cars appeared downstairs. The roof was already full of police officers, and there were even several helicopters hovering in the sky. The three people who suddenly appeared immediately attracted everyone's attention. The three people who suddenly appeared over there, please put your hands where you can see them and undergo routine inspections. In a helicopter, a policeman shouted loudly with a loudspeaker. However, before he could finish speaking, Phil Coulson honked the horn beside him. Let me handle it. Phil Coulson got off the plane after saying that, and then he waved his hand, and the lights around him suddenly shifted away. Weiss, I didn't expect you to be here. What happened just now? I also want to ask, what exactly are you doing in such a big battle? Levi's arms crossed his chest and looked unhappy. He was lit by so many lights just now. If Phil Coulson hadn't come in time, he would have tried to teach these people a lesson. Phil Coulson scratched his head in embarrassment. It's like this, because a bird chirping sounded all over the world just now, and an abnormal energy fluctuation was detected here, so the director ordered me to check it out. After a while, no problems were found. 99. Oh. Levis was a little surprised. Birds chirped all over the world. Could it be when he turned into a phoenix just now? Thinking about it like that, he thought it was very possible. Although it was in the mirror space of Ancient One just now, it is not surprising that it affected the real world when it was transformed into a phoenix. You are late. The crisis of destroying the world has been solved by me. Levis waved his hand indifferently and turned to leave. The crisis of destroying the world? Hey, wait a minute, you explain clearly. Phil Coulson quickly followed with a puzzled face when he saw that he was about to leave. Johnny, here's my contact details. I'll talk about going to Camertage later. For now, I just want to go back to sleep. After speaking, Levis yawned and turned to leave. Johnny didn't talk nonsense either, took down the contact information and left with Rosen. Hey, wait a minute, tell me what's going on. Phil Coulson followed behind 99. However, the next moment, Levis disappeared on the rooftop. This scene gives Phil Coulson a headache and he has to report the findings to Nick Fury. How does this make him report the next day? Woke up early in the morning by Phil Coulson knocking on the door. Levis got up reluctantly and opened the door. Weiss, today you should talk about what happened after you finished it. You must know that this matter affects the whole world. Phil Coulson saw him and started talking about Bala Bala. God knows he's done because he didn't sleep all night because of the investigation. Sometimes he wondered if his hair was falling out because he was worrying too much. Okay, then I'll just explain it briefly. The way Levis was entangled, he had to explain what happened last night. Weiss, wait a minute. Phil Coulson hurriedly pulled out his laptop and hooked up to Nick Fury's video. Director, what happened last night? You should listen to Weiss himself, Phil Coulson said hurriedly after opening the video call. Nick Fury nodded when he heard the words, then looked at Levis and said, then let's start, Weiss. Well, then I'll just say it briefly. Last night Ghost Rider found me. After killing the Witch Heart demon, the Lord of Hell Mephitos appeared. What is the Lord of Hell? Nick Fury couldn't help but interrupt him. The Lord of Hell is Mephitos, the mythical one, Levis explained. Mephitos, the mythical Lord of Hell. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson are a bit confused. How can mythology be involved? But thinking of seeing the real Thor before, it is not unacceptable to hear Mephitos, Lord of Hell. Okay, don't interrupt me. No problem, you continue. Nick Fury waved his hand for him to continue. Levis took a sip and continued. After Mephitos, the Lord of Hell, appeared, I destroyed him with the Sorcerer Supreme. Then what? After waiting for a long time without seeing him, Nick Fury asked suspiciously. And then? Then it's gone, Levis shrugged. Nick Fury's head was full of black lines when he heard the words, this is the so-called simple explanation. This is too simple. I want to ask, who is Sorcerer Supreme? Seeing that he didn't want to explain further, Nick Fury had to ask who the Sorcerer Supreme was. Sorcerer Supreme is Sorcerer Supreme, her name is Ancient One. Well, I'm done. Levis stood up and went back to the room. Only Phil Coulson and Nick Fury looked at each other. Director, did you hear anything? Phil Coulson wondered. I hear a fart. Nick Fury's face was sore. How could he know who was who just based on the names just now? What, the Lord of Hell Mephitos came to Earth, and then Levis and Sorcerer Supreme destroyed the Lord of Hell together. Levis would have thought it was a fairy tale if it hadn't come out of Levi's mouth. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Levis and Naughty have returned to the Mutant Academy. The last time Tony promised to help him with the plans for the Sky Warship, it had already begun. The research site is in a cave that is being hollowed out, but it is impossible to start the experiment of the Sky Battleship immediately, and it will take a lot of time to prepare. As for the destroyer's armor, with the approval of Nick Fury, Tony was asked to study for a month. Destroyer armor must be returned to SHIELD after 1 month. Tony agreed without a second thought. After instructing Pepper to deal with other things, he plunged into the laboratory for retreat research. On the other hand, Levis also started his research in the X-Men's underground lab. Levis has been here for nearly half a month, and he spends most of his time studying artificial intelligence every day. That's right, he wants to create his own artificial intelligence to help him build a Sky Warship. Once the Sky Warship is built and 4.1%, then this artificial intelligence can also be used as the main program of the Sky Warship. To this end, he specially obtained the program code of JARVIS from Tony, and the price was to produce a large amount of endeliment matter for exchange. After getting the program code of JARVIS, Levis started half a month of research, and just today his artificial intelligence finally succeeded. "Come on, report the current status," Levis ordered excitedly. Beep. A complex electronic sound sounded, and then a virtual projection was projected into the air. Misaka feels everything is fine now. May I ask if the Master is connected to the internet?" Misaka asked suspiciously. Why did you even learn Miss Misaka's oral fetishes?" Levi's mouth twitched slightly. That's right, his artificial intelligence was created based on Misaka's sister, including the virtual projection of a little girl in Takiwadai's school uniform and goggles. But what's wrong with this Misaka sister's oral fetish? Because the Master entered a lot of information about the catalog of forbidden magical books, Misaka also found his origin, Misaka explained hard. So this is Levis suddenly realized that when he was designing artificial intelligence, he also set the story of the magical forbidden book catalog into it. Unexpectedly, Misaka took the initiative to find his own character and learn it, but if there is a fetish, there is a fetish. He doesn't hate that. Misaka, start connecting to the internet. Misaka received an order to start connecting to the network. I saw Miss Misaka's whole body data flickered by the virtual projection, and in a short period of time, she had already obtained most of the world's data on her mobile phone. It can be said that the Misaka that Levis painstakingly designed is definitely stronger than Tony's JARVIS. The Master Misaka met the same kind, and Misaka said happily, "It's JARVIS." Levis was a little surprised, but most of Misaka's code was taken from JARVIS, so it's not surprising that he treated the other party as the same kind. Cough cough tilde tilde Misaka, you must never trust others to know about it. Even if it is the same kind, Misaka is the only one who can trust me. In order not to let his children and JARVIS learn badly, Levis can only issue such an order. Misaka doesn't understand the Master's words very well, so Misaka asked suspiciously. The current Misaka has just been born and there is no emotional system implanted, so the understanding of ability is still very limited. Levis is considering whether to develop an emotional system and implant it in Misaka in the future, but this matter is not in a hurry for the time being. You don't have to understand, just do as I say. Misaka level obeys the Master's orders, Misaka said very seriously. 39. Levis nodded in satisfaction. Come on, let's meet our genius Uncle Tony and see how his latest research is going. With that he left the basement. Misaka's host can only be temporarily placed in the basement. With the protection of the end element material created by him, ordinary people can't destroy it at all. And there is a subroutine of Misaka in his mobile phone that can follow him all the time, and he can call out Misaka at any time when he needs it, which is very convenient. For this reason, he also specially installed a virtual projection function on the mobile phone. It took him a lot of effort to install this function on a small mobile phone. Weiss, you're finally out. Polaris outside the underground laboratory looked a little happy when he saw him come out. Lorna, sorry, I haven't been with you for half a month. Levis apologetically stepped forward and hugged Polaris. He has been studying artificial intelligence programs for the past 2 weeks so that he has no time to accompany them at all. No need to apologize, I know you must be doing something very important. Polaris shook his head with a smile. You can understand it. Levis kissed her softly. By the way, Weiss, I still don't know what you are busy doing these days, Polaris asked curiously. Well, let's talk as we walk. Levis put his arms around her waist and left the lab. Along the way, he briefly explained the existence of the artificial intelligence Misaka. My God, Weiss, you actually created artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence North Star definitely knows it. It stands to reason that this idea is just a guess for the time being, and it will be at least a few decades later. Unexpectedly, Levis has already realized it now. It's not really surprising, Tony has already researched at point 35. Levis shrugged without any pride. The technology in this world is really derailed a bit, just like the whole world doesn't have a full smartphone. But Tony has even come up with high technology such as virtual projection and artificial intelligence. This really makes me speechless. And his Misaka was also created based on the program code of JARVIS, which is something to be proud of. Although he is confident that he can create artificial intelligence if he is allowed to create artificial intelligence from scratch, it just takes a little more time. He was just a little lazy, so he just took the code of JARVIS and used it. That's an amazing thing, Polaris still praised with a look of admiration. Although Levis took such compliments very well, he was a little embarrassed by it. Weiss, you are finally willing to come out of the laboratory. At this time, the oncoming little naughty and Clarice saw him and ran over in surprise. The experiment will definitely come out. 35 Levis helplessly shrugged and smiled. Finally done, great, I thought you'd be in the lab like that guy from Tony. The little naughty finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his words. How is that possible? I'm not relying on technology to eat. Levis was a bit dumbfounded just because he didn't want to stay in the laboratory every day. He would find Tony, a tool man, to prepare the sky battleship for him. Also, the Misaka system was developed because I wanted to be lazy. Congratulations, Wheeze, Clarice congratulated with a smile. Thank you. Levis stepped forward and kissed Clarice on the cheek. Clarice was always so gentle. The little naughty on the side was a little unhappy when he saw this, folded his arms and pouted. Seeing that, Levis couldn't help but give her a try. Humph, the little naughty snorted with satisfaction. Fortunately, you came out early, otherwise Katie and Lauren would be taken away. Oh, what's going on here? Levis was a little confused when he heard this. Although he used to be indifferent to the beauties around him, the other party would take care of them when they came to the door, and it didn't matter if they didn't. But now his attitude has changed a little, like Katie and Lauren beside him. He can't say that he doesn't have any interest in them. Before, it was just because of Xianyu's mentality that he was too lazy to move, but after integrating the power of the Phoenix, he became a little overbearing in his heart. Rather than watching Katie and Lauren enter someone else's arms, it's better to accept them all. Anyway, I have 3 women and I don't care about 2 more. And there is a spiritual hint and there is no need to worry about betrayal. Weiss, you really have thoughts about Katie and Lauren, the little naughty said with some jealousy, forehead. He had no reason to object to this. That's right, after class just now, Katie was called away by Colossus and Lauren was called away by John. Clarice took the initiative to explain for him. I see, in the original book, Colossus had an idea for Shadowcat which was not surprising. What surprised him was that John, the kid, even set his sights on Lauren. Wasn't this guy's lesson last time enough? He even dared to rob a woman from himself. It seems that he needs to be taught a lesson again. Thinking of this, Levis knew the location of the two with a telepathic sweep and then walked towards the nearest Katie. Polaris, little naughty and Clarice, who were behind them, looked at each other in dismay and they had no choice but to follow. They simply have spiritual hints, but they have no other ideas. They are just a little unhappy and jealous. It didn't take a few people to arrive at the location where Colossus and Katie were. From a distance, they were talking about something. Levis listened intently. Colossus, please tell me if you have anything. Katie looked at Colossus with her arms crossed. Cough tilde Katie, you know that I'm not very good at communication, but I want to give you this painting. Colossus said and handed over a painting in his arms. Katie was curious and looked at the result portrait. It was exactly what she was painted on, and it looked pretty good. "Thank you, I love it," Katie smiled and thanked. Cough tilde that. "Katie," Colossus hesitated for a long time without saying a word. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving." Katie looked puzzled. Seeing that she was about to leave, Colossus finally said in a hurry, "Well, Katie, do you like a guy who is big and strong but is not good at communicating?" 99. Hearing this, Katie was a little surprised, but Colossus actually confessed to him. She had a look of hesitation. If it was before, she would definitely refuse without hesitation, but since she knew that Levis chose Clarice, she was very disappointed. Although she never said it, in fact, she has always had a crush on Levis in her heart. After all, there has never been a man as good as him in the entire Mutant Academy. But during a chat with Mary, she actually found out that Mary had become Levi's woman, and not only that, but Lorna too. This shocked her. After all, this is still a monogamous world, and she can't imagine having 3 girlfriends at the same time. And most importantly, she could hear from Mary's words that there was no contradiction between the 3 girls. It was as if the 3 of them tacitly agreed to become Levi's women together. Katie has stopped a lot of things about rich people taking care of several lovers, but she has never seen someone like Levis. This also made her very entangled, not knowing whether she wanted to join or not, and she felt that it would be difficult to accept if she joined. So all this time, Katie has been very confused. Now facing Colossus' confession, she once again remembered this irritating thing. "Katie, what are you talking about?" At this time, Levis and Polaris came over together. Katie's hesitation expression just now made him feel a sense of crisis, but luckily, he used telepathy to check Katie's mind. And only then did he realize that Katie had liked him a long time ago. It's just that he hasn't shown it, which makes him very satisfied. "Wheeze, you finally came out." For some reason, Katie, who was still a little troubled just now, was subconsciously pleasantly surprised when she saw him. Seeing her hesitation just now and her surprised expression now, Colossus didn't know anything yet. "Sorry, Katie, I'm leaving first." 35. Colossus turned and left. "Hey, you're drawing." Katie had planned to return the painting to him, but she didn't expect Colossus to run so fast. "That's a nice painting." 35. Levis looked at the painting in Katie's hand and complimented. "I'll pay him back later," Katie explained. "We decided to go out and have a good time. How about going with us?" 35. "Definitely, how could this kind of thing be without me?" 39. Katie agreed without a second thought, completely forgetting her previous troubles. "Okay, then let's go to Lauren and ask her if she wants to go with her." Levis laughed. "Okay," Katie nodded with a smile. After a while, a few people came to the grove on the playground. "You guys wait here first, I'll call Lauren," Levis said to Katie and the others with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the grove. Seeing this, the children could not help but look at each other. In the woods, John was trying to explain something to Lauren. "Lauren, why don't you like me? Is it that I'm not strong enough? I'm one of the best in school and—" Lauren heard a lot of John Bala's words and suddenly interrupted him with a bit of annoyance. "Can you be as strong as Wheeze? Are you as good as him? You are not worthy at all." John was speechless when he heard the naked words. But the boss is already a little naughty." John looked aggrieved. He was snatched away by Levis before, and he was also taught a lesson. Unexpectedly, pursuing Lauren was hit again. At the moment he really wanted to cry. "Anyway, even if I were to be Wheeze's lover, I wouldn't choose you. Just die." Lauren folded her arms and remained unmoved. John was even more shocked to hear this. Levis felt sorry for John when he saw this scene and was just about to teach him another lesson, but it seemed that it was no longer necessary. "Lauren, so you are here." 33. Then Levis came out. "Weiss, you're finally not staying in the lab." Seeing him approaching, Lauren ran over in surprise. "Yeah," Levis nodded with a smile. "Boss." John at the moment was frustrated, but he didn't expect to confess that he was bumped by Levis again, and he still liked the girl of the boss. "Cough cough tilde tilde John, I remember there were a lot of little girls who admired you in school, right? Why don't you try to accept one of them?" Levis coughed dryly. John is very popular in school and it is normal for many girls to like him, but he didn't expect John to bump into himself twice. That's unfortunate enough. John was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, but he said that too. There were indeed many girls who came to him to confess, but they were all rejected by him. So next time a girl asks him to confess, he can totally accept it. Thinking of this, John finally regained some confidence. Thank you, boss. Haha, you just want to understand. Levis smiled and waved his hand. Then boss, you talk first, I'll go first. John ran away. Weiss, why did you come to me all of a sudden? Seeing John leave, Lauren asked curiously. It's like this, I'm going to go out with Mary, Lorna and the others, so I came over and asked if you want to go with me, Levis explained with a smile. Is it just that? Lauren pouted and looked a little angry. In fact, she also knew about Lorna and Clarice and Mary becoming his women. It's just that with the open mind of the West, she doesn't care about these things. She is already 16 years old and she just wants to give the first time to the man she likes. After all, in the West, it is a very shameful thing to have not handed over your first time at the age of 16. You can do whatever you want. Levis used telepathy to know what was in her heart and felt helpless. This is the Western way of thinking. As long as you have a feeling, you can immediately hand over yourself. Who cares what happens after that? Does not being a virgin affect marriage anyway? But Levis cares. Fortunately, he can use spiritual cues. As long as he becomes his woman, he can't run away. This is something that can't be changed in his life. Is anything really possible? Hearing his words, Lauren immediately hugged his neck with joy and pressed it up. Definitely, but not now, they're still waiting for us, Levis shrugged. Okay then. Lauren let go of her hand after hearing the words and then walked out. When everyone was here, Levis smiled and said to everyone, so where are we going to play? Go to the amusement park. I think the bar is good. Go to the karaoke hall. I think it's more fun to go shopping. Everyone expresses their opinions. After listening to their words, Levis immediately made a decision. Okay, let's all go one by one. Great. But don't we have classes in the afternoon? Katie raised the question. Definitely skipped class. The little naughty waved his hand indifferently. Yes, Weiss is the leader of the X-Men. He took us to skip class so Mr. Orlo won't say anything. 35 Clarice is also relieved. Then we're off. Levis smiled and stretched out his hands, and the girls embraced him. The next moment, they appeared on the bustling streets of New York. First, Levis took them to the streets for a while, then went to have a big meal, went to the amusement park in the afternoon, and then went to the bar and karaoke hall in the evening. At the end of the day, Levis felt a little tired, but the girls were still very excited. In the evening, Levis took everyone to a luxury hotel. After a hard day with my children during the day, it is time for him to enjoy it at night. Get me moving, Lauren, move fast. 35. Lauren rolled his eyes at him. I'm tired already. Tired? I didn't see you tired from shopping during the day, Levis pouted. I can't, you go to them. 35. Lauren said that, just put it down. This made Levis very angry. After playing with Lorna and Lauren for a few days in a row, Levis finally remembered that he was going to visit Tony. Use space to move to Tony's seaside villa. You are welcome, Mr. Levis. As soon as he came here, the artificial intelligence JARVIS took the initiative to make a move with him. Roar. JARVIS, long time no see, Levis laughed. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't signed in to JARVIS, so, ding, does the host sign in to the artificial intelligence JARVIS? Yes. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Brain Strengthening with 100 experience points. Brain Strengthening? Levis looked at it and found that this ability is a bit tasteless, but it is similar to the Super Brain, but it is weaker than the Super Brain. As his strength becomes stronger, the effect of some junk super ability is not very big, not to mention that he now has the power of the Phoenix. To be honest, his super ability is now a bit of a drag. It would be best if you could directly give double the experience. Levis thought so. He can't use too many super abilities, and if all of them are replaced by double experience, the speed of his upgrade to LV6 can be directly half as fast. As long as the upgrade is LV6, he will be able to reach level Godfather with his super ability, but it is not weaker than the current Phoenix power. Ding. Does the host upgrade the system? What? The system suddenly made a sound which surprised Levis. What changes after the traditional upgrade? Ding! After the system is upgraded, the host can choose to sign in to double the experience or choose to sign in to the super ability. Does the host upgrade? After getting the explanation from the system, Levis was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this a drowsiness and a pillow? He just said that if he can sign up to double the experience, his upgrade speed can be doubled, but he didn't expect it to happen now. And you can also take the initiative to choose double experience and super ability, which is great. You can sign up for a super ability when you meet a well-known person or place. If you don't have any super ability you want, you can directly sign in for double experience. It's so convenient. System upgrade. Levis chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding, system upgrade, 0.1%. 0.50%. 0.100%. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host system. But the system has been successfully upgraded in the blink of an eye. Levis looked at the system panel and found that there was not much difference. Host, Levis. Super ability. Vector operation, space movement, frozen control, flame control, energy absorption, electromagnetic force, evolution, telepathy, super infrasound, space reversal, atomic collapse, stealth, molecular manipulation. Dragon incarnation, super brain, weather manipulation, vibration, end elemental matter, transcendence, mechanical heart, ionization, illusion, perspective, telekinetic cannonball, super speed regeneration, super speed affinity. Flexible, Phoenix Force, Hellfire, Marksman, Weapon Strength, Thor's Power, Armor Incarnation, Curse, Brain Strengthening. Super Ability Level. LV.5 Level 5 Mutants. Experience Value, 2801,000,000. It will take a long time to upgrade to LV6, but with double experience, the time can be shortened in half. Thinking of this, Levis is in a good mood. Weiss, why are you here all of a sudden? At this time, Tony also came out of the research room under the reminder of JARVIS. He came over with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Haha, didn't this come to see you when I was free recently? Levis unceremoniously took the glass and drank it. Tony raised his eyebrows at this and drank it. I don't believe you came to see me specially. You want to know how your Sky Battleship plan is going? You know, this matter has always been handled by Little Pepper. You can ask her if you have any questions. Tony obviously didn't believe he was just okay to come and see himself. The matter of the Sky Battleship is not in a hurry. I have found the most suitable person in charge for this plan. Levis said with a mysterious smile, then took out his phone. A virtual light curtain was cast from the mobile phone, and then the image of Sister Misaka appeared in front of the two of them. Does the master need Misaka? Misaka asked suspiciously. Tony was a little surprised to see this. This is the product of the JARVIS code you were going to walk last time. I thought you would just make a copy of the JARVIS tilde. Copy? Uncle Tony, you underestimate me immediately. In fact, I am also a mechanical genius. Levis smiled disdainfully and said, although Misaka's creation borrowed the underlying code of JARVIS, the core code is all created by me. It can be said that my Misaka is stronger than your JARVIS. I don't know how many grades. Yes. Tony shrugged undeniably, obviously in disbelief. You must know that JARVIS was only created by him unintentionally. At this stage, it is almost impossible for him to create it once. How could Levis be able to create another AI using just the underlying code? This is completely impossible. You do not believe. As Levis spoke, his mind moved and the red wine bottle flew up and automatically filled the 2 glasses with wine. Are you here to say this? Tony made it clear he didn't believe he could create artificial intelligence. If you don't believe me, let JARVIS check it out. Okay, since you see this. Tony was actually a little curious. JARVIS to check if the other party is that powerful. Yes, sir. JARVIS agreed and then launched an attack on Misaka. The general network simply cannot withstand the intrusion of artificial intelligence unless it is physically blocked. If you want to know which artificial intelligence is stronger, you need to have a network attack and defense battle. Master, JARVIS is trying to invade the core data. Do you block it? Misaka asked suspiciously. Definitely stop, Levis nodded. Received the blocking order and was blocking. The blocking was successful. Misaka completed the mission and reported. 99. However, after a few seconds, JARVIS, who had been invited to the door of core data, was kicked out in an instant. Sir, the invasion failed, JARVIS reported at this time. How is this possible? Tony looked surprised, not expecting Jarvis to fail. "Humph, I understand now," Levis said with a smug smile. Now Tony has to admit to his words that he has indeed created an amazing artificial intelligence. "Well, you're here today to show off your Misaka, if so you've made it." Tony was a little shocked, but he wouldn't show it. "Definitely not. By the way, you have researched the destroyer for so long. Have you researched anything?" Levis suddenly asked curiously. The last time the destroyer was thrown on Earth, Thor returned to Asgard with the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif. It wasn't a big deal, but Bifrost was destroyed and it was very difficult to fix Bifrost. So Asgard wants to take back the destroyer. I am afraid it is not a matter of a while. To be honest, I have no research on magic at all, and I haven't researched anything effective in the past half-month. Tony took a sip of wine and sighed helplessly. Originally, he planned to develop some valuable technology on the destroyer, so he also agreed to SHIELD to help them upgrade and transform the helicarrier. But this half-month research has yielded nothing because the destroyer was not created using the technology on Earth at all. Instead, use magic. Tony, who has no research on magic at all, can't even open his armor, which really blows him a bit. "Oh, is that so?" Levis was not surprised by this and even snickered inwardly. In fact, he thought about this problem early in the morning, but he didn't say it. "Okay, I won't bother you to continue your research. I have to find Little Pepper and let my Misaka take over the Sky Battleship plan in an all-round way." Levis didn't chat for long, then he got up and disappeared into the room. Tony was a little helpless when he saw this. In his small villa, he was probably the only one who would come and leave if he wanted to. The other side. Levis found Pepper, who was busy in the office, and explained to her about using artificial intelligence to manage the Sky Warship project. "Oh, thank goodness, someone finally helped me to share. Weiss, as the second shareholder of Stark Industries, you have the right to intervene in the company's affairs. You don't know that guy Tony spends all day in the laboratory. I don't care about anything, and there are all kinds of things thrown at me. I'm getting bored." Little Pepper was so happy to learn that he could not manage the Sky Battleship project. Bala Bala kept talking. Levis was a little helpless. No matter what, he could only hear Little Pepper complaining. "If you use Misaka to manage the Sky Battleship project, Miss Misaka will call whatever resources she uses and come here to talk to Little Pepper, just for authorization. Otherwise, the company's resources are called, but it is not good to know who called it." After solving these things, Levis went to the underground research base to see how Magneto's machine research was going. "Master, you are here." Ma Fei and Phoebe noticed his arrival immediately. "Well, how is the research institute lately? Is the research plan going well?" Levis asked with a smile. "Well, the recent research has been relatively smooth, but due to the lack of experimental subjects, Dr. Campbell and Dr. Stern asked to send some humans for experiments, but Dr. Radek was very opposed to this." Sophie answered hesitantly. Levis frowned upon hearing this. It was indeed cruel to use humans as experimental subjects. But if the experimental machine can make humans activate the X gene without side effects and become mutants, the lack of human beings as an experiment is indeed not enough. You can't use mice or something as a test subject. After all, this specifically activates the human X gene. "So how did Mystique solve it?" Levis asked suspiciously. She caught some criminals back," Phoebe answered truthfully. "Well, that's fine, but remember that she should be more restrained. It's better for her to go to the Middle East to catch some war crimes," Levis suggested. "In the Middle East, because the Ten Rings gang has made a mess, it is best to catch a few war criminals and use them as experimental subjects. These war criminals deserve to die." "Understood, I'll tell Mystique," Sophie nodded. "That's good, then let's go and see how the experiment is going." 35. Levis nodded with a smile and then, accompanied by Sophie and Phoebe, went to the laboratory to check the progress of the research. At present, the machine that makes Magneto has been thoroughly studied by several scientists, and some improvements have also been made. According to the experimental report of the last experimental body, it is also possible to awaken the X gene to become a mutant. The drawbacks of genetic collapse still exist, but it is much better than the original machine because this time the experimental body died after more than 10 days of genetic collapse. As a result, there has indeed been progress. Levis believes that sooner or later a machine will be developed that will allow ordinary people to awaken the X gene's ability without side effects. After learning about the progress of the experiment, I chatted for a while under the entanglement of the two sisters Ma Fei and Phoebe, and then returned to the Mutant Academy. Now that the X-Gene Awakening machine and the Sky Battleship plan have already started to operate, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Then it's time for him to make a trip to Camertage too. He is still very interested in magic and does not know what abilities can sign in at Camertage bring him. The next day, Levis called together the X-Men and told them that he was going to go out. Knowing that he was going to Camertage, the holy place of magician, although everyone was very curious, he didn't say that everyone was embarrassed to go. Thanks to accompanying Lorna and the others a few days ago, they did not take the initiative to request a trip to Camertage. Still, Levis promised to take them to Camertage in the future. Downtown New York, Levis had just arrived here when he spotted Johnny. "Yo, it's early 35. Johnny said with a dark face. "Have you forgotten? I have been waiting here for almost half a month." In order to find a day to get rid of Mephisto's control, Johnny went to New York after settling Roshan after that day. As a result, Levis asked him to wait, and this wait was half a month. "Oh, really? Then you must be having a great time in New York." Levis shrugged and laughed. Johnny was speechless when he heard the words. "Okay, no kidding, let's get in the car." "What about your car?" "Over there." Johnny pointed to one side of the locomotive lane. "We're not going to do this to Camertage, are we?" Levi's face was full of question marks. "I don't have another car." Johnny shrugged. "Oh, forget it, let me come," Levis said, and walked into a deserted alley and then used molecular manipulation to start creating a bright car. Only the front of the car appeared out of thin air in the open space in front of me, and then the whole car slowly appeared from the front part. Lee Howe. This scene made Johnny, who was a little careless, so shocked that his eyes were about to fall. "Are you God?" "9. God, maybe," Levis smiled irrefutably. In just a few minutes, a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of the two of them. "It's so cool." Johnny cannot like anything, but he has a crazy love for cars. Seeing these two silver Rolls-Royce Phantoms, he felt as if he had seen a lover and couldn't help but gently stroked them. "I said, can you stop acting like an idiot? We should go." Levis couldn't help but complain. "Okay, let me be the driver," Johnny said, and entered the cab first. Levis didn't fight him either. It would be best to have someone as a driver. "By the way, do you know where Holy Place is going?" "I thought you knew." Johnny was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. Levis was a little speechless when he heard the words. Could he say that he didn't know? He then remembered that he had forgotten to ask the location of the Ancient One Holy Place. However, according to the original plot, one of the 3 holy places in Camertage should be in the center of New York City. Go to downtown New York. Skilled in the ignition, the Rolls-Royce Phantom roared and rushed out of the alley. "What?" Johnny was stunned when he heard what he said, and then he was speechless. "Then why do we have to turn around?" "Where is the holy place?" Johnny asked suspiciously. "How is it?" "Did you find the entrance to the holy place?" Johnny asked suspiciously when he returned to the original place. Johnny had no choice but to trust Levis. "Well, that's all it takes." "Well, I found that the alley we came out from just now should be the entrance to the holy place," Levis said while rubbing his chin. "It's not wrong. As long as you get closer to the entrance to the holy place, you should be able to find it." 35 Levis touched his chin and said. After a while they had circled around New York. It's just some small mistakes, don't take it too seriously. 35. Levis waved his hand awkwardly. No one thought that the alley just now was the entrance to the holy place, so he didn't pay attention to that alley just now. Johnny had no choice but to drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom back to the original alley again. The alley is a dead end and there is no holy place entrance at all. There seems to be magic set up here. 99. Johnny clearly felt the breath of magic. Levis nodded. "Yes, there is indeed a peculiar power here. I think it should be the power of magic." "Do I need to unlock the magic first to get in?" "No, just rush in." 55. "Are you sure?" Johnny looked at him in surprise. "Definitely." Levis nodded definitively. "It is not difficult to brute force this kind of magic." "Okay then." Johnny nodded and turned into Ghost Rider just to be on the safe side. Immediately after, their silver Rolls-Royce Phantom also began shape-shifting. The fire of hell wrapped the body of the Rolls-Royce Phantom became hideous, the front of the car became a huge amount of skulls, and the tires were also burning with fire of hell. "Hey, looks good," Levis compliments. "Sit still." Johnny was a little proud and then stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared powerfully, and even the 4 exhaust pipes at the rear of the car burst into blue flames. Boom. With a roar, the car slammed into the wall in an instant. If this is really a wall, I'm afraid they will be hit with gold stars. However, when approaching the wall, a circle of ripples appeared on the wall. Levis directly used the powerful mental force to open the magic prohibition. In an instant, the car actually got into the wall and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on a street with a Central European century architectural style. The portal is actually open on the street. What the hell is this? Didn't the person who set up the portal consider that it would cause a car accident? Boom! The Rolls-Royce Phantom that just flew out of the portal was caught off guard and knocked out a middle-aged magician. "I said, aren't you a professional racer?" Levis said speechlessly. Johnny was a little embarrassed and he was silent for a while before answering, "Maybe not in the magic world." 35. "Get out of the car and have a look." "Be careful with cheating, I won't help you." Levis crossed his arms and looked irrelevant. Johnny lifted the Ghost Rider transformation and the car returned to its original form. However, as soon as he got out of the car, he was surrounded by a group of magicians. "There are dark creatures invading the holy place." Not only the magician shouted, but 523 figures flashed over in an instant. "It really is the breath of the devil. That thing is really the ghost of you, and now you dare to break into the holy place. It is too arrogant." The middle-aged magician who was flying rushed out of the garbage bag on the side and looked at Johnny angrily. "Wait, it was an accident. We came to Sorcerer Supreme for help." Johnny waved his hand and tried to explain. "Accidental, let's go back to hell and tell Mephitos. My mission is to send you back." After the middle-aged magician finished speaking, 2 more magic swords appeared in his hands with a flick of his hands, and then he slashed towards Ghost Rider. "Who said that magicians' melee weapons are a bit funny, but the power is not to be underestimated." Johnny, who didn't transform into Ghost Rider, was definitely not an opponent. He rolled to dodge the sword. Immediately afterwards, a purple light flashed across the blade and the entire front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was cut in half. "Hey, this is my car." Levis was a little angry that the Rolls-Royce Phantom he had built with great difficulty was just scrapped. "Want to send me to hell? Let's try it then." Johnny was also a little angry and saw that he directly transformed into Ghost Rider, and then pulled out 2 crimson iron chains from his body and threw them, and the ground was instantly melted into 2 ravines. Just like with Thor, you must never let him drop his hammer. In front of Ghost Rider, you must not say "let him go to hell," because every Ghost Rider hates Mephitos very much, and even Johnny's temper is so good and he is detonated. "Devil go to hell." The middle-aged magician didn't even realize that he had angered Ghost Rider, still shouting for Johnny to go to hell, and then charged up with 2 magic swords. Bang bang, bang bang. The sound of the collision between the magic sword and the iron chain came one after another. Unexpectedly, the strength of the middle-aged magician in front of him was not bad, and he even fought back and forth with Johnny. As expected, he is a notorious demon. His strength is indeed strong, but this is a holy place. The middle-aged magician gasped heavily and then looked around, only to see that they were all surrounded by magicians. I think it's all a misunderstanding. This is still Levis and cannot continue to watch the play. HMPH, the humans who are with the devil are not good people, they must be the fallen. The middle-aged magician glanced at him and said, "It seems that it's impossible not to teach you a lesson." Levis also has a temper, and being so provocative by others, he appears to be bullied without teaching the other party a lesson. And just after he finished speaking, the magicians around him took a step forward in unison. The one who is not afraid of death will take another step forward. Levis folded his arms and looked at the magicians with disdain. He couldn't believe it. Was he really not afraid of death? However, the surrounding magicians did not talk nonsense. Chi took another step forward. Levis is speechless. Are all magicians so shameless? So many people plan to fight? Hey, can you do it? Johnny on the side was also a little speechless. What about the one-on-one fight? So suddenly there was a gang fight. Cut, you think I'm you, men can't say no. Levis shook his head disdainfully and said with a snap of his fingers. Snapped, a strange force spread out, and the next moment green vines suddenly grew under the feet of the many magicians present. The vine grows very fast, but it is as tall as a person in the blink of an eye, and these vines quickly bind the surrounding magicians after they grow. Oh, God, what's up now? I'm stuck, help me. Damn, these vines are so hard that the magic sword can't cut them. Everyone be careful, don't get tangled by the vines. A few quick-reacting old magicians dodged the tangle of vines, but these vines seemed to be everywhere, dodging one after another. Soon all the magicians present were tightly bound by vines. The middle-aged magician was also tightly bound by the vines. He looked at Levis and said through gritted teeth, "Damn, I didn't expect you to be a magician, and you are a magician who has fallen into darkness." "Hey, can't you just listen to me?" Levis shook his head helplessly, then took out the magic badge he got from Ancient One and handed it to the middle-aged magician. "Look, you should know this thing. This is a high-level magician badge of the Priory, only available to disciples of the predecessor Sorcerer Supreme. Where on earth did you get it? 35. When the middle-aged magician saw this badge, his first reaction was the badge that Levis got after killing the Holy Place magician. But after thinking about it, it is impossible because there are not many people who have this badge. After all, there are only a few disciples of the Ancient One magician. "Are you a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme?" the middle-aged magician asked in disbelief. That's about it." Levis nodded. "At least Ancient One taught him how to control the Phoenix, so he was his master. Because Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One had a hunch that he was going to leave and had no time to teach me. He asked me to come to the Holy Place to find a new Sorcerer Supreme." "I see, so what about this demon?" The middle-aged magician still looked suspicious. "He is Ghost Rider, and he sought the help of the new Sorcerer Supreme because he wanted to escape the control of the Lord of Hell." Levis explained it briefly. The middle-aged magician frowned when he heard the words and believed a little in his heart. The young man in front of him did not seem to have an evil aura, and his strength was so powerful. There is no explanation other than being a disciple of the former Sorcerer Supreme. "I believe you, at least this magic badge is not fake. Let us all go." The middle-aged magician nodded and finally chose to believe him. Levi's mouth curled slightly when he saw this and then clicked his fingers again. In an instant, the vines on everyone disappeared and the magicians still stood in place without any change. This scene made all the magicians look horrified. "Is it illusion?" the middle-aged magician said with a shocked expression. "That's right." Levis nodded with a smile. He just used an illusion to make people mistakenly think that he was entangled in vines. In fact, they didn't move half a step at all. The middle-aged magician took a deep breath. "I now very much believe that you are a disciple of the former Sorcerer Supreme. With such a powerful illusion, it can instantly pull all the hundreds of magicians around into the illusion, and no one can see the flaw. No one can do this kind of magic except his predecessor, Sorcerer Supreme. By the way, my name is Levis. This magician can now take us to Camertage." Levis looked at the middle-aged magician in front of him and said, with such extraordinary strength at such an age, the middle-aged magician in front of him would have a high status in the monastery. "My name is Dennis. I'm sorry, I can't take you to Camertage, at least not now." The middle-aged magician shook his head and said, "Why?" Levis frowned. "I heard you say that thing just now. Did something happen to Camertage?" Dennis frowned, and after a moment of silence he said, "Since Lisa is a former disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, I won't hide it from you. Have you heard of the Book of Cagliostro?" Levis thought for a moment and said, "I heard Sorcerer Supreme say something." The Book of Cagliostro, also known as the Book of Cagliostro, records the personal history of the great magician Cagliostro and his vast knowledge. There are also various mysterious knowledge collected, including some black magic knowledge from the Dark God book. "That's right," Dennis nodded and said, "This magician has been stolen again, and this time it wasn't a page or two, but the entire book was stolen, so now the entire Camertage is under martial law and—" "And what?" Levis demanded. Dennis frowned and continued, "And now the holy place in New York is not safe. After the Book of Cagliostro was stolen, the entire magic world began to have magicians all the time. At first we thought that the black magicians hiding in the dark took advantage of the death of the predecessor Sorcerer Supreme, and the new Sorcerer Supreme had not grown up to make trouble, but we quickly rejected this speculation because the black magician the side actually died more. So that's the case, that is to say, you think the person who stole the Book of Cagliostro is the same person who hunted the magician, Levis thought while rubbing his chin. That's right, every time the evil magician kills a white magician or a black magician, it will brutally take away all their magic power and soul. As Dennis said, the other magicians on the side carried a few dry corpses out. This evil magician's methods are very cruel, and more importantly, what is he trying to do with so many souls and magic power in the Western Zhou dynasty? Speaking of which, Dennis' face became solemn. Generally speaking, it is also a cruel magic, and the more powerful it is. Not to mention this black magic that requires the collection of other magician souls and magic. If you don't find this evil magician as soon as possible, you will be in trouble when you have enough souls to collect. Are you sure this evil magician is still in New York? Levis asked suddenly. Dennis nodded. Don't worry about this. New York's holy place not only has magic detection effect. In order to prevent the invasion of evil existences from other dimensions, New York's holy place has a very strong space restriction. As long as it is activated, no one can use the portal to leave. And a magician was killed not too long ago, so the evil magician never left the holy place of New York. 35. The three holy places are the masterpieces of the Sorcerer Supreme in all dynasties. It can be said that the whole holy place is a powerful instrument with very powerful ability. Even if Dormammu wants to invade the Earth, it must be approved by the three holy places. In that case, let me help you find this evil magician, Levis said with a smile. Dennis frowned. The evil magician has mastered a way to evade magic detection, so using magic is useless at all. Who told you I was going to use magic? Levis shrugged helplessly. He didn't know magic at all. The illusion just now was just a super ability. Not using magic? Dennis was stunned for a moment. Anyway, it's up to me. 35. Levis didn't explain much and saw that he closed his eyes, and the telepathy instantly enveloped the whole of New York. Normal people are telepathically white while mutants are red. Levis noticed that the magicians beside him were blue while Johnny was black. It is much easier to identify by color. Just remove the white, red, and blue, and after removing these colors, all that's left is black. If he guessed correctly, black represents the power of darkness. The hellfire used by Johnny is black, and the magicians who also practiced black magic are also black. Only need to find the black human, then you will be able to find the target. Coincidentally, a black figure was not far from them. Found it. 39. Levis opened his eyes suddenly. What? Dennis still didn't respond. I said, found that evil magician, Levis reluctantly repeated. Dennis was a little stunned when he heard the words. Just stand there and close your eyes and open to find the evil magician? What a joke. Come with me. Levis didn't bother to explain further and then walked in one direction. Dennis frowned and finally believed him. If the person in front of him was an evil magician, he could have wiped them all out just now instead of conspiracy. Behind the young magician, three people in black robes whose faces could not be seen were closely following him. Thinking of this, Dennis waved his hand and many magicians followed behind him. From time to time he looked behind him as if something terrifying was chasing him. In a remote alley, a young magician kept running away like a frightened bird. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, the young magician was terrified and regretted at the same time. Jai Jai tilde tilde, if you can't escape, let us take away your soul. At the same time, I regret why I don't take the class seriously and why I don't learn more magic. Otherwise, they would not be in such a predicament now. When he thought that behind him was the evil magician who was making chaos in the holy place during this time, his heart kept trembling. Once caught, not only will the magic be drained, but the soul will also be taken away. Every time I think of this, the young magician's footsteps are a little faster. Run away. Just run to a place where there are many magicians and you will be safe. However, just when the young magician thought so, one of the black robes suddenly flashed and stood in front of him. Damn. How could it be? The young magician looked at the evil magician who suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief. Jai tilde tilde when hunters are hunting, they always like to play with their prey. How can they not be surprised? The black-robed magician in front of him said with a hoarse smile. When the young magician heard this, his face was full of despair. It turned out that he couldn't catch up just now because the other party was just playing around with him. Stop playing, take his soul quickly and retreat. Let the holy place magicians find out that we are not good minus. Another black-robed magician urged. Jai tilde tilde no problem. The black-robed magician smiled strangely and then extended his hand to young Happy. The young magician could only close his eyes in despair, yet at this moment, found you. A sudden sound appeared in the alley. The three black-robed magicians were startled, then looked up. I saw that on the other side of the alley a group of magicians had gathered around. Seeing this, the three magicians in black robes turned around and were ready to run away, but they found that there were also a group of magicians surrounding them. You can't escape, Dennis sneered. In fact, he was also very surprised, and when he came over just now he thought that Levis was just joking. They gathered everyone's strength in the holy place of New York to find no evil magician. Levis came up and said that the evil magician has been found. What are you kidding? However, it wasn't until Levis directed them to block the alley that Dennis realized he was wrong. The evil magician who kills and steals souls was found so easily. This is really incredible. How did you find this place? One of the black-robed magician panicked when he saw that all the escape routes were blocked. Master Dennis. The young magician who had been waiting to die saw that so many magicians had come and immediately ran over excitedly. Evil magician, tell me how many of you are there, Dennis said coldly. The three magicians in black robes looked grimly to the left and right as if they were looking for time to escape. They did not have the habit of answering the enemy's questions. You can't escape. Dennis waved his hand, and the three black-robed magicians were instantly surrounded by more than a dozen holy place magicians, followed by a group fight. Looking at Levis, he shook his head. The magician in this holy place in New York was so rascal he would fight in groups at every turn. Soon the three black-robed magicians were caught and their hoods were lifted. The three of them, 2 men and 1 woman, because of the black magic practiced by the evil side, their appearances have also become ferocious and terrifying, and they will definitely scare Deadman when they go out. Come on, how many people are there in the evil magician, and what is your purpose in collecting souls? Dennis kept pressing, humph. The three black-robed magicians were also tough, and had no plans to say anything at all. Before Dennis couldn't ask him, Levis came out. Don't waste your time, let me do it. U-35. Dennis hesitated, but remembering his status as a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme and finding these evil magicians, he agreed immediately. Then, brother, come here, brother. Levis gave him a somewhat surprised look but didn't care too much. Then he looked at the three black-robed magicians and directly used telepathy to obtain the information in the minds of the three. So it is? The corners of Levi's mouth curled slightly and he didn't want to say why the three were killed. It turned out that the curse had been released by the employer. If they dare to say it, I am afraid they will turn into pus and blood and die immediately. Thinking of this, he waved to Dennis. Get rid of these 3 people, I already know the cause and effect. 39. Really? Dennis was a little surprised, but he still waved the 3 black-robed magicians away. Seeing Dennis' puzzled eyes, Levis took the initiative to explain. Actually, there is only one evil magician, and these 3 are just black magicians who were cursed by the evil magician, so they would go all out to help him collect magician souls. Then who is this evil magician? Dennis asked suspiciously. Levis shook his head when he heard the words. The 3 of them don't know the true face of the evil magician, nor the exact location of the evil magician, but I felt an evil aura appear. Where? Dennis frowned. Just come with me? Levis didn't explain much. The other side. Jonathan Pangborn at the moment is humming a little tune, busy in his auto repair shop. He's in a good mood and has been very happy every day since he was half paralyzed in a car accident and then went to Camertage to learn magic and get back on his feet. Maybe it's only after losing it that you know how to cherish it. Just before leaving Camertage, the fact that Sorcerer Supreme asked him to lead a very annoying person to Camertage made him a little confused. He once came to seek medical treatment because he was partially paralyzed but was turned away. Stephen Strange, he will never forget the name. but it doesn't matter, his life is very good now and there is no need to care about the past. Only to his surprise was news from friends in the wizarding world that Stephen Strange had become the new Sorcerer Supreme. The news shocked him a little, but it didn't make him care too much. After all, the two were no longer in the same circle. Just as Pangborn was thinking about these things and working, suddenly there were footsteps coming from the door. "Need something?" Pangborn asked without looking back. "I heard that you were carried on the Camertage 39. Hearing a slightly familiar voice, Pangborn looked back subconsciously and saw a man in a black robe standing behind him. Senior Brother Mordo. Appearing behind Pangborn was one of the former disciples of the Ancient One magician, Baron Mordo. "Brother Mordo, I remember Camertage's magician said you were missing. Why did you suddenly appear here?" Pangborn asked suspiciously. "All this time I've been out and about." 35. Baron Mordo replied, and then started talking about his own experience during this time. "And during this trip, there has always been a question that I can't figure out how to answer, and it was not until I met an old man that I finally got the answer I wanted." Having said this, Baron Mordo looked at him and asked, "Pangborn, do you know what the problem is that puzzles me?" "What is it?" 35. Pangborn frowned, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong with Senior Brother Morrow in front of him, and he didn't look like the Mordo he knew before. "My question is, what is the purpose of the magician?" When Baron Mordo said this question, the whole person became a little confused. "The teacher once told me that the essence of magician is to observe nature, understand law, and then draw strength from multiple dimensions to repair the damaged law. But the old man told me that the real purpose of magician is to distort the original shape of things and steal magic from them, which is against the law." 99. So magician is the biggest law breaker, a thief who uses the loopholes in law to extract the energy of nature, just like you. At the end, Baron Mordo pointed at Pangborn with an angry face. "I didn't steal the magic, that was mine." Pangborn shook his head, still vigilant in his heart. Even if he is stupid, he can see that Mordo is a bad comer. "A thief does not call himself a thief." 35. Baron Mordo sneered and came to Pangborn's body in an instant, grabbing his abdomen with one hand. Although Pangborn was still very vigilant, he never thought that Mordo would attack. "Ah tilde tilde." With a scream, he was directly hit in the abdomen without any resistance. "That's the power you steal." As Mordo said, he grabbed it with one hand and the magic power in Pangborn was instantly sucked out. "Damn, why did you take my power?" Pangborn looked at Baron Mordo angrily and asked. He was originally half paralyzed, but it was because he had the power of magician that he stood up again. After losing his strength, Pangborn instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Baron Mordo replied with a sneer, "Because I have discovered the fundamental reason why this world is becoming more and more twisted and twisted, that is, there are too many magicians, so I want to reduce the number of magicians in this world." Clap, clap, clap! Suddenly applause appeared in the room. Baron Mordo stood up suddenly, only to find that there were 3 more people beside them. "Who are you?" "I found that there are quite a lot of people in this world who want high family planning. I only knew about Thanos before, but I didn't expect you, Baron Mordo, to be the pioneer," Levis said while applauding. "Senior Brother Morrow, I didn't expect it to be you." Dennis looked at Morrow in astonishment. I could feel the dark breath on him. That was disgusting. Johnny couldn't help frowning when he felt the dark breath on Mordo. Just now, Levis, based on the cursed power of the 3 black-robed magicians, found someone with the same aura in this small shop in New York. So I took Dennis and Johnny to use the space move and came here directly. I didn't expect to see Mordo seize the power of the magician. Mordo, I didn't expect that the evil magician who killed the magician to steal his power and soul would be you. 99. Dennis, who had reacted, finally understood. No matter how much he thought, he never thought that the main messenger behind all this was actually Sorcerer Supreme's disciple Mordo. "Because this is my mission, I didn't expect that you have fallen into the company of demons, which is really disappointing." Morrow looked at Dennis coldly. "You don't have to worry about this, it's all arranged by Sorcerer Supreme." 35. Dennis said angrily. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Sure enough, the Ancient One has also fallen. "Shut up, you have no right to say that, Sorcerer Supreme." Dennis couldn't bear it any longer and he charged with a magic sword in each of his hands. Not to be outdone, Baron Mordo rushed up with a magic sword in both hands. Bang bang, clang clang. It was obviously two magicians fighting, but those who didn't know it thought it was two berserkers with double swords. Although Dennis is not a disciple of Ancient One, his status in Camertage is not low and he is very familiar with Baron Mordo. However, what surprised Dennis was that the strength of Mordo in front of him was not the same as the Mordo in his memory, and the one in front of him was much weaker. In just a few rounds, Baron Mordo was stabbed in the heart by Dennis's sword. "Ha ha ha tilde tilde, it seems that your strength has improved a lot during this time." Mordo, whose heart was pierced, had a weird smile on his face. "No, you are not Mordo at all, his strength can't be so weak," Dennis finally reacted. "Jai jai tilde tilde." After Mordo smiled strangely, he saw huge amounts of changes in his body and appearance, and then a strange man appeared in front of them. Dennis' complexion suddenly changed greatly. "This is puppet magic. You actually learned this forbidden magic and you really stole the Book of Cagliostro. Jai jai tilde tilde, when Dennis meets next time, I will personally get rid of you. Look forward to our meeting again." After speaking, the body of the puppet controlled by Baron Mordo fell directly and changed into a dry corpse in the blink of an eye. "Damn, Mordo isn't here!" Dennis clenched his fists and said angrily. The evil magician that has been making him scorched all the time turned out to be a puppet magic of Morton, which made his face extremely ugly. Since it is Mordo's puppet in the holy place in New York, there may even be more puppets in other places. No, I have to go back to Camertage and tell the new Sorcerer Supreme about it. Otherwise, with Mordo's familiarity with Camertage, it would be bad if he did something crazy. Dennis said with an ugly expression. "Then we're on our way," Levis said, looking at him. Dennis looked at him and then at Johnny and finally nodded. "If you want to go to Camertage, it's absolutely fine." After this series of things, he also trusts Levis, the former disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. "Well, let's go back to the holy place in New York before it's too late." Levis grabbed the shoulders of the two, ready to use the space to move. "Wait first, take Pangborn with you too," Dennis said, looking at Pangborn, who was paralyzed not far away. "Well then, you catch him." 35, Levis said nonchalantly. Dennis grabbed Pangborn's arm upon hearing this. The next moment, the four disappeared into the small shop. Back at the holy place in New York again, Dennis was still very shocked. "Senior brother, that?" "Huh, say something," Levis said strangely. "I want to know why senior brother can use the portal." 33. Dennis wanted to ask this question just now. Obviously, the holy place in New York is still open. It stands to reason that all magicians cannot use the portal. "Portal? I'm not a portal," Levis replied with a smile. Dennis was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, "What is not a portal?" In his understanding, only portals can carry out space teleportation. "I'm calling this space movement and you can tell by the name," Levis explained. Dennis was a little confused when he heard the words and didn't understand the difference between teleportation and space movement. However, he did not continue to ask and only regarded it as a powerful magic that Sorcerer Supreme gave him alone. Soon Dennis brought Levis and the others to the holy place in New York. You can see that in the hall on the second floor there are 3 mirrors that are as high as one person. These 3 mirrors lead to the other 2 holy places and Camertage respectively. Then Dennis came to the mirror leading to Camertage in the middle and reached out his hand to activate the teleportation channel. However, the passage leading to Camertage did not appear to have been opened for a long time. "What's the matter? Did something happen to Camertage?" Dennis frowned and continued to try to activate the teleportation channel, but there was still no response. "What's the matter?" Johnny asked, frowning. "Damn, the transmission channel on Camertage's side is blocked," Dennis said anxiously. "Did Mordo do it?" Levis asked suspiciously. "No, it should be Camertage who took the initiative to close the access to the inside, but under normal circumstances Camertage would not take the initiative to disconnect from the outside world," Dennis said solemnly. "In other words, something really happened on Camertage's side and it's very likely that the initiator was Mordo." Levis put his hands on his chest and touched his chin. Hearing his words, Dennis also fell silent. Obviously he thought so too. At this time the other magicians in the hall also became restless. Mountain, Lord Dennis, please give an order. Camertage needs support now. Yes, as long as Lord Dennis orders, we will immediately set off for Camertage, and everything will be in time. Yes, we are ready and we will not back down from any danger. 99. That's right, Lord Dennis, give me an order. Hearing the words of many magicians, Dennis showed a struggle. Everyone calm down, Dennis suddenly shouted. The many magicians below finally quieted down. Camertage is indeed very important, but the 3 holy places are even more important, so you must not act rashly. Dennis is very clear that although Camertage is a holy place for magicians, the 3 holy places are more important than Camertage. After all, the destruction of Camertage is only a matter of depriving the magicians of a magical shrine. But if the 3 holy places are lost, then the dark dimension life that follows will devour everything on the earth in an instant. The magicians also fell silent when they heard this. Damn, what should I do now? Dennis clenched his fists, but there was a feeling of force that could not be used. Hey, I said, Dennis, did you forget we were there? Levis stood up and laughed. Senior brother, you? Dennis looked at him blankly. Let me and Johnny save Camertage. You just need to find someone to take me to Camertage. Levis waved his hand and said beyond doubt. But Dennis has some hesitation, although he has a lot of faith in Levi's strength. But now I don't know what happened to Camertage. If it is very dangerous, wouldn't it hurt this senior brother? It's nothing, don't you still believe in my strength? Levis said with his arms folded rather annoyingly. If it wasn't for him being lazy, he could May 27 find Camertage's position on his own. When Dennis heard this, he remembered the scene where this senior brother defeated all of them in an instant. With this kind of strength in Camertage, only the predecessor Sorcerer Supreme can do it. Thinking of this, he looked serious and said, Okay, I believe senior brother, let me take you to Camertage. Lord Dennis, let's go, you stay to guard the holy place. Yes, the holy place will be safer with the protection of Lord Dennis. Yes, Lord Dennis, let's go. The other magicians are scrambling to grab this quest because in their opinion this quest is just to lead the way and Dennis does not need to go there at all. Needless to say, I have to go there in person, and during this period the holy place will be handed over to everyone to guard. Dennis said sharply. All the magicians were quiet when they saw him being so determined. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Levis said and grabbed Dennis by the shoulder. He couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense. A back and forth is only a momentary thing. Finding Camertage, he can send Dennis back. How can it be so troublesome? On the other side, Johnny took the initiative to grab his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the 3 disappeared in the holy place of New York in an instant. Qinghai Plateau, this is where many countries meet. At the moment in the sky above the Qinghai Plateau, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Hey, how are we in the sky? Seeing the surroundings, Johnny was a little panicked and almost turned into a ghost rider. It just made him realize that he didn't seem to want to fall. Don't make a fuss! Levis glanced at him speechlessly, then looked at Dennis, who was more calm on the other side. Do you know that Camertage is in that direction? Dennis thought for a moment and then pointed in a direction. It should be behind that mountain range. Levis looked in the direction he was pointing and no nonsense went straight to a space moving across the mountains. Isn't that black one Camertage? Johnny took a closer look and saw a black mass in the distance, but the distance was still too far so he couldn't see clearly. Levis looked at the black thing and his pupils suddenly shrank. Camertage should not have such a thing, what is it? Dennis was also a little puzzled. You'll know when you get closer. 33 Levis only felt a little sick when he saw the black mass in the distance and he used the space to move again. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them came to the black pressed tablet they had just seen. Dennis and Johnny finally saw the true colors of this group of things and their expressions changed drastically. I saw that this group of black bats turned out to be composed of things like bats. These bats were much larger than ordinary bats with scarlet eyes and sharp teeth. What the hell is this? Johnny's scalp was tingling as he watched. This is a dark creature born from Dormammu's dark power. They feed on magic power and have a strong magic induction ability and only need to swallow enough magic power. These monsters can multiply infinitely and the number will never end. Anything will be shredded by them. .99. Dennis explained with an ugly expression. Levis and Johnny finally understood why Camertage closed the portal linking the three holy places, apparently not wanting Mordo to take advantage of it. Now the entire Camertage has opened the ban on defensive magic, but how long can they see these dark bats that can devour magic power? Oops, we're so close, those bats spotted us. 33 Johnny reminded the pair in a low voice. Because of their proximity, these dark bats quickly spotted them. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of dark bats separated and surrounded them. Dennis's expression changed greatly when he saw it. Quick, let's get out of here quickly. Levis pouted and wanted to kill these dark bats directly, but he saw that the city gate of Camertage below was opened. Part of the magic ban that shrouded Camertage was also lifted. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a red cloak rushed out with dozens of magicians. Gigi tilde tilde. After the dark bats that were frantically eating the magic power of the magic prohibition saw that the prohibition was opened, countless dark bats pressed towards the entrance like a black cloud. Look over there, Johnny reminded. Sorcerer Supreme, they're here to pick us up, Dennis said excitedly. Levis didn't say much nonsense when he saw this and directly used the space move to bring the three people behind Sorcerer Supreme and others. Sorcerer Supreme, come in. Seeing that they had come in, Dennis hurriedly shouted towards the outside. Dr. Strange turned around and looked confused. It was obvious that the other three were still in the distance just now, but he didn't expect to appear behind him in the blink of an eye. You must know that Camertage cannot use the portal after turning on the magic ban. Without thinking, Dr. Strange began to order the magicians to retract their defenses and retreat. After everyone entered Camertage, the magicians who controlled the magic ban quickly closed the magic ban. Welcome, my friends! Dr. Strange, wearing a red cape, faced Levis and Johnny with no unfamiliarity and stepped forward to give them a warm hug. Levis looked at Dr. Strange in surprise as if they were meeting for the first time. Sorcerer Supreme, that person has a dark aura. At this moment, a magician came behind Dr. Strange and stared at Johnny with vigilance. Don't worry, they're all friends who came to help Camertage. Dr. Strange waved his hands. After hearing this, many magicians behind them finally let go of their vigilance. Let's take your place first, I need to entertain the guests. After speaking, Dr. Strange brought Levis and Johnny into a room. Sit down, Mr. Weiss. Dr. Strange looked very respectful. It seems that Ancient One has already told you about me. Levis guessed that the Ancient One had already told Dr. Strange about him. After all, the Eye of Agamotto was still in Ancient One's hands when we last met. This is the magic weapon of Sorcerer Supreme. Dr. Strange took over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. How could he not leave this thing to him? Yes, Master, she once told me that your strength is not weaker than her heyday, and this time Camertage's catastrophe needs your help. Dr. Strange said seriously. In fact, Dr. Strange was a little unbelievable when he first learned about Levi's true strength. But this matter came from the mouth of Ancient One, which made him have to believe that the young man in front of him really had the strength to be side by side with Ancient One. Levis nodded. I promised Ancient One would take care of you, and I plan to stay in Camertage for a while, so I'll help you deal with Baron Mordo. Then trouble, Mr. Weiss. Dr. Strange finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now the dark bats that cover the sky are constantly gnawing at Camertage's magical ban, and within 3 days the magical ban will definitely be broken. By then, I am afraid the entire Camertage will not be spared. Fortunately, Levis came. Then don't hesitate, I'll go clean up those bats now. Levis stood up, ready to kill the dark bats that surrounded the entire Camertage. Because of these dark bats it was daytime, but this Camertage was pitch black. Wait, Mr. Weiss, don't you have something ready? Dr. Strange asked in surprise. What's up, Let's turn on the magic barrier, roar, let's get some fresh air. Levis waved his hand and disappeared into the room. Camertage's so-called magical restraints have absolutely no effect on him. After all, his spatial movement is not magic. Use the space move to get to the walls of Camertage. Levis stretched out one hand and a large number of flames burst out in his hand, forming a flame phoenix. Turn on the magic ban. Dr. Strange also followed. Seeing that Levis was about to start, he hurriedly ordered the magicians to open the magic ban. The magicians also saw that Levis was ready to act, so they quickly opened a gap in the magic prohibition in the sky. The magic ban was opened and these dark bats rushed in from the gap in a frenzy. Just when the magicians were worried, the flame phoenix in Levi's hand was flying high, and the originally small flame phoenix instantly expanded dozens of meters wide. I saw the flame phoenix chirping and charged directly towards the dark bats pouring in from the entrance. The dark bat was not afraid of life and death, and after seeing the flame phoenix, it actually took the initiative to greet it. However, before getting close to the flame phoenix, it was already burned to ashes. In just a moment, all the tens of thousands of dark bats were completely burned. However, this is not the end. Tens of thousands of dark bats are not enough to be a drop in the bucket compared to this huge group of bats. Immediately afterwards, the Levis controller, the flame phoenix, rushed out directly from the opened gap. All the dark bats along the way were burnt to ashes. The flame phoenix swelled even bigger in an instant after the magic restriction was released, and a huge flame phoenix with its wings spread hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of everyone. All the magicians in Camertage were stunned to see this scene. Is this still magic? It's nothing short of miraculous. Some magicians even fell to their knees involuntarily and began to chant words. Doctor Strange was also a little shocked, and now he finally understood Levi's strength. Only Johnny didn't have any accident after all. He knew that Levis even killed the Lord of Hell. What's this little scene? Huge amounts of flaming phoenix kept flying around the entire Camertage's magical restraint. Just like an eraser, the dark bats will be burned to ashes wherever they fly. In just a moment, all the dark bats were cleaned up. The long-lost sunshine finally fell on Camertage, which made all the magicians couldn't help but rejoice. However, this is not the end. You must know that it is not only the dark bats in the sky, but also the threat of various dark creatures from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Levis controlled the flame phoenix to fly around the ground, and all the dark creatures were burned to ashes, but the ground also burned with fire. Mr. Weiss thanks you for helping Camertage, Doctor Strange thanked again. Levis shook his head when he heard the words, "It's not over yet, Mr. Mordo." Doctor Strange frowned. "But we don't know where Mordo is." "Don't worry, I have found him," Levis said with a smile. "If you want to manipulate these dark creatures, Baron Mordo will definitely not go far. And it is really difficult to find his breath in this place full of dark creature breath." But Levis didn't, and his telepathy wasn't affected. "Where?" Doctor Strange asked, frowning. "Come with me." Levis grabbed his shoulders, and the next moment they both disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the forest not far from Camertage, and a man in a black robe was not far from them. "Are you Mordo?" Doctor Strange asked, frowning at the black-robed man in front of him. "Stephen, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly in April 1. A cold, hoarse voice came out of the black robe's mouth, and then he lifted his hood. An ugly and old face appeared in front of the two of them, and it could be vaguely seen that he was Baron Mordo. "Mordo, it's too late to turn around now." Doctor Strange looked at Mordo with complicated eyes. He vaguely remembered that once when his hands were abolished, it was this senior who led him to see the Ancient One magician. It can be said that without Mordo, his hands may never be healed. "Definitely, after killing all magicians, I will give up the power of magicians and let the world return to its normal trajectory," Baron Mordo said with a look of disdain and took out the black horn from his arms. In his heart, Doctor Strange is still very grateful to this senior. After inputting magic power into it, a large amount of hellfire covered him, and the hellfire kept consuming everything around him. "Stop me. Stephen, don't think you'll be my opponent if you borrow someone else's power. I know Camertage better than you and how to destroy it, and why do you think I'm summoning so many dark creatures?" 35. "Stephen, you know this is impossible." Mordo looked at Doctor Strange coldly and said, "Maybe one day I will give up magic, but that day will definitely be after all magicians have been eliminated by me." 39. Doctor Strange couldn't help frowning when he heard this. "If that's what you're thinking, then I'll have to stop you." "The fire of hell, Mordo, you sold your soul to hell," Doctor Strange roared angrily when he saw this scene. Baron Mordo shook his head and said, "No, Stephen, this is the essence of magicians. Magicians are just a group of greedy thieves. They steal the power of the world to break the laws of nature. You are like this. I am also like this. No, from my point of view, what magician pursues should be knowledge, the exploration of the unknown, and power is just something that comes with acquiring knowledge." Dr. Strange said solemnly. Do you now believe what the Ancient One taught deceitful people? Baron Mordo sneered. Hey, I said, Stephen, don't you still think that smacking can make him change his mind? Levis scratched his ears, apparently no longer wanting to hear their debate. The magician will fall into the darkness in pursuit of greater power, so is the Ancient One, so is Caecilius and I, and you Stephen and you. Baron Mordo looked at Levis, thinking about the power that burned all the dark creatures just now and knowing that he was shocked now. Now he can only take out his whole cards to eliminate the person in front of him. So much nonsense, it's just making excuses for your own depravity. Levis looked at Baron Mordo with disdain, but he did not forget to sign on him before he started. Ding. Did the host sign into Baron Mordo 22, double experience or super ability? Sign in for double experience points. If you sign in to Baron Mordo, even if you give ability, it is probably dark magic or something. He doesn't want this kind of garbage ability, he just needs double the experience. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. After successfully obtaining double experience points, Levis is in a good mood. This is to completely drain all the value of Baron Mordo, and finally he can kill this guy. However, Mordo at the moment was extremely angry when he heard his words. Yes, I have indeed fallen, but as long as the world can no longer be magician, it will be worth any price. After he finished speaking, the fire of hell released by the black horns in his hand actually summoned the hell to appear. So your last trump card is to summon Mephisto, the Lord of Hell? Levis looked at him with a half-smiling folded arms. Ha ha ha, tilde fear, you have no chance to escape in front of Mephisto's. Baron Mordo laughed arrogantly. Dr. Strange on the side was very anxious to see this. Once Baron Mordo summoned Mephisto's, then the whole earth would be finished. Mr. Weiss. Dr. Strange was just about to make a move but found that Levis beside him didn't seem to be in any hurry, which made him a little strange. Do not worry, Levis waved his hand indifferently. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Mephisto's to have a secret hand in this magical world. It seems that Ancient One is right. If he didn't take the initiative to lead out Mephisto's to kill him last time, I am afraid that Mephisto's will be summoned sooner or later. But since Mephisto's has been killed, the trump card that Baron Mordo used is destined to be useless. As predicted, after calling for a long time, Hell has been connected, but Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, has not appeared. This made Baron Mordo a little embarrassed. Impossible, there can't be something wrong. Baron Mordo kept checking what went wrong, but everything went very well and the gates of Hell had been opened. But why is there no sign of the Lord of Hell showing up at all? Okay, don't look for it. Do you know why Mephisto's didn't show up? Levis sneered with his arms crossed. Why? Baron Morton stared at him with bloodshot eyes as if going crazy. Dr. Strange on the side also looked at him with some doubts. Humph, that's because Mephisto's has already been killed by me. You killed Mephisto's, the Lord of Hell. Ha ha ha, tilde. Baron Mordo couldn't help laughing when he heard his words. In his opinion, even the Ancient One may not be able to kill Mephisto's, so what if the man in front of him is a disciple of the Ancient One? This is completely out of the blue. Dr. Strange was also a little surprised, but he believed it a little bit. After all, Ancient One had told him that Levis was no weaker than she was in her heyday. How strong was the Ancient One in its heyday? She could easily defeat Mephisto's so that Mephisto's would not dare to attack Earth at all. And now the gates of hell have been opened, but Mephisto's has not appeared. Isn't this the best proof? Forget it, no one listens to the truth. Levis was too lazy to talk nonsense, and with one move in his hand, the flame phoenix flew towards Baron Mordo. It's that power! Baron Mordo looked gloomy as he looked at the flame phoenix in front of him. The huge flame phoenix that burned all the monsters just now is still vivid in his mind. And now he is facing this flame phoenix in person, he can feel the horror in it. With the high temperature of hundreds of thousands or even millions of degrees under the control of Levis, they didn't feel anything on their side. But Baron Mordo felt unparalleled terror. Before he could use the magic, the flame phoenix had already come to him. The scorching heat instantly turned him into ashes. Okay, it's all settled. Levis stretched and turned to look at Dr. Strange. Perhaps because of his old love, Dr. Strange looked sad when Mordo died, but he recovered quickly. Go back, I think you should stay in Camertage a little longer this time, Mr. Weiss, Dr. Strange laughed. Levis nodded when he heard the words, yes, I plan to study magic to see if I can gain something. 527 This is something the teacher has already promised. Mr. Weiss, you can read any book in Camertage. Apparently the Ancient One had told Dr. Strange about this before he left. Levis nodded in satisfaction. The duo returned to Camertage. Dr. Strange, as the new Sorcerer Supreme, is still relatively busy, and after he arranged a place to live, he was busy alone. Levis, on the other hand, was happy to relax. The next day, Levis had just woken up and was ready to check in with Camertage. Ding, has the host checked into Camertage, double experience or super ability? Sign into super ability. Levis looked excited, and he had previously guessed whether signing in at Camertage would sign in for abilities like magic. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the automatic secretary magic with 100 experience points. Magic sure enough 33. Since yesterday's sign-in count was used on Baron Mordo, the entire Camertage can only be signed in today, and he is curious what ability will it give him. Is this magic similar to that? And the magic of automatic writing made him suddenly think of some 103,000 little yellow books. Now that guess has come true. Levis took a closer look and found that his automatic clerk was not the same as the automatic clerk he imagined. The main ability of his automatic writing magic is that as long as he has seen the magic, he can automatically record it. For example, a magic book only needs to be read once, and it can be automatically recorded, or other people can also record the magic that has been cast once. As long as he uses the automatic writing magic, he can enter a wonderful state, and any magic that has been learned can be easily obtained. After realizing the power of this magic, Leviston was shocked. Isn't this cultivating him as 103,000 little yellow books? And he has the super ability of Super Brain, which is similar to Index's absolute memory. The only difference is that his super brain can store more knowledge. How strong is Index, who can completely parse 103,000 little yellow books? Levis does not know, but it is said that he can directly become Mephisto. And magic is very versatile, and magic can do almost anything. Definitely, he didn't care too much about it. As a result, his own strength is strong enough now, with the power of the Phoenix as the main force, supplemented by the super ability, which is enough to make him the top powerhouse in the Marvel world. Second, it is almost impossible to collect 103,000 little yellow books in the world of Marvel, because Camertage doesn't have that much magic at all. The entire Camertage looks like tens of thousands of people, of which the magician is even less than 10,000. Even signing in one by one wouldn't be able to collect that much magic. Therefore, Levi's attitude towards magic is to use it as an aid, and some magic is indeed very magical, which is something that super ability can't do. Thinking of this, he stretched and got up to wash, then ate some breakfast and headed to Camertage's magical library. He will try his best to collect the magic that can be collected. Anyway, it can be automatically collected after just reading it once. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Levis spends every day in the library these days. Camertage books are indeed a lot of various books, but most of them are unofficial histories and personal biographies. Because every magician travels around the outside world for a certain period of time, and that's how these personal biographies come. And the real magic? Levis is just a collection of more than 2,000 kinds. Don't look at just 2,000 kinds of magic, this is already quite a lot. It can be said that 99% of Camertage's magic has been recorded in his mind. This also includes some dark magic. At the same time, he found that he signed Camertage's magician, and the abilities he gave were all magic, and it was still magic that was different from this world. It's almost the same as the magic in the magic ban. This gave him more sources for collecting magic, and Levis thought that signing in on the magicians would be double the experience points. After all, he knows all the magic that magician can do. Definitely, in addition to the magical gain, Levis has a major discovery. That's the news about the world's first mutant apocalypse. There is also a close connection between the magic of this world and the mutants, so there are records of the mutant apocalypse. It's just a pity that there is no record of the location of the apocalypse. Simply, Levis was too lazy to look for the apocalypse. If this guy dares to jump in front of him, he can just deal with it, doo-doo tilde. Just then his phone rang. When I took it out, I found that it was Lorna who called. Hello tilde. Weiss, there's been no news for a few days. How is your mission? Lorna's voice was a little worried. There has been no news from him for almost a week and several people are very worried. Levis was suddenly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, I was busy recording magic these days and I forgot that I promised Lorna before that I would bring them to Accelerator to play. Weiss, what's wrong with you? Lorna was even more worried when he saw that he didn't speak. Cough tilde, it's okay, the matter on my side has been settled. Do you want to come to Accelerator to play? Hearing his words, Lorna finally breathed a sigh of relief and then said, definitely coming, we have already prepared. While Lorna was talking, Clarice, Mary, Katie, and Lauren were all listening, and they were very excited to hear that they could go to the holy place of the legendary magician. Okay, I'll come pick you up right away. As soon as the words fell, a golden circle of light appeared in the room where Lorna and the others were. Immediately afterwards, Levis held up the phone and walked out. Weiss, what is this ability? Lorna and Clarice were stunned. They had never seen Levis use this ability. Haha tilde tilde, this is called a portal, it's a kind of magic. Levis laughed and walked over, wrapping his arms around Clarice's slender waist. Weiss, you actually learned magic? Lorna and the others were a little surprised. After all, magic was only a legend in their minds. Levis smiled and shook his head. Actually, it's nothing surprising. Everyone can learn magic. This time I will take you to Accelerator to play for a while. Maybe you can learn magic too. Can we also learn? Hearing his words, the children were moved. That's right, you guys hurry up and pack up and get ready to go to Accelerator. I'm going to see Mr. Scott and the others. 35. Well, wheeze you go. Lorna and the others agreed and then went back to their rooms to pack their luggage. And Levis approached Cyclops and Storm to learn about the recent school situation. The students haven't changed much, but as the X-Men alternate students, their strength has improved quite well. Cyclops, Li Liaojao even offered to let them join the X-Men in advance. Let's arrange this matter. It's not bad for them to join the X-Men early just as experience, but I'm going to take Mary, Clarice, Katie, and Lauren. Levis has no problem with the arrangement of the X-Men alternates. When Cyclops and Storm heard his series of names, they immediately showed ambiguous eyes, and Cyclops was even more envious. Being able to handle so many women at the same time, that man does not envy. Where are you going to take them? Instead, Storm asked curiously. Definitely Accelerator, maybe they can learn magic too. Levis didn't hide it. What did I hear? It's actually magic. Speaking of Weiss, when did you come back and you haven't told us about the mission this time? Logan came in from the door and asked. That's fine, when I call Teacher Chin over, let's talk about this time. 99. Seeing that everyone is so curious, there is no way Levis can only tell them about this mission. While Lorna and the others were still packing up, Levis and Cyclops briefly described the experience of this mission. Knowing that there was an unprecedented major crisis in the magic world, several people could not help frowning. But after hearing that the crisis had been lifted, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wheeze, are you here? Then a big loli burst in. Wanda, why are you here? Levis looked at Wanda at the door in surprise. 13-year-old Wanda is already 1.5 meters tall with long brown hair and a bun face, looking very cute. I heard Wheeze you say you're leaving again, Wanda asked saucy as he came to him. Well, this time I'm going to take your sister Lorna and the others to Accelerator. Where is Accelerator? Wanda asked suspiciously. Where is the holy land of magic? Speaking of this, Levis was suddenly stunned. Why didn't he take Wanda with him? Wanda's origin magic power is also magic. Maybe we can let Wanda better control the magic 530. Thinking of this, he smiled and took Wanda's little hand and asked, Wanda, do you want to go with us? Wanda's eyes lit up when she heard the words, can I go too? 9. In fact, when she knew that Levis was going away, she planned to ask herself if she could go. Definitely, Accelerator is a holy place for magicians, maybe where you can learn something about mastering origin magic power, Levis explained with a smile. Yeah, I'm going, Wanda nodded excitedly. It's not too early, we'll leave first. If there is anything you can call me. Levis said to Cyclops and the others and then dragged Wanda away. On the way, he asked suddenly. By the way, Wanda, do you want to tell Pietro about your departure or take him with you? Wanda shook his head when he heard the words. No need, Pietro has been addicted to playing games recently. And even training has to be called several times, so I won't call him this time. Okay then, Levis shrugged. It seems that the last time Pietro got tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses. It was all used to buy game consoles. But it's a child, I'll go with him. Hey babes, are you ready? Levis shouted outside Lorna's dormitory. It's ready. Wait, I haven't. 5. Mary doesn't have to bring so much. No, this time I'm going to the legendary magic holy place and I have to have a good time. 35. Seeing a few people still sorting their clothes, Levis said to Wanda next to him, Wanda, let's get ready too, don't worry if you have plenty of time. Yeah, Wanda nodded happily then ran away. By the time everyone was ready, it was already an hour later. Okay, darlings, we're going. Levis clicked his fingers and the next moment a circle of light appeared in front of everyone and behind the circle was a street with a Central European century architectural style. To be honest, sometimes Levis decides that the portal is more useful than its spatial movement, at least not as cumbersome as holding hands. Definitely, space movement also has its own advantages. Everyone walked in from the portal with a look of curiosity. Wow, is this the legendary magical place of Camertage? 99. So many people they dress strangely. 99. Are these people magicians? When they first came here, the girls looked around like curious babies. Levis had already told Dr. Strange to bring people to Camertage. Dr. Strange agreed C-Seb and also allowed them to learn magic. So it's not surprising that there are a few more people on their side. Okay, darlings, don't look, come with me, I'll take you to arrange the rooms first and then have a good stroll around Camertage. Levis clapped his hands and said to the girls. Dr. Strange arranged for a special person to come and arrange the room and soon they were put away and saluted. The group then started hanging out in Camertage. Definitely, he brought Lorna and the others to Camertage not to play. Rather, I want them to learn magic. Their super abilities have some shortcomings and it would be best if they could learn some magic to make up for it. Night is the best time. Levis used the soundproofing magic he had just learned. Don't try to get any sound out. Weiss, I heard that your shock ability is very powerful, I want to try it. Hearing Clarice say she passed out last time, Katie didn't believe it at all so she decided to give it a try. Oh, are you sure? Levis looked at Sky in surprise. Definitely, come on, it's better to use your ability that can make your arms grow longer. Katie looked at him provocatively. Then, don't regret it. Levis smiled mysteriously. His favorite thing was to be provoked. Since he has the two super abilities of vibration and freedom of retraction, he is particularly confident because no one has been able to survive a round. Not even Lorna. A big battle is coming. To Levi's surprise, a quirky little girl actually eavesdropped on the movement in their room. This little girl is Wanda, and no one thought that she would use origin magic power to eavesdrop. Even sound insulation magic was useless. A month passed slowly. Levi's original intention was to let Lorna and Mary learn magic as much as possible, but magic does not seem to be so easy to learn. After Lorna and the others' hard work, they found that they had no ability to learn magic at all. Simply, they are too lazy to continue their studies. But Wanda learned a lot of magic. Although she has origin magic power, the most powerful magic in the Marvel Universe, the most powerful magic is also the most difficult to master. In comparison, the magic in Camertage is much simpler. Let this girl benefit a lot. After a month with Camertage, Levis finally took them back to the Mutant Academy. If you want to sign in later, you can open the portal and come back very easily. Boom, 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 whew. Today is the second day after Levis and Lorna came back. I didn't expect someone to knock on the door early in the morning to disturb the sleep. Some unhappy got up and opened the door, but I didn't expect that it was Wolverine Logan outside the door. Uncle Logan? Why are you looking for me so early? Levis yawned and looked at Wolverine Wolf in confusion. Logan glanced inside the house involuntarily but apparently didn't see anything. Weiss, after hearing them say you already have 5 girlfriends, what I want to say is that you are still young, so you need to be more restrained. 35 Logan raised an eyebrow and teased. Levis was speechless when he heard it. You don't need to worry about things like Uncle Logan, don't worry, I'm very good. In Camertage's month, a large part of why Lorna and the others didn't learn magic was because they couldn't get out of bed every day. Although Levis always thought that they didn't have the ability to learn magic. But it doesn't matter if you can't learn magic, because Levis has integrated the Phoenix fragments into the bodies of several women. In this way, they can also use the power of the Phoenix like Jean Grey. Don't look at it as just a Phoenix fragment, but it is enough for them to exert the strength of a 4th-level mutant. Oh. Is that so? Logan was a little disbelieving but then fell silent. Levis is a little weird, not sure what Logan wants to do. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. He finally guessed what Logan was knocking on the door early in the morning. Because he promised Logan last time that he would get his memory back after becoming a 5th-level mutant, but he didn't expect him to forget it. Uncle Logan, sorry, please wait for me first. Levis apologized apologetically, then turned back to his room to get dressed and take a shower. Where are you going, Weiss? 39. Lorna dazedly saw him ask suspiciously. Logan is looking for me for something. You guys can continue to rest. Levis smiled as he looked at the girls lying on the bed. Oh. Lorna went to sleep after hearing the words. Uncle Logan has been waiting for a long time. Let's go. Levis called Logan out of the door and Roar then walked towards the combat infirmary. That! Logan wanted to say something more, but seeing that he was already far away, he had no choice but to follow. In the infirmary, Levis called over Jin, Cyclops, and Storm, and even Professor X, who had been ignoring everything. After hearing what Levis was going to do next, everyone was in disbelief. Weiss, you mean you can go back to the past and change the world? Jean Grey asked in astonishment. Is this joke too big? How is it possible to go back to the past or something? Cyclops shrugged in disbelief. Although it is outrageous, I am willing to believe it. Storm chose to take his word even though it sounded outrageous. Logan has been silent, although this kind of thing felt a little weird the last time he heard it, but it was his only hope. No matter how desperate the past was, he wanted to change it. Weiss, you are the only one who can help me now. Logan looked at Levis tightly, his eyes revealing the color of prayer. Don't worry, Uncle Logan. This matter is covered by me. 33. Levis patted his chest with a self-confident face. Weiss, do it if you want, we'll all support you. At this time, Professor X also spoke, and he was also one of the few people who knew Logan's background. It was because he knew that he never told Logan the truth, because the truth is too cruel. It would be good for Logan to forget all the painful experiences of the past, but now is different. If Logan's painful past can be changed, then he definitely agrees. Levis nodded seriously. In fact, if he wanted to save Logan, he only needed to save the woman who changed his life. That woman is the mutant Silver Fox. This is the woman Logan once loved, even though the woman approached him with a purpose. Since it was the first time to use the super ability of traversal, which was signed from Katie, there were too many uncertainties. So he didn't plan to go back with Logan's consciousness. Is Uncle Logan ready? Levis asked Logan to lie down on the hospital bed with one hand on his shoulder. Well, come on. 9. Logan was also stubborn and closed his eyes without talking nonsense. To go back to the past, Logan's memory is an opportunity. The human brain is very magical. Although his previous memories are damaged, these memories have not disappeared and still exist in his brain. Levis also closed his eyes, searching for Logan's memory. Soon he finds in Logan's broken memory the scene of Wolverine making a scene on the island where Stryker is located, and he intends to only rescue Silver Fox. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. He does not intend to change other history, otherwise it will cause great changes in the future, which he does not want to see. Because he has a concern from beginning to end, that is the legendary Time Administration. There is such an organization in the Marvel world. They manage the operation of countless parallel universe worlds. Any wrong way to interfere in the future or time travel will all be found by them. He didn't know the strength of the Time Administration, so he was afraid. However, according to his understanding, the Time Administration should not be as strong as the Heavenly God Group, and even the Time Administration may only be a subordinate organization of the Heavenly God Group. According to Odin, wearing the destroyer armor can hang a bunch of gods. Maybe the strength of gods is not as strong as he imagined. Thinking of this, he was relieved a lot. Point 0. Without thinking about it, Levis directly used the super ability of traversal. The next moment, his body directly turned into an atomic state and entered a colorful space. Is this what it's like to travel through time? How amazing! Without wasting time, he quickly flew towards his destination. I don't know how long has passed, he finally appeared in a real world. What surprised Levis was that under the dim sky, it should have been a brightly lit city. But the whole city seemed silent without the slightest lights. The rotten smell around him made him frown. Where the hell is this? Is it a mistake to travel? Levis frowned and kept looking around, and then his powerful telepathy spread out. What the hell? Levis frowned and looked at the 2 iron boxes in front of him. The only thing that was certain was that the other party was not a human being or any living being. Under his gaze, I saw 2 iron boxes start shapeshifting. Boom, mountain. In an instant, everything about half of the earth was in his mind. Just when he wanted to continue checking, suddenly 2 strangely shaped planes flew over in the sky, and then your hatch below the plane was opened and 2 rectangular boxes were thrown down. However, what shocked him was that there were not many living people in most of the earth. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 iron boxes turned into 2 robots with a height of more than 2 meters. With the sound of 2 huge amounts of the 2 iron boxes fell right next to Levis. Sentinel. Levis looked at the Sentinel in front of him in shock, and the doubts just now came to a guess. Did you come to the parallel world of X-Men, reverse the future? However, before he could understand, the 2 Sentinels had already strode forward. Sentinel's arm turned into a sharp turn and stabbed towards his body instantly. Bang bang! When the 2 Sentinels' arms stabbed him, they were instantly bounced out and fell heavily on the ground, and even their arms were stretched a lot. However, it was only Roar's breathing effort and the 2 Sentinels' arms recovered. Sure enough, it's Sentinel, so to say that he went the wrong way in his traveling this time, he actually came to the parallel universe of reversing the future. Levis can now be sure that this world is a world that reverses the 530s and turns to the future. After all, in the universe he was in, Dr. Straker, who was studying the Sentry Project, had already been controlled by him, and the Sentry Project also ended without a hitch. Thinking of this, his first thought was to try whether it would be successful to sign in with Professor X and the others in this world. The second thought was to help the world's Professor X clean up Sentinel. Although Sentinel is indeed very perverted, they have a variety of super abilities, and they can also find out the opponent's weakness when it is time to fight against the enemy. But to Levis, these Sentinels were nothing more than toys. Like now, I saw that he grabbed with one hand, and in an instant there was a spatial reversal around the 2 Sentinels who rushed over again, but Sentinel did not pay attention to this change. They still rushed over. However, their movements just collided with the reversed space. The next moment, the 2 Sentinels were instantly cut into pieces by the space. Seeing this, Levis has a third idea. These Sentinel technologies seem to be very good, and maybe they can copy a copy and go back to study. Thinking of this, he is not in a hurry to leave this parallel world. At this time, the 2 aircraft hovering in the sky saw that the 2 Sentinels were destroyed and opened the hatch again, and this time they were ready to drop 4 Sentinels. Levis raised his brows, then grabbed one hand towards the sky. Kai. There was a sound of space reversal like a broken mirror, and in an instant the space where the plane was located was all reversed. Boom! The 2 planes exploded directly in the sky. Levis ignored the explosion in the sky and searched telepathically again, this time targeting the surviving Professor X and them. It turned out to be there. It was easy to find where Professor X and the others were, and then Levis disappeared. At the same time, it is located in a deep mountain somewhere in the Dragon Country, which is covered by snow. And in this environment, a fighter plane full of futuristic technology landed here. Professor, what happened? Inside the fighter, Storm, Magneto, Iceman, and Shadowcat, one after another familiar figures appeared in Professor X's room. Facing everyone's doubtful eyes, Professor X kept frowning, and just now he felt an incomparably powerful telepathic force sweeping over here. He didn't know if this was Sentinel's new ability, so he called everyone together. "What did you find, Charles?" Magneto asked suspiciously. Professor X came back to his senses and said, I felt an incomparably powerful telepathic force swept away just now. I don't know if it is Sentinel's new ability, but there is no doubt that we have been discovered. What? How is this possible? We've already escaped here, why don't you let us go? When everyone heard Professor X's words, they immediately became excited. They have anger and sadness. Now the whole world has almost no place for them and they don't know where else they can escape. Magneto sighed when he saw this. Although he didn't want to accept his fate, there was nothing he could do now. An atmosphere of despair hung over the room. It was at this time. Hey, is there anyone in there? 39. The voice entered everyone's brains very clearly, making everyone stunned for a moment. By the way, are we still out there? Iceman asked suspiciously. The plane has just landed and the doors haven't been opened. There should be no one outside. Storm frowned. But being able to speak, maybe even a human being, Clarice said with hope in her eyes. Come on, there's nothing worse. 39. Professor X found that telepathy could not control the creatures outside at all, so he wasn't sure if it was human, so he could only walk outside in a wheelchair. Seeing this, everyone could only follow behind. At the same time, standing outside the plane, Levis folded his arms and waited for the door to open. It didn't take long before the door of the plane was opened. When Professor X, Magneto, and others saw Levis, they were stunned for a moment. Humans? Storm asked incredulously. Definitely, as you can see. Levis shrugged helplessly and smiled. Unbelievable, is it really human? Shadowcat looks handsome like Levis, who is not human, but it just feels a little unreal. I'm definitely human and I'm also a mutant, Levis explained with a smile. Then why are you here? The Burning Man asked suspiciously. Well, this is more complicated to explain. Don't you invite me in? 39. Levis laughed. Hearing his words, everyone turned to Professor X, waiting for his decision. Child, I can feel that you have no ill intentions. Come in. Although Professor X's telepathy cannot directly read Levi's memory, he can sense that the other party is not malicious, nor is he Sentinel. Although the appearance of the other party was very confusing, Professor X finally chose to believe him. Thank you, Professor. Levis looked at Professor X in surprise, but he didn't expect to believe in himself so easily. He thought he was going to explain for a long time here in the ice and snow. Although Storm, Magneto, and others are still somewhat skeptical, 4.1 did not object to Professor X's decision. Soon, Levis was led into a conference room. Here, Clarice poured a glass of water and handed it over. Levis thanked him, then looked at Clarice in front of him with interest. On the contrary, Professor X and Magneto and Wolverine and Storm have not changed. Clarice, thank you. The Clarice in front of her looks very similar to Bing. In the same situation, there are Shadowcat and Colossus. Everyone was also a little suspicious. How did you know my name? Perhaps because of the different parallel worlds, the Clarices on both sides look a little different. Clarice was a little surprised to hear his familiar name called out. Levis looked at everyone and smiled. I know not only you, but also Professor X, Magneto, Wolverine. Hearing that he called out the names of most people accurately, everyone was even more puzzled. Son, where did you come from? Professor X asked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, waiting for his answer. Well, to talk about my origin, we must first talk about your ability, Katie, Levis said and looked at Shadowcat. Me? Shadowcat pointed to himself suspiciously with an unsure look. Yes, your ability allows you to send other people's consciousness back to the past, thereby changing history, and you have saved everyone many times with this ability. Levis remembers watching Back to the Future. At first Iceman and the others were killed by Sentinel, but then Iceman reappeared. At that time he looked a little confused, but now that he thinks about it, it should be that Shadowcat used ability to send people back to the past and change the future. This is also the way to send Wolverine back to the future. It can be said that without Shadowcat, the X-Men have been discovered and destroyed by Sentinel countless times. How did you know about this? Shadowcat frowned. Definitely no, because I also have this ability, Levis said, using traveling directly to let his arm travel back and forth on the table. And then, Magneto spoke up. I remember that I was in the Mutant Academy before, and then I wanted to use this ability to help Uncle Logan change your past, but I don't know why it appeared here. Levis explained half-truths. Logan frowned when he heard this. You mean the Mutant Academy? that was a long time ago. Since the appearance of Sentinel, almost all human beings in the world have been wiped out in just a few decades. Where is there any Mutant Academy now? I also feel very strange, but I guess I should have entered another parallel world. Because what you did over there, Magneto, on the Statue of New York is just over, but it's already an apocalyptic scene here. And you don't know me, so I guess there must be another parallel world on your side, only 22 pairs. Levis rubbed his chin and guessed solemnly. Everyone was shocked when they heard what he said. Son, is the telepathic power that swept past you just now? Professor X asked. Levis nodded. Yes, I was startled when I found out that there were few people in the whole world. Hearing this, Professor X suddenly believed his words. After all, he possesses such a powerful telepathy ability. If it is a mutant of this world, then he should have discovered it long ago, and it is impossible to wait until now. Charles, you believed him? Magneto frowned. Professor X nodded. Professor, my name is Levis and I'm also your student. Levis introduced himself with a smile. This student Weiss has a powerful telepathy ability. If he is a mutant of this world, I should have discovered it right away, Magneto explained to everyone with a smile. People also think it makes sense. But, at this time, Shadowcat said with a tangled face. But my ability can't make the body go back to the past, 35. The question puzzled her a bit. Now she can only make people's consciousness go back to the past, and those who go back to the past will suffer great pain. She never thought about returning her body to the past. That's almost impossible to do. You only need to raise your ability to the level of a 5th level mutant, Levis said with a relaxed smile. Level 5 mutants. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but startled roar. You must know that except for the Phoenix Girl of the Year, they have never seen a 5th level mutant. That's right, it's the 5th level mutant. The 4th level mutant can't do it, only the 5th level mutant can do it. Levis explained with great certainty. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. So you're a level 5 mutant? Magneto asked suspiciously. Definitely 35. Levis nodded without hesitation. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the words, and they seemed to see the hope of saving the world. The power of the 5th level mutants. Many of them said that they had experienced it personally, and that was the Phoenix Girl. With that kind of power, there is absolutely no problem against Sentinel. Thinking of this, everyone was excited. Mr. Weiss? Storm couldn't help but want to say something excitedly. Mr. Orlo, just call me Wheeze, I'm your student too, Levis laughed. Storm calmed down a bit after hearing the words. Wheeze, what I want to say is, can you help us and save the world? When everyone heard her words, they all looked at him nervously. Save the world? I still don't know what's going on in this world. Can you tell me? Levis pretended to be puzzled. Definitely, let me tell you what happened in this world. Storm nodded excitedly, then began to tell. About 50 years ago, as Levis knew, Dr. Strucker started the Sentinel Project. This is a weapon specially developed for mutants. Until Sentinel suddenly came out at the very beginning, a large number of mutants were killed by Sentinel. Then all the mutants went into hiding. However, while the mutants were hiding, Sentinel did not stop killing. They put the target on the human body because every human body has the X gene. Sentinel's power is far beyond the imagination of the Superman class. In just a few short years, almost all the human beings in the entire world were killed. After listening to Storm's narration, Levis rubbed his chin and thought, except that the time was different from what he understood, everything else was the same. But this is a parallel world after all, and some differences are understandable. The meeting room was very quiet and everyone recalled the past. Katie, please pour me a glass of red wine, thank you. Levi's voice broke the silence of everyone. Shadowcat froze for a moment, then took the glass and turned around to get a glass of red wine. Give 35. Thank you, 35. Levis took the wine and then thanked him. Can I ask you a question? Shadowcat said hesitantly. What's the problem? Say it, Levis said, drinking red wine. The world you were in was a parallel world, so on your side, what is the relationship between me and you? Shadowcat always felt that Levis knew her very well and was not polite at all. It was completely like a couple's behavior, which made her very curious. Oh, well, sorry, because you are my girlfriend over there, so I subconsciously, Levis explained a little embarrassedly. It does not matter. Shadowcat shook his head a little embarrassedly and finally understood the previous doubts in his heart. At the same time, he is also envious of himself over there, having a 5th-level mutant as his boyfriend. I want to ask, what about me? Shadowcat's boyfriend Colossus asked uncomfortably. You, Colossus, looks like your confession was rejected, Levis shrugged. Colossus was speechless when he heard the words. After all, the farewell was really bad, and being rejected in another world is definitely a matter of course. What about me? Clarice asked curiously. Clarice, you are my girlfriend too, Levis said with a smile. Why do you have 2 girlfriends? Clarice asked curiously. No way, who made me handsome and strong? Levis shrugged. It's not surprising that the development of the 2 worlds is different, just like Weiss, you appeared over there. Professor X smiled and said, Weiss, can I ask you to help us? It's definitely, Levis nodded without hesitation. Although the 2 worlds are different, you are still you, Professor. Now this world has been destroyed by Sentinel and I help as a member of the X-Men. You should too. Everyone was happy to hear what he said. God knows how long it has been since they were happy like this. Weiss, my thought is that since you have the ability to go back in time, can you go back to the time when Raven killed Stryker and stop her? What Professor X meant, he definitely understood. But is it really good to meddle in the history of their world like this? Maybe Shadowcat should still come. Originally, Levis meant to help them resist Sentinel, and it was still up to Shadowcat and Wolverine to change the past. Weiss, I can only rely on you for this matter. This is the only way to save the world, Professor X said with a pleading look in his eyes. The relationship between Professor X and Mystique has always been unclear, but there is no doubt that the relationship between the two is very good. So he took to himself what didn't stop Mystique from killing Stryker in the first place. The whole world is destroyed because of him. This made Professor X suffer all the time. Levis frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his brows suddenly stretched. Okay, I promise you, really. When everyone saw his promise, they were a little surprised. I don't know if I should interfere with the history of your world, but since you have said so, Professor X, I will try my best to help you, Levis said with a serious look. Great wheeze, thank you. 35. Tears appeared in Professor X's moved eyes. Then it's not too late, let's get started. Storm on the side was a little anxious. However, Levis smiled and shook his head. Before changing history, I think it's better to deal with the guys outside first. Outside. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. No, Sentinel came here. 35. Professor X could notice that more than a dozen large transport planes flew over not far from them. You don't have to think about it to know it must be Sentinel. Damn, how did they come so fast? 35. When everyone heard Sentinel approaching, their expressions changed greatly. Because in previous battles, every time they were approached by Sentinel, it ended with their death. If it weren't for Shadowcat's ability, I'm afraid they would have died thousands of times. Weiss, act quickly. As long as you can change history, it doesn't matter even if we all die, Professor X said seriously. Yes, we will buy you time. Logan stretched out his clenched fists and said fearlessly. However, Levis shook his head again. No, I won't let you die, leave these Sentinels too. Everyone frowned when they heard his words. However, at this time, Levis had already walked out. Unfortunately, everyone could only follow behind him. The crowd came outside the fighter plane. There was a lot of fog in the dark night and there were only faint lights in the sky. It's the plane that Sentinel was on. There are 12 in total, Storm reported to everyone. They did come here, Magneto frowned. Can we really deal with so many Sentinels? 39. Shadowcat's complexion turned pale. Don't worry, with me here, Sentinel won't pose any threat to us. I forgot to tell you, I'll have dealt with 2 ships when I come here again. Levis looked back and smiled lightly. Everyone was relieved to see him so relaxed. Just in this moment, Sentinel's transport plane is also getting closer. Weiss, what are you going to do with these Sentinels? Shadowcat suddenly thought of a very serious question, that is, how should Levis use the ability of traversal? For now, she can only use this ability to pass through walls or return her consciousness to the past, but attacking ability is not much. 533. Shadowcat is a little unsure what attack she will develop if she becomes a level 5 mutant. Don't worry about this, because there are so many abilities I have to think about which ability to use. Levis folded his arms and touched his chin, thinking. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other in dismay. Too many abilities? Is it true or false? Mutants with multiple abilities are rare, and they are still level 5 mutants with multiple abilities, but now they can only trust Levis. Yes, it is more convenient to use this ability. Levis snapped his fingers, and the next moment thousands of white lights appeared above his head. Atomic collapse. This trick is more convenient to use and does not require hands at all. What is this ability? The people behind them were a little puzzled when they saw these white light groups. Although I don't know what it is, it looks very dangerous. With the wolf's intuition, Logan found that these white light groups were a great threat to him. This is really incredible. While others heard this, they were also a little surprised. They knew about Wolverine's healing ability. There is even a threat to Wolverine, which shows how dangerous this white light group is. Immediately afterwards, a scene that made them unforgettable in their entire lives appeared when thousands of light groups in the sky instantly shot out countless white beams of light. The whole sky seemed to be illuminated by white light. Thousands of light clusters shoot out atomic collapse rays at the same time. This scene is really shocking. I saw that Sentinel's transport plane was pierced by countless rays of light before it approached. Boom. In an instant, countless sparks erupted in the sky. Some Sentinels tried to fly out of the plane, but the Sentinels that flew out were directly targeted. After the atomic collapse was counted, Sentinel instantly turned into a pile of wreckage. This is too scary. Shadowcat's eyes widened in disbelief. It was very difficult for them to destroy a Sentinel before, but at this moment they became a living target. As long as they dare to fly out of the wreckage of the plane explosion, they will be destroyed by several atomic collapse rays. This scene simply shocked everyone. Is this the power of a 5th-level mutant? Too strong. All the Sentinels were destroyed in just a moment before everyone watched. Levi's whim, Sentinel is just a program. Iceman and Burning Man looked a little excited. Using electromagnetic force, the transport plane was caught in an instant. And this one is specially left behind by Levis. Give me to invade Sentinel's network and download some technical data. By the way, I wonder if you can control Sentinel's master brain. Master, what's the matter? Misaka asked suspiciously. Immediately afterwards, Levis took out the phone, and the projection of Sister Misaka appeared in the air. Only one of the 12 transport planes remained. As long as he can invade and control this program, can't all Sentinels be able to be used by him? Answer the master. Misaka's server is not here, so it is impossible to do high-intensity calculations, Misaka replied. Forehead. Levis didn't expect this. Miss Misaka's host is still in the basement of the Mutant Academy. Forget it, you can download some technical data directly. Anyway, these Sentinels can't be brought back and they will disappear after changing history. It doesn't matter if they are controlled or not. Misaka is downloading technical data, Misaka replied. Levis nodded in satisfaction. Weiss, are you? At this time, Professor X and the others also came. I found that the technology in your world is ahead of ours, so I plan to record it. Don't worry, it won't take long. 99. Levis didn't hide it but said it out loud. Professor, should we also get some technology after the history is changed maybe? The fireman did not continue. Because he remembered that if history were changed, they would not seem to remember what happened now. Do you still have to worry about running out of money? Levis laughed and interrupted everyone's silence. Although I don't know where Professor X's money came from, it seems that Professor X has never been short of money. In such a big school, there are still so many students who do not charge tuition fees, and there are high-tech fighter jets and X-Men uniforms and so on. So where did Professor X's money come from? Levis was also a little curious. However, curiosity returned to curiosity and he did not forget his own business. Did the host sign in to Professor X? Charles? Double experience or super ability? Sign in to super ability. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. Hearing the system's prompt, Levis was mixed. Surprisingly, signing in this parallel world was indeed successful, but what made him a little helpless was that he could only get double the experience. After all, he already has the ability of telepathy. But anyway, in this world you can also sign in to gain experience points. Soon half an hour passed. The Master Misaka has downloaded all the scientific research data, Misaka reported. When Levis, who was chatting with Professor X and the others, heard Misaka's voice, his spirits were suddenly lifted. With these data, the progress of his sky battleship can also be accelerated. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood. Professor, it's not too late, I'm ready to start. Weiss, let's go, everything is up to you. Professor X looked at him with hopeful eyes. Not only Professor X but everyone's eyes are full of hope, hoping that the world will return to the world they are familiar with. Don't worry, leave it to me. Levis didn't talk nonsense. The next moment he used traveling, he had disappeared in front of everyone. Experienced the time travel again. This time Levis seemed much calmer. I don't know how long has passed. A ray of light flashed before his eyes and then he appeared on a bustling street. The crowd was surging around and no one seemed to notice his sudden appearance. This is New York. Levis was relatively familiar with New York and he didn't think much about it. This time, his only task was to make Mystique give up the idea of assassinating Stryker. He is not Professor X, so his method is very crude, just use telepathy to change her mind. In an instant, a huge telepathy instantly enveloped the whole world. After a while, Levis found Mystique's location and directly used telepathy to change her mind. After doing all this, he was not in a hurry to go back. Now that history has been changed, he obviously can't go back to the timeline when he killed Sentinel. It can be said that changing history is equivalent to obliterating another future. But he didn't care about this matter and then he used traveling again. And this time, it was time to travel to the future when the Phoenix Girl became the Dark Phoenix. That's right, his ultimate purpose is to absorb the Phoenix power of this parallel world, the Black Phoenix. Why would he risk helping the Professor X of this world? Obviously, they themselves can do it to change history. But Levis did it anyway, and the reason was the power of the Phoenix. In Odin's heyday, he was able to beat the Celestials with the Destroyer armor. Perhaps his current strength is no match for the armored Odin. But as long as he absorbs part of the power of the Phoenix again, even Odin, who was wearing the armor of the Destroyer in his heyday, would not take it seriously. That's why he took the risk. Soon, Levis has come to the timeline of the X-Men vs. Dark Phoenix. He appeared when the Dark Phoenix was about to be stabbed to death by Wolverine. Because he has never appeared in front of everyone, the X-Men during this time period did not know him. Everyone was completely unclear as to what this sudden appearance was going to do. Levis didn't talk nonsense, he just waved one hand and Wolverine was thrown out in an instant. Seeing this, the Dark Phoenix, who had been suppressed by Jean Grey, once again took the dominant position. Who the hell are you, Tilda? Dark Phoenix could feel that the human in front of him had the same power as her. Who am I? That's a very good question. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly, then he waved one hand and a Phoenix figure appeared beside him. Phoenix, come back, we are one. The Phoenix stretched out his hand to the Black Phoenix. You are also a Phoenix? This is impossible. Dark Phoenix couldn't believe it and another self appeared. Not only did she not believe it, but even the X-Men couldn't believe that the man who suddenly appeared in front of him actually possessed the power of the Phoenix. This suddenly gave them a headache. One Phoenix is difficult to solve, and another Phoenix is not enough to destroy the whole world. Nothing is impossible. We are both the most powerful and ancient forces in the universe, the Black Phoenix, but it was a pity that it was attacked later and all the forces were scattered in various multi-worlds. Now it is time for us to reunite, Phoenix still said in a hurry. Hearing this, the Black Phoenix still didn't believe it, and this was normal. After all, no one would believe that he was only a part of other people. You said that we were originally one, then why don't you take the initiative to become my part? In this way, we can also become a stronger existence again. Dark Phoenix said with an impassioned look on the platform with both hands. Unexpectedly, the Dark Phoenix turned out to be a guest-oriented and wanted his Phoenix power to take the initiative to send it to her. Hearing this, Levis almost laughed angrily. Phoenix, it seems we can't convince her anymore. Then use your strength to make her surrender. The Phoenix flew into the sky as he spoke, transforming into a huge amount of flame Phoenix. Tweet. A screeching sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. This was the biggest challenge to the Black Phoenix. I saw the Black Phoenix also flew into the sky, releasing a lot of Phoenix power and flame Phoenix from the whole body. However, the Dark Phoenix in Jean Grey's body is destined to not be able to exert its full strength. On the other hand, Levis is different. Because of absorbing the power of the Phoenix in Mephisto's hands, the Flame Phoenix is far stronger than the Dark Phoenix. The next moment, the Phoenix powers of both sides collided. As predicted, the Flame Phoenix directly devoured the Phoenix power of the Black Phoenix in a crushing posture. Dark Phoenix wanted to escape, but it was useless. In just a moment, the Phoenix force in Kung Fu Chin Grey's body was completely absorbed. The Flame Phoenix entered Levi's body again. Boom! The powerful Phoenix power escaped from his body, and everything around was destroyed to form a large pit with a range of 1 kilometer. It took him a long time to recover the power of the Phoenix. Roar tilde tilde, I didn't expect the improvement this time to be so huge. Feeling the huge Phoenix power in his body, Levi's eyes showed excitement. Obviously, he made the right bet this time. After absorbing the power of the Phoenix in this parallel world, his strength has increased terribly. I'm afraid that Odin's heyday was not necessarily his opponent. Definitely, this is just a feeling. After all, he has never seen the strength of Odin in his heyday. But this is enough to make him not afraid of the legendary god group. Looking at the surrounding human beings, Levis did not stay here any longer, and now it is time to go back. With a thought, his figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, in some empty white space, it is like an office worker. Everyone is sitting in front of a computer and busy. This is the time and space administration. Each worker manages one or more universes in the multi-universe, and whenever an anomaly occurs in that universe, their ideas will be aroused. Drop, drop, drop. Suddenly one of the staff's computer remembered the sound of Diddy. The staff member's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and after some manipulations, he finally found the change in the universe he managed. Then he hurriedly reported the matter to his superiors. Number 9527, let me ask you, what force or person caused the mutation in your world? The superior asked with a serious expression. The staff member named 9527 had cold sweat on his face and said, I discovered the power of the Phoenix at the source of the mutation. What, the power of the Phoenix? Are you sure? The superior asked with a frown. I'm sure. 35 number 9527 hurriedly nodded and replied. Okay, go back first. The superior waved his hand, then turned and left. The upper management quickly contacted other managers to discuss the matter. The world number 9527 has a mutation. Do you need to send someone to arrest the person who caused the mutation? I think it's better to restore the mutant world first. It is said that the person who caused the historical mutation controlled the power of the Phoenix. It's actually the power of the Phoenix. What should I do now? The high-level personnel of the Time and Space Administration were talking a lot, but they couldn't make up their minds. Quiet, said the person sitting in the first place. Everyone fell silent for a while. Let's put this matter on hold for the time being. The person with the power of the Phoenix is not something we can solve. We must report it. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. At present, there is only this way. After all, it is the power of the Phoenix, and the ability of the Time Administration cannot handle it at all. When Levis reappeared, he was back in the infirmary of the Mutant Academy. Weiss, how are you back? Seeing his sudden appearance, everyone, Professor X and Logan, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. God knows how worried they are. After all, this ability of Levis is also used for the first time. If there is any accident, they will be blamed. Huh, you haven't left yet? Levis looked at everyone in surprise. By the way, how long have I been away? Less than 10 minutes, 35 Storm replied. 10 minutes? Levis was stunned for a while. Although he didn't stay in the future world for a long time, he still had a day. I didn't expect it to take less than 10 minutes. Weiss, have you succeeded? Now that he has returned safely, this is what Logan is most concerned about. Don't worry, Logan, Weiss has just returned. Cyclops on the side couldn't stand it any longer. After all, it was a bit bad for the talent to ask this question before he could catch his breath. It's okay. Levis smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Logan and said, It's a pity that this time did not change your future, Uncle Logan. What? Logan couldn't help clenching his fists when he heard this. He didn't expect that he still failed, and he felt a little unwilling. Uncle Logan, don't worry, listen to me slowly. Tell everyone what happened this time. Levis was a little helpless, so he had to start talking about his experience in this parallel world. Definitely, he only talked about the first half and didn't say the second half. However, everyone was stunned. No one expected such a terrible thing to happen in a parallel world. Weiss, you're right, it seems that we can't be too comfortable, otherwise the parallel world will be the fate of our mutants, Cyclops said with a serious face. Yes, if the mutants can't progress, they will die sooner or later. Storm also nodded in agreement. For a time, everyone's faces became solemn. Seeing this, Levis was speechless again. I said, there is no need for you to be so pessimistic. As long as I am here, nothing like that will happen. Don't forget that I have the power to change the world. 95. Yes, it is our greatest luck to have Weiss. Professor X nodded with a smile and couldn't help but sigh that bringing Weiss back was the most correct decision in his life. Well, we should trust Weiss. Storm nodded too. Uncle Logan, don't worry, it's inevitable that there will be an accident when you use this Lee Hayahao ability for the first time, but don't worry, I will never make a mistake next time. Levis patted Logan's shoulder comfortingly. I always believed in you. Logan was also moved in his heart. Haha tilde Uncle Logan, don't worry, you will definitely bring the woman you like back to you safely. Levis has always regarded everyone in the X-Men as his family in the Marvel world, so helping everyone is also in his view. A woman I like? Logan's face was full of question marks. You don't have to worry about that. He didn't explain anything. Everyone just wait for my good news. After speaking, Levis disappeared in front of everyone again, and this time he didn't go the wrong timeline. After successfully returning to the end of the Wolverine 1 plot, Levis directly rescued the just-dead Silver Fox. In order not to change the history too much, he froze Silver Fox directly after saving it, and then used the power of the Phoenix to ensure that it would not die. Finally buried Silver Fox deep in the ground. After all this was done, Levis was back the next moment. It came back faster this time. The people who were still waiting in the infirmary found him the moment he came back. Wheeze, how? Did it work? Storm asked suspiciously. Everyone also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Yeah, it's done. Levis nodded with a smile. Did it work? But I don't feel any change. Logan was a little puzzled, trying to recall, but there was no useful memory. In his opinion, if history is successfully changed, then his memory should be changed. It's not so much that I changed history, it's better that I deceived history. Levis smiled and explained, you know what? The most painful thing in your life is to see your beloved woman die in front of your own eyes, and you have lost your memory. Now I'm back with the woman you love. Having said that, he placed a finger on Logan's forehead. In an instant, all the memories of Logan were transmitted to his mind. The huge memory made Logan a little bit painful, but it was his own experience that made him even more painful. He killed his own father, turned against his brother, and his beloved woman was killed by his brother, betrayed by a woman, and injected into adamantium alloy. All of this made him extremely miserable. Logan seemed to have experienced a change himself again, and it was only when he recovered that he found that his whole body was soaked with sweat. At the same time, Levis also went back to where Silver Fox was frozen and brought her back. Because of the protection of the power of the Phoenix, even if it was frozen for decades, it did not suffer any harm. Logan. After sobering up, Silver Fox rushed to Logan's side. Hearing this familiar voice, Logan finally came back to his senses and he looked at Silver Fox in disbelief. The next moment the two hugged tightly. Levis pouted at this and then left the infirmary. He was too lazy to eat dog food. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to sleep with Clarice in my arms if you have time? At this time, Professor X also came out of the infirmary. Weiss, thank you. Professor, what are you thanking me for? Levis looked at Professor X in surprise. No, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, Logan wouldn't have solved this knot, Professor X said with a smile. Levis waved his hand without caring. I have no relatives and no reason in this world, and the professor brought me back, so I will treat everyone as family. Hearing this, Professor X couldn't help showing a relieved smile. Cyclops, Storm, and Jean behind him would also smile. By the way, Wheeze, you should go to class today. Storm suddenly stepped forward and said, do I still have class? Levis was speechless. He was ready to go to sleep and fall asleep. After a few days as a good boy at the academy, Levis finally couldn't help sneaking out. The technical data of Sentinel collected before has all been stored in Misaka's mainframe, and Misaka will use these technologies to calculate and build the Sky battleship. So he doesn't have to worry about it at all. When he had nothing to do, he suddenly remembered that he had promised to help Dr. Ethan to save his family. He is a person who attaches great importance to promises, and since he has promised things, he must do them. So today, Levis brought Dr. Ethan's wife and children to the X.Gene underground research base. Master, you are here. The first to find out that he came is still Ma Fei and Phoebe, but this time there is one more person, that is Sayuri Death Girl. Previously, Sayuri kept calling him Master because of his mishandling, which made him very embarrassed, especially in front of acquaintances. So Levis brought her here as a guard for the research base. Yeah, Levis nodded with a smile. Huh. Master, is this your wife and children? Sophie asked suspiciously when she saw the two behind him. Boom, 35. Levis directly gave the naughty Maffei a shudder, and Sophie suddenly hugged her head and snorted roar. What are you talking about? They are Dr. Ethan's family. Go and call Dr. Ethan over here, Levis said angrily. Oh, Sophie stuck out her tongue mischievously, then turned to call for someone. Soon, Dr. Ethan was called over. Originally, the research was interrupted at a very critical position and Dr. Ethan was very angry. But when he saw the two people next to Levis, he couldn't think of any more research. Dr. Ethan, according to the agreement, I have already brought your wife and children back. Nyan Levis patted his shoulder and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, 35. Dr. Ethan wept with joy. He couldn't imagine that one day he would see his wife and children again. It almost made him feel like he was dreaming. Have a good time with your family, Levis smiled, then turned to leave. Sophie and Phoebe and Sayuri follow. Master, Ma Fei suddenly took his hand and acted coquettishly. Levis said helplessly, Ma Fei, if you have something to say, just say it. Master, you haven't seen Celeste, Esme and Tracy McGrady for a long time and they all miss you, Master. Sophie said with a pitiful look on her face. Hearing this, Levis was stunned for a moment because he realized that he did seem to have neglected the three sisters Celeste, Esme, and Tracy McGrady. All along, he ran to the underground research base more often. And the three sisters Celeste, Esme, and Tracy McGrady have not been there for so long. Thinking of this, he said with some guilt, I'm sorry I ignored you all, I'll go see them now. Wait, it's the same with the Master to accompany us first. Ma Fei also has her own thoughts. That's fine. Levis had no choice but to agree. Hey, Sophie, didn't you say let me play with you for a while? What does CSEB mean by pulling me into the room? 39. Yeah, it's the same in the room, Ma Fei said with a simple smile. Levis believed it, but he soon stopped thinking so. Hey, Sophie, why do you have to lie down to chat with you? Is this more convenient or do you like to sit on the sofa? Ma Fei asked suspiciously. 2 days later, Levis finally set off for Mexico. Welcome, Master. In the mansion distributed by Hellfire, Rua and the three Cuckoo sisters Celeste, Esme and Tracy met him together. Don't be so polite, tell me about the latest situation. 39. When he came to Rua's office, Levis was unceremoniously lying on the president's chair. It's like this because the company has a stake in Stark Industries, so recently, Celeste, the eldest sister of the Cuckoo sisters, began to introduce everything about the company recently. Because of the management of the shares of Stark Industries, their own business has also been greatly developed. It can be said that the situation in the company is very good. After listening to Celeste's introduction, Levis nodded with satisfaction, and it was indeed the right decision to hand over the shares of Stark Industries to them. By the way, Master, I have one more thing to say, Esme said suddenly. Huh. Let's talk about anything. Levi pursed his lips for her to speak quickly. It's like this. There were a series of car accidents on the street a few days ago and there were mutants among them, Esme said, turning on the computer on the side and calling up the screen. I saw a man in a red tights with 2 swords on his back, Deadpool. Levis looked at the guy in the red tights in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is Deadpool Wade Wilson, Esme continued. Based on our investigation, this guy was hunting down a man named Francis, and Francis was secretly studying mutants, and I guess this mutant was born because of this. Levis looked at Wade with interest. This guy owns the regenerative healing factor. Even if he was shot countless bullets or his heart was poached, he could recover. This ability is indeed very perverted. But Levis doesn't need this level of regenerative healing factor. He has already merged with the power of the Phoenix, and ordinary attacks are useless to him at all. Even if he is killed, he can be reborn from the ashes. It is much smarter than the regenerative healing factor of Wade. Still, Levis plans to meet the guy, because this guy did not normally awaken the X gene to become a mutant but awakened under the stimulation of artificial technology. This almost coincides with the X gene underground research base built by Levis. Perhaps the other party's research data and technology can speed up his research. Esme, I want to meet this guy. It's the Master, I'll go catch him right now. Esme promised to turn around and was ready to send someone to catch Deadpool. Wait, Levis looked at him speechlessly. Is there anything else, Master? Esme turned around and asked suspiciously. I mean, tell me where this guy is and I'll go find him myself, Levis explained helplessly. Is that so? Esme walked back a little embarrassedly and then operated on the computer, and soon a target was displayed on the computer. According to our surveillance, that mutant is currently at this location, Esme said, pointing to the map. Very good, then Esme, come with me. With that said, Levis stood up from the chair and then hugged Esme, who was beside him. The next moment, the two just disappeared into the office. Seeing them leave, Celeste, the eldest sister, couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. God, I thought the Master would blame Esme just now. I didn't expect to take her out alone now. 5. I was also shocked, but I believe that the Master will not punish us. McGrady envied Esme. Ma Fey and Phoebe have completely become masters and we can't be left behind. Remember our plan at night, Celeste whispered. Definitely remember, McGrady nodded vigorously and licked his lips with his tongue, at the same time, accompanied by melodious music on an overpass. A strange man in red and black tights with 2 knives on his back is shaking his calf to the music, holding a crayon and scribbling on a piece of white paper. Hi, I'm stupid, Francis. Accept Deadpool's punishment, Francis, UB****ch. Looking at the completed Q version of Deadpool's picture of Francis killing Francis, Deadpool was very interested in dubbing it. Deadpool, who was entertaining himself, suddenly stopped the movements of his hands and then shouted to himself, "Hey, it's shocking, right? A marginal person like me has the opportunity to appear." The answer is very simple. I have traded. Please don't doubt it, because even if you imagine the kind of trade, it was a wonderful night. You must have never seen Deadpool in women's clothing. After speaking, he made an international XO gesture at the end, and at the moment, Levis and Esme were standing not far away, watching Deadpool talking to himself, speechless. As expected, this guy was the same as he remembered, a rude talker. However, the sign-in still has to be signed and the number of sign-ins today has not been used yet. Ding! Does the host sign in to Deadpool Wade Wilson? Double experience or super ability. Sign in for double experience points. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. Levis directly signed in for double experience points and he had absolutely no interest in Deadpool's super ability. At the same time, after a while, Deadpool, who had been talking to himself, found that the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. Hey, the bad guys are finally here, so it's time for superhero Deadpool, Deadpool said and jumped off the overpass. Boom! With the window of a car in the middle shattered, Deadpool accurately entered the car. Perfect shot, little Deadpool is going to be in trouble here. With that said, Deadpool raised his foot and kicked the person behind him straight out of the car. When the other people in the car saw this, they naturally wouldn't let go and watch. Except for the one who was driving, all the others rushed over and scuffled with Deadpool. However, Deadpool, who is proficient in martial arts, is not so easy to deal with, not to mention that he can completely ignore the pain and hit the enemy's key points. Even while dealing with these big men, he even took out the Q map he just drew. I'm looking for Francis, you've seen this guy. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Deadpool was grabbed by the head next to him and slammed hard on the speaker. Levis, who saw this scene, couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is so funny. Soon Deadpool took care of everyone in the car, but Francis's people were more than that. I saw several other cars also surrounded, and a group of big men got out of the car with various firearms. Deadpool hurriedly hid behind the car. Hey, aren't you wondering why I'm wearing a red tights? Deadpool, who was hiding behind the car, suddenly exposed his head. However, it was several bullets that responded to him. Deadpool, who was almost shot in the head, was not timid. Seeing that there was no gunshot, he raised his hand and said again, "Because the bad guys can't see me bleeding, how?" It's funny, but apparently no one was amused. Duh. Countless bullets responded to him. Well, it seems that the negotiation failed. Let's hurt each other. I only have 12 bullets here. Guess how many of you will be shot? Before he finished speaking, Deadpool had already turned over from the back of the car. He killed the two of them with 2 shots and then rolled to the side. Deadpool's super ability can give him the regenerative healing factor, but the strengthening of his physical strength is negligible, and at most it is a little stronger than ordinary people. But Deadpool was a powerful mercenary before he became a mutant. With the undying ability, it's no problem to deal with these Francis thugs. In just a few moments, Deadpool had taken down 12 thugs. Only Francis was left. However, Deadpool couldn't find Francis after searching for a long time. "Hey, Francis, where the hell are you, you son of a b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* At this time, the sound of a motorcycle suddenly sounded, and a man with a helmet who couldn't see his face clearly got on the motorcycle and was about to escape. Little b asterisk asterisk ch, so you're here. Such a disguise would definitely not deceive Deadpool, and he sneered and drew the long knife behind his back and threw it out. Boom! The long knife just got stuck in the wheel of the motorcycle and the man threw it off the motorcycle due to inertial force. Where do you want to go, b asterisk asterisk ch Francis? Come on, let's play. Deadpool said it went up and kicked Francis' helmet directly, followed by a left hook and a right hook, throwing it out. Then he took out the long knife and stabbed Francis directly in the shoulder, nailing it to the wall. The last angry kick directly kicked Francis' helmet into the air. Hee hee tilde Francis, the combo just now was not bad. Is there anything else you want to say now? 99. Who are you? Until now Francis still didn't understand who the madman in front of him was and why he attacked them. Damn, you forgot who I am, then let me show you. 35. As Deadpool said, he took off half of his hood, revealing the lower half of his face. Francis saw the terrifying face in the lower half of his face where he still didn't know who the other party was. So it's you, Wade Wilson, meet the handsome guy again, Francis sneered. Yeah, we met again. I often sigh about the unfairness of God. Obviously they were all bitten. The guy next door was bitten by little Spider-Man and still looks handsome, but I was bitten by a Shar-Pei. Who am I to hold accountable for this? After Deadpool put on his hood again, he said in a cold voice, "You should thank me, I made you immortal. To be honest, I am very envious." Francis looked envious, knowing that it was the ability of immortality, which many people could not envy. Okay, I admit that this ability is good, but how can you make me look like this face? Ah, tell me how to get rid of this disgusting scar. Deadpool roared as he grabbed Francis' clothes. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. Maybe I can help you. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Deadpool subconsciously punched out. Immediately afterwards, however, his entire body was ejected and hit a car beside him. I said ... it's not a good habit to do it casually. Levis almost laughed. Damn, my little right, what's wrong with you, my concubine? Deadpool got up from the ground and cried bitterly while holding his broken right hand, making people speechless. I think we can talk. Go talk to Nima. Deadpool suddenly kicked Levi's neck. Levi's expression remained unchanged and he raised his hand to block it, then grabbed Deadpool's feet with his backhand and threw it into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared in the sky, and after passing through the portal, Deadpool actually appeared in a free fall at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ah mom hurry up and save me, I'm going to fall to my death . Not even in the free fall, not even the strong wind that poured into his mouth could stop Deadpool's mouth. This left Levis speechless. The next moment a portal appeared below Deadpool and in an instant he returned to the ground. Now we can have a good talk, Levis asked with a half smile. Well, I think we do need to have a good talk. Deadpool, who was lying on the ground and hadn't caught his breath, finally became less stubborn. By the way, I forgot to tell you just now Francis has escaped. Levis squatted in front of Deadpool and smiled. What? Deadpool looked back and saw that Francis, who had been nailed to the wall just now, had disappeared. F asterisk asterisk K, do you know what you did? Do you know how much time I spent blocking this damn B asterisk asterisk CH today? You know what, 99? Deadpool shouted angrily. Sorry, I'm not obligated to help you watch over him. When Francis wanted to escape just now, he had been careful about Levis and the others. However, after seeing that they did not block any movement, he directly pulled out the long knife nailed to the wall, then turned around and ran away. Levis didn't choose to kill this guy now because he needed to know the location of the opponent's research base. Fake, I should have known you guys are with Francis. Deadpool only reacted at this time, thinking that they were a gang at all. Hey, you can't talk nonsense about this. We are the X-Men and we are here to help you. Besides, it was you who made the first move just now. The X-Men want to recruit me. Warriors of justice always have to fight before recruiting villains and then start to talk shit. After all, that's how shit works. But I think today's affairs must be explained to me properly. You let Francis go, and I will settle it with you. Deadpool didn't doubt his identity as an X-Men but was furious that they let Francis go. Is it hard to get Francis back? Levis said with his arms crossed indifferently. It's hard. It's very hard. Do you know why I spent so much time waiting until today? Deadpool was angry. If it wasn't for the loss, he would have rushed up. That is, I'll get Francis for you and then you're willing to join the X-Men. If you could do it in 10 minutes or something. 10 minutes, okay, no problem. 35. The corners of Levi's mouth were slightly raised. Maybe it was very difficult for others to find Francis who had escaped in 10 minutes, but for him, it couldn't be easier. I saw that he clicked his fingers and in an instant Francis, who had just escaped not far away, was directly teleported back by space mobility. Deadpool was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Francis, who was still trying to escape, and sent a set of punches as if to vent his frustration. In just a few moments Francis was beaten out of shape. In the end, Deadpool gave him the final blow, stabbing Francis through the heart. Is it done? Let's go when we're done. Levis looked at this scene calmly, then turned around and left with Esme. Just now, Celeste had found Francis' research base, so he changed his mind temporarily and captured Francis back. Idiot, I didn't promise to join you. Deadpool sneered and turned to leave, not taking what he just said seriously. However, Deadpool turned around and just took a step but found that his feet were empty and he fell into the portal in an instant. Then Deadpool went through another thrilling free fall. After a while, a portal appeared in front of Levis and Deadpool also fell from it and smashed to the ground. All he heard was a toothache, and it was obvious that a lot of his bones had been broken. I'll ask you again, do you want to join the X-Men? Levis asked lightly. Wait tilde, I'll join. Deadpool nodded again and again. He didn't want to try a 10,000-meter free fall. Very well, then let's go. 99. Levis nodded with satisfaction, then opened a portal and walked in with Esme. Tilde, what did I see? Is this the portal that appeared in the comics? That kind of exclusive skill of the big guy. It seems that this time the little B asterisk asterisk CH may have been really planted. Deadpool was stunned when he looked at the golden aperture in front of him and the different scenery within the aperture, and all kinds of bullshit never stopped. I'll throw you into outer space if you don't come. A faint voice came from behind the portal. Deadpool was startled and then quickly crossed the portal. Hey, boss, is it true that you said that you can help my face? As long as you can cure my face, I can promise you anything, even pie transactions, but I must not tell my girlfriend afterwards. Hearing Deadpool's snarky remarks again, the corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly, and he doubted whether it was right for him to include this guy in the X-Men. Shut up, Levis couldn't bear to use the mental suggestion directly, and Deadpool closed his mouth in an instant. Roar tilde, finally quiet. Who are you? Suddenly there was a loud shout, and then several men dressed as security guards came over. It turned out that the portal just now had sent them to Francis' research base. Esme on the side waved his hand and saw several security guards instantly took out their guns and pointed at each other. Bang bang. After several shots were fired, several security guards perished. Woo tilde. Deadpool obviously wants to say something, but he can't open his mouth no matter what, which makes him very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Levis relieved him of his spiritual suggestion. What do you want to say? Roar tilde, finally able to talk. What I want to say is that this lady did a great job. They should let them shoot each other. Woohoo tilde. Boy. Before Deadpool could finish speaking, he was gagged again, and because of the gunshots, the Institute also remembered the harsh siren. Need to turn off the alarm? Esme asked. Don't worry about it, let's go in. By the way, let Celeste arrange for someone to take over here. Yes, 99. Esme nodded and then told Celeste about this on the Mind Network. Celeste quickly arranged for a man to set off. The three entered the Institute. Bang, 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 they were greeted by countless bullets. Levi's expression did not change and he waved his hand at will, and the electromagnetic force controlled the bullets to reflect back instantly. In an instant, all the security personnel in the Institute were eliminated. Okay, let's go, 35. Levis clapped his hands and punched in carelessly. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and punched him directly. Boom! Without exception, the incoming person was bounced back and smashed into the wall beside him. Looking at the woman lying on the ground and moaning in pain, Levis touched his chin and thought, what is this woman's name? He remembered that this woman seemed to be Francis' strongest subordinate, and the original book was able to fight Colossus without falling behind, so her strength was not bad. Esme, who was on the side, took the initiative to explain. Master, according to our investigation, this woman is called Angel Sand, known as Sand Angel, and she is the #1 thug under Francis. Hearing this, Levis immediately remembered, leave her alone, let's go to the control room. The three of them left here. Angel Sand Chen just wanted to get up and run away, but found that his body could no longer move. It was as if she could no longer control her body. The other side. In the control room, a researcher in a white coat was panickingly operating a computer to download data files, and from time to time he looked back to check the movement outside the door. After finding that there was no movement outside the door, he did not relax and still quietly stared at the download progress on the computer. 90%, 0.95%, 0.99%. However, when it reaches 99%, it seems to be stuck and there is no movement for a long time. Damn, hurry up. The researcher clenched his fist anxiously, but it was useless to let him urge him. Hey tilde, are you downloading a small movie? Actually, I have some research on that kind of intense action movie, so how about copying it to me? A cheap voice suddenly sounded behind the researcher, followed by a knife slashing across his neck. Don't kill me, you can do whatever you want and I will cooperate with you completely. A frightened researcher raised his hands and surrendered very spinelessly. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently, not only will I not kill you, but I will give you a chance to be a new person. 99. Levis laughed jokingly. When the researcher heard this, he nodded in horror. I'll say anything. As long as you don't kill me. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Then the first question, who are you? Ordinary people don't study mutant genes and there is no such conditional study. Levis guesses that the research is not simple. After hearing this question, the researcher answered honestly, we were originally researchers of the military's X-Weapon program and we belonged to Colonel Stryker. In order to study mutant genes, Colonel Stryker used the military's cover. Several large research bases have been established. It's just that with the fall of Colonel Stryker, the military and government also made clear all Stryker's research bases. Francis was one of the bases. He took some of us out and continued to research changes, human genes. I see. After hearing this explanation, Levis nodded. Since the last time he killed Stryker, it seems that Mr. President is also constantly moving. After all, Nick Fury has already told Mr. President who is the murderer behind his assassination. And although Stryker has been killed, there is still a lot of power left. After clearing his mind, Levis lost interest in the story behind the Institute. What interests him is the research data of this research base and the scientists who lead all this research. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and a virtual projection instantly appeared in the air. May I ask what the Master needs to do for Misaka? Misaka asked suspiciously. Give me control of this research base and then protect all research data. Misaka is executing the Master's order. The mission is over and all network data in the research base has been controlled. Misaka's execution is very fast and it only takes a few seconds to control the entire base. The data that had been downloaded behind the researcher was also cleared. Today, all data and networks in the entire base are controlled by Misaka, and if you want to download data, you must get Misaka's consent. Deadpool and the researcher were stunned when they saw the virtual projection in front of them. Hey, is this thing a legendary artificial intelligence? I don't know if it can help the master fly. Deadpool suddenly closed his mouth before he could finish his words. My tongue was almost bitten off because of talking. Levis didn't bother to pay any attention to Deadpool. He now had some idea of the level of the guy's talkativeness. After scanning the entire research base using telepathy, he soon found a special person. Come on, let's go meet someone special. Levis turned and left the control room. Esme followed closely behind him. Finally, Deadpool, after putting the bloody long knife back in its scabbard, hurried after him. Led by Levis, the three came to a research room. However, there was no one in the research room. Instead, there was a large hole in the wall. Apparently, people have escaped from here. This guy seems to know that the escape route is blocked, so he directly hit the wall and escaped. 35 Esme guessed after looking at the big hole in Qiang Shang. Yes, this guy seems to be very cautious. Levis nodded, then grabbed another researcher who had fainted beside him. Under his telepathy, he soon understood what had just happened. Just when the gunshots sounded, a scientist named Mr. Hyde checked the monitoring and hurriedly prepared to escape. There were others who tried to stop them, but without exception they were all knocked out. The memory of this study ends here, Mr. Hyde. When Levis heard the name, he felt familiar, flipped through the long-standing memories in his mind, and he suddenly remembered it. Isn't this guy the Hyde who made the Inhuman Queen? Maybe you still don't understand this, but as long as he is the biological father of Vibe's daughter Sky, you know who he is. And this research base can successfully study mutants. It is because of Hyde's many years of research on Inhumans. Speaking of which, the Inhumans and the mutants are also closely related. After all, they are both ethnic groups with supernatural powers. However, compared to the large number of mutants, the Inhumans are pitiful. Thinking of this, Levis also had some interest in the Inhumans. Aren't we going to catch up? Maybe that person hasn't escaped yet? Esme asked suspiciously. Levis shook his head. Don't worry, before looking for Mr. Hyde, you have to find someone who can make him obedient. And this person is Hyde's daughter Vibe and Sky. Mountain, if you sign into the Inhumans, what abilities can you get? It is almost impossible for Hyde to lead him to the Inhumans, but as long as he finds another person, Hyde should lead the way obediently. However, it is obviously not that simple to ask Mr. Hyde to take him to the territory of the Inhumans. Lorna and Katie, who tried it both, said they were good. I think Levis also saved her life when the Hulk was fighting against hatred and also signed the very useful super ability on her. It can be said that the super ability of Shock is one of the most frequently used abilities by Levis, and as long as he finds Sky, he is not afraid that Hyde will not give in. Let's go back first and let Celeste handle the affairs here. After he finished speaking, he looked at Deadpool again. Go to the X-Men and report it yourself. You should know where it is, and if you behave well, I will consider helping you restore your original appearance. Well, in order to prevent you from thinking that I'm lying to you, I'll restore half of your face to you. With that said, Levis used molecular manipulation to restore half of Deadpool's face to its original shape. Really recovered? You're not kidding me, are you? When Deadpool saw that he just waved his hand and it was over, he felt a little disbelieving. Aren't you going to find a mirror for yourself? Levis didn't bother to pay attention to him after he finished speaking, turned around and pulled 540 and Esme disappeared into the laboratory. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying to himself, Deadpool hurriedly found a mirror and lifted his hood to take a look. Sure enough, half of his face was restored to its original state while the other half was still very terrifying. Oh. That's great, the handsome little B*****ch is back, but unfortunately he only has half a face. Do I have to wear half a mask? Deadpool was a little depressed, but he still found half a mask and put it on, at least so that he could meet the person he likes. The other side, Levis and Esme returned to the office. He was wondering how to find Vibe's female Sky. Sky had not joined SHIELD at this time, so she should have joined the Rising Tide organization now. He had heard Katie talk about the Rising Tide, a group of hackers from all over the world. The Rising Tide organization is on the surface to reveal some hidden truths, but it is definitely not so clean behind it. And Katie is also a member of this group. Thinking of this, Levis called Katie directly. "Hey, Weiss, you've secretly skipped class again. You know, Mrs. Orlo asked me about you today. I said I didn't know. She didn't believe it and thought I was cheating on her." As soon as the call was connected, Shadowcat started talking nonstop, obviously very dissatisfied with him sneaking away. Cough cough tilde tilde Katie, do you want to come out alone? 35. Out alone? On a date with you? Shadowcat was very moved to hear this proposal. Yes, you answered the phone without being seen by Clarice and the others. No, definitely not. Shadowcat looked around carefully but didn't see Clarice and the others. That's good, I'll come to pick you up now. 99. Levis said and hung up the phone. Shadowcat was about to say something but found that he had hung up. Katie, let's go! Levis suddenly appeared behind Shadowcat, startling her. Where are we going? Shadowcat asked suspiciously. Don't ask, come with me. Levis smiled mysteriously and then dragged her away from the school. They had just left when Clarice and Naughty walked over. Where's Katie? Were you here just now? The two looked at each other suspiciously. The other sighed. Levis took Katie back to the office where Esme and Tracy were still waiting. Where is this place? Shadowcat came to his senses and found that they were already in an office, and in front of him were two big blondes with the same appearance. Weiss, can you explain who they are? Shadowcat asked Levis with a sullen expression. They're the ones who helped me run this company. Katie, you see this company is ours and I have a stake in Stark Industries. Levis quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, Shadowcat was successfully attracted by his words. Is this company yours and also a stake in Stark Industries? 39. Shadowcat was stunned. Although she didn't know the market value of this company, she knew very well about Stark Industries. Yes, and I'm a major shareholder in Stark Industries. Levis smiled and nodded. How much is that? Shadowcat is a bit unimaginable. Although she is a mutant, she is more of an ordinary woman who has never seen so much money. Haha, tilde tilde, you can say whatever you want, we're not short of money. Levis smiled and pulled Shadowcat over and let her sit on his lap. Hearing this, Shadowcat's eyes suddenly lit up. Since her man is so rich, then she can't be polite. I want you to go shopping with me, definitely no problem. Levis agreed without any nonsense and then dragged the Shadowcat for a day shopping. All kinds of girls' clothing, jewelry, etc. were all bought and sold. Night. Shadowcat lay on Levis with a happy face and asked, Weiss, why are you being so nice to me today? What are you asking? You are my woman, shouldn't you be nice to you? Levis moved as he spoke, causing Shadowcat to roll his eyes. Wait, don't move, I always feel like you're hiding something from me. Cough tilde, it does sound like I have something I want to ask you for help, Levis coughed dryly. Shadowcat suddenly showed such an expression when he heard the words. Tell me while I'm in a good mood now, that's it. Levis explains what it takes to find Sky at the Rising Tide. Katie looked at him strangely when she heard the words. What's wrong? Levis was a little puzzled. How did you know I knew Sky? Shadowcat asked in surprise. What, you and Sky know each other? Levis was confused, and after a long time, Shadowcat and Sky actually knew each other. That's right, we've known each other since we first joined the Rising Tide organization and we chat often. Shadowcat nodded. That's great, you ask her out for dinner tomorrow at 4.1. If it doesn't work, you can directly locate her. You haven't said what you have to do with her. Shadowcat is a little unhappy. The two are still together and they think about other women. It's really hateful. Don't get me wrong, it's like this. Levis had no choice but to explain what had happened before. God, I didn't know that, Weiss, you actually did such a big thing. Build a research base and research to make ordinary people into mutants? Shadowcat was stunned when she heard the news. She didn't even dare to think about such a thing, but if it really succeeds. Thinking of this, she immediately looked at Levis with admiration. As expected of her man, he is amazing. Think about it, if Levi's plan is successful, then the whole world will be a world of mutants, and they will no longer have to worry about being discriminated against. And Levis is the one who brings about change in the whole world. Thinking of this, she was very proud. Husband, don't worry, I'll help you about Skycat. Shadowcat said that he was about to get up, but suddenly his body fell down. Hey, don't worry. Levis smiled, then pulled the Shadowcat back. The next day, Shadowcat contacted Sky early in the morning, but the results were somewhat disappointing. Wheeze, Sky said something can't come today, Shadowcat apologized. Anything? Levis rubbed his chin and thought, can you directly locate the other party's position? 39. Definitely, don't underestimate me, but if I take the initiative to locate Sky, Sky will also take the initiative to locate me. Although Shadowcat and Sky are friends on the internet, they are just ordinary friends. If she takes the initiative to locate the other party, it will definitely arouse Sky's vigilance. And 22 and Sky's hacking ability will definitely also actively locate her location. It's okay, just let her position herself. Levis waved his hand indifferently. Okay then. Shadowcat nodded and began typing on the keyboard. Soon, it's been found and Sky has pinpointed our location from the trail I left. 35. Shadowcat showed Levis the computer. Levis looked at it, didn't realize that Sky was on a street in New York now. What was she doing there? Okay, since we already know the location of the other party, let's go. She definitely didn't expect us to suddenly appear beside her. Now they are in Mexico, and when they suddenly appear in New York, I don't know what Sky's expression will be. It will be very interesting to think about. Thinking of this, Levis didn't waste any time pulling the Shadowcat and disappearing into the room. A street in New York. Levis and Shadowcat appear on the roof of a building. If I'm not mistaken, the Sky you're looking for is in that car, said 33. Shadowcat, pointing to the black car on the street early. Levis nodded because he also found Sky different. In telepathy, ordinary humans are white, mutants are red, magicians are blue, and inhumans are actually gold. Is this the difference between inhumans? What are we going to do, go directly to her? Shadowcat asked suspiciously. Definitely, Levis nodded and was about to take the Shadowcat down when he accidentally found Phil Coulson. Why is he here? Who is that bald man? Seems to have seen it before. Shadowcat only felt very familiar after seeing the bald middle-aged man coming out of the car. It's just that they are on the top of the building and they can't see their faces when they look down, so it's not easy for her to confirm. Levis suddenly wanted to laugh when he heard the bald head. The bald middle-aged uncle is SHIELD, Agent Phil Coulson. It's really him? Shadowcat was a little surprised and then said, he walked towards Sky's car. Is it a coincidence? It shouldn't be a coincidence. Levis shook his head. He didn't believe it was a coincidence that Phil Coulson was here. Apparently Phil Coulson was going for Sky. It seems that now is the opportunity for Sky to join SHIELD. It is precisely because of this moment that Sky will become the female director of SHIELD in the future. So should Sky join SHIELD? But negative. Definitely can't let SHIELD take Sky away, otherwise because of Nick Fury's character he will definitely not let him go. Wouldn't it be bad to have Sky join the mutants? After all, mutants and inhumans are races with supernatural powers. Compared with humans, they are obviously closer to each other. Why did SHIELD find her? Could it be that what Sky said was the invasion of SHIELD? Shadowcat guessed in disbelief. The Rising Tide organization is a group of lawless hackers, as can be seen from the fact that they dare to reveal all kinds of hidden facts. Once Shadowcat also relied on its own hacking technology and did not take any power in its eyes. However, after joining the Mutant Academy, it has converged a lot. In her opinion, Sky must have done something similar, so she was approached by SHIELD. What, are we going to save her? Shadowcat asked. Definitely, we can't let SHIELD take people away from us. Levis said and disappeared. At the same time, inside a shiny black car by the street, Sky is hacking SHIELD's network, watching the progress keep jumping. 90%, 0.96%, 0.98%, pat. The sudden sound of the door opening startled Sky. Who? The sudden opening of the car door made her a little flustered. She had already locked the car door just now, but why was it opened so easily? Is it the owner of the car? Wouldn't it be so coincidental? It turned out that these two cars were not Sky's cars, which was why she was so panicked. However, when Sky took a closer look, he found that the unbelievably handsome man in front of him was the one who saved him last time. It's you. It's too late to explain, come with me. 35. Levis grabbed Sky's hand involuntarily and disappeared into the 540 in an instant when Phil Coulson was about to approach the car. What? Phil Coulson, who came to the car, was stunned when he saw that the door was opened but no one was inside, and the other side. Levis took Sky to the roof. Levis, I remember your name, right? 39. Sky didn't know when to hug him and looked curiously at the magical man in front of him with big eyes. Cough tilde tilde Sky, can you let go of my boyfriend? Shadowcat on the side looked at the two of them unhappily and then reached out and pulled them away. You must have hacked into SHIELD's system, Shadowcat said with great certainty. Sky didn't have any embarrassment, just some doubts about what just happened. They're people from SHIELD. You should know why they came to you. Levis raised his eyebrows. Look where? Levis pointed to the vehicle where Sky was just now and saw 4 or 5 people in black suits carefully examining something. Sky subconsciously wanted to defend something, but looking at the SHIELD agents below who were constantly searching around, she was at a loss for words. But my plan is perfect, obviously. She was interrupted before she could finish speaking. Who are they? Sky frowned, not knowing why he was called to the door. Well, thank you, you saved my life again. Sky thanked him, but he still had a lot of doubts in his heart. Wait, don't ask, this is not the place to talk, let's find a quiet place. Levis stops Sky, who wants to ask questions, and finds a coffee shop. After a while, the three came to the coffee shop. After asking the waiter for 3 cups of coffee, Levis looked at Sky and said, Okay, now you can ask. 35. Sky, who had a lot of questions just now, actually didn't know how to ask, and after thinking about it, she asked, Why do you want to save me? I don't believe you are passing by. Definitely because we want to help you, Levis laughed. Help me? Do you have the same goal as me? Want to reveal the secrets of the whole world from SHIELD? Sky looked excited when he said this. Reveal the secrets of SHIELD? Levis looked at her strangely. That's right, a long time ago the top hackers who were on the rise had noticed SHIELD's domineering behavior on the internet. They used superb technology to block some important information at will and even made some insiders disappear. Sky said, picked up the laptop that never left his body and tapped it and then called up a lot of incomprehensible videos. Levis looked a little surprised. I saw videos of Hulk versus Abomination, Ghost Rider wielding crimson chains, and even Levis versus Destroyer. There's even a video recording of the big crater left after Levi's and Dark Phoenix fight. And there are many more videos like this. All are paranormal phenomena from all over the world. Look, SHIELD is the hound in the hands of the government. They wantonly oppress us and erase the facts that should be known to everyone, so SHIELD is the biggest enemy facing the free people. Sky said excitedly, hide the truth, the worst enemy. Levis couldn't help but pouted when he heard this. SHIELD was never a democratic and free organization. It should be said that SHIELD was originally a powerful organization. Are you trying to talk democracy and freedom with Nick Fury now? He certainly wouldn't mind putting you in a dark room and brainwashing you. And Levis was not fooled by her words. He always had a faint smile on his face, as if I had seen through you a long time ago. Sky, I'm afraid your purpose is not to reveal to the public what SHIELD is hiding. 39. Looking at his eyes, Sky didn't want to admit it, but there was a feeling of being seen through his mind. Well, in fact, I hacked into the SHIELD system to find out my background. So far, I have investigated many places, but only in SHIELD I got information about me. Seeing her taking the initiative to confess, Levis nodded with satisfaction. Very well, since you want to know your background, then come with me. Hey, I still don't know who you are. Sky asked about the identities of the two. Although she was rescued twice by Levis, she only knew his name. Isn't it obvious? We are mutants and we belong to the X-Men, Levis shrugged. Sky, have you forgotten me? I'm Shadowcat. Shadowcat is the screen name. Katie is chatting with Sky. You are Shadowcat, are you sure? Sky's eyes widened with a look of astonishment, looking unspeakably funny. Because the other party was still in Mexico when he was positioned just now, how could he have come to New York in an instant? If the other party is using a fake IP, there is no way to hide it from her. Seeing the funny little expression on Sky's face, Levis almost laughed. Well, you are all mutants and I can understand any strange abilities. After being surprised, Sky thought of the scene where Levis dragged her and disappeared in the car in an instant. Now she finally understood why the other party was able to cross such a long distance in a short time. By the way, you just said you knew my background? Sky asked uncertainly. Levis nodded and started to flicker. Yes, we met a man named Mr. Hyde before. After some investigation, we found that you have a great relationship with Mr. Hyde. If there is no mistake, you should be Mr. Hyde's daughter. Mr. Hyde. Sky frowned at the name, a person she had never heard of. Are you sure he's my father? Definitely, your father has been looking for you for so many years. If you don't believe it, you can find him and confront him. Levis smiled and nodded. Sky frowned and thought for a moment. Well, I believe you. What should I do? Well, just leave it to me. Levis smiled mysteriously and then borrowed her computer. At the same time, in a dark underground research institute, several researchers in white coats are busy, and one of the dark-skinned women with curly hair was reading a document. Boom! At this time, the door of the laboratory was violently pushed open, and the sudden loud noise shocked everyone in the laboratory. However, after seeing the person coming, all the researchers turned their heads and continued their research without daring to complain at all. Rena, come with me. The visitor was tall and wore a black suit, giving a strong sense of oppression. Mr. Hyde, you're back. The woman called Rene hurried over. Exactly, I want to report to you that Francis, who worked with us, was killed, which is a big loss for us. 99. Rene was interrupted before she could finish speaking. Those things are no longer important. I want you to investigate a girl named Sky immediately, and I want you to find all her information immediately. 9. Mr. Hyde said excitedly. This appearance made Rene a little strange because it was the first time she saw the other party show such an expression in so many years. Mr. Hyde, may I ask you to find this girl too? Rene was interrupted again before she could finish speaking. I saw Hyde suddenly grabbed her neck with one hand and lifted her up, angrily said, Don't talk nonsense, I said I want her identity information, understand? Hurry up, especially her photo. 5. I Galter. Rene, who was pinched by her neck, struggled hard but to no avail. Seeing that her complexion was flushed and she was about to suffocate, Mr. Hyde regained his senses and let go of his hand. What have I done? I'm sorry, I wasn't like this just now. You should know that my emotions are hard to control, and when I think about that girl's identity, it's hard to control my emotions, you understand. Cough cough tilde tilde, I understand very well, sir. Cough tilde tilde, I'll help you find it. 35. Rene coughed in pain. She didn't dare to delay and immediately came to the computer and started to operate. Although she was adopted by Mr. Hyde since she was a child, she knew how terrifying the man in front of her was, and she might be killed if she was not careful. When Hyde saw her start searching, he paced back and forth anxiously. The sound was like the death god urging her to die, causing Rene to sweat coldly on her forehead. Mr. Hyde, I found it. After purchasing some information about Sky from the underground intelligence network, Rene finally breathed a sigh of relief, and in an instant her feet went weak and she almost fell to the ground. However, Hyde ignored her state and came to the computer in surprise. Great, let me see my baby girl. Saying that, Mr. Hyde couldn't wait to open the information sent by the underground intelligence network. When he saw a photo, he was instantly refreshed, and then he enlarged the photo by 540. There can be no mistake, it must be her, my precious daughter, hahaha tilde tilde. After staring at the photo for a few minutes, Mr. Hyde burst out laughing excitedly. Mr. Hyde, is she your daughter? Lena asked cautiously. Yeah, look how her eyes and nose look like a mother, so I can't see it wrong, she must be my daughter. Hyde introduced excitedly. Congratulations to you, but the news of the underground intelligence network has just been released. Is there any fraud? Rene looked at the information released, and it showed that it was just now. In other words, the information about the girl named Sky was just released. I don't care, I'm going to see my daughter now. Anyone who dares to stop me, I will tear him to pieces. Hyde suddenly roared at Rene with a grim expression on his face. Yes, I understand. Rene was startled and lowered her head, not daring to look at her at all. The other side. Levis exchanged the computer for her after posting Sky's information on the underground intelligence network. Sky frowned as he looked at the information that he had been revealed. Does this really find the Mr. Hyde you speak of? Definitely, don't worry, Levis waved his hand and said confidently. He knew that Hyde had also been looking for Sky, so he only needed to publish Sky's information on the underground intelligence network, which would definitely attract Hyde's attention. Although Sky looked a little dubious, she still chose to believe him in the end. After all, he had already saved her twice. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be fascinated by the handsome and temperamental man in front of her. Sky wants to add coffee? Shadowcat felt a little uncomfortable seeing her staring at his man all the time. Sky came back to his senses and was a little embarrassed to finish drinking his coffee. Sorry, another cup. The waiter has another cup of coffee. 35. Levis took the initiative to order her a cup of coffee with some humor. Take Sky to the underground research base of the farm. Master, you are here. He was still greeted by Ma Fei and Phoebe, but after hearing the two call him Roar, he knew it was not good. Weiss, can you explain why they are here, and they call you Master? Shadowcat definitely treats Maffey and Phoebe as Celeste, Esme and Tracy McGrady in Mexico. After all, they are quintuplets and their appearance can be said to be exactly the same. Sky on the side also looked at him with strange eyes as if he didn't expect him to be so handsome but play so perverted. There Phoebe, Celeste, Esme and Tracy McGrady in Mexico, they're quintuplets. Levis explained awkwardly. Zsab quintuplets. Shadowcat was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with a half-smile and didn't speak. Sky at the moment on the other side is already very convinced. Although Levis has a sunny and handsome appearance, she has never seen such a handsome person and her temperament is not picky. But playing so perverted in secret, he is definitely a playboy. Seeing the expressions of the two of them, Levis wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it, so he just put it down. Let's go first. Seeing that he didn't explain at all, Shadowcat was a little sullen and had no choice but to follow. Sky said nothing about it. By the way, Weiss, you are saying that you want Mr. Hyde, that is, my father, to help you research. What exactly is research? Well, it's okay to tell you, it's research on how to make ordinary people awaken the X gene without side effects and become mutants. To make ordinary people mutants. Sky was stunned when she heard this. She had no idea that it was such a crazy-looking research project. Levis nodded. Yes, the mutant form today is not optimistic like your Inhumans. Inhumans, you mean I'm Inhumans? How is that possible? Sky looked confused. She is not a human but an Inhuman. What are you kidding? Yes, you are an Inhuman because your mother is also an Inhuman. My mother is an Inhuman? Sky's mind was in chaos and she didn't know whether to believe him or not. After all, she didn't know what an Inhuman was. Well, let's end this topic. You will find your father and mother sooner or later. Levis wasn't about to tell her more. After arranging for her to rest first, Levis came to the laboratory to find out how the scientific research data obtained from Francis was going. Before, he had asked Miss Misaka to upload the data here, and it seems that someone has already started to study it. Mr. Weiss, you're here! Ethan walked over with a red face when he found out that he was coming. Thanks to Mr. Weiss for reuniting me with my family, thank you so much. Haha, it's all right. Levis smiled and waved his hand. By the way, what happened to the analysis of the scientific research data that was sent back earlier? Master, please come with me. The scientific research data that was transmitted earlier was organized by Dr. Ethan. Ma Fei led the way. After a while, he came to a laboratory. Dr. Ethan looked grateful. There are already results. After our preliminary research and analysis, we found that these scientific research data can be used to formulate an awakening agent, which can indeed activate the X gene, and we have been able to make this awakening agent perfectly. Speaking of business, Dr. Ethan also got serious. Looks like Dr. Ethan has been doing well recently, Levis laughed. What about success rates and side effects? Levis asked, frowning. This is his biggest concern. If the success rate and side effects are not ideal, then this formula will have no effect. No experiment has been conducted yet, but according to scientific research data, the probability of awakening the X gene for ordinary people is only 10%. And even this 10% will have various defects like disfigurement or something. However, the other party's experimental equipment is not very advanced. If we let us experiment, the success percentage is expected to rise to 20%. 20% success rate. Levis was a little surprised. In his opinion, this success rate was already very high, but it was still meaningless. After all, this awakening medicine needs to be used in conjunction with some experimental equipment, and it has serious side effects, so it is impossible to popularize it. No one wants to be disfigured like Deadpool. So does this awakening potion help our research? Levis continued. Well, both are methods of forced awakening, and the two do have some interoperability, but according to my analysis with Dr. Stern and Dr. Radek, the formulations of these awakening potions seem to be it has been abridged, and the key missing prevents our further research. I see. Levis nodded. It seems that before Hyde escaped that day, the important data had been deleted or the core data had been kept in his own place. But it doesn't matter because Hyde will be delivered to his door soon. Time comes tonight. Sure enough, Hyde followed the clues all the way to a farm outside the New York suburbs. May I ask you to be Mr. Hyde? Phoebe and Sayuri greet Hyde outside the farm. I'm Hyde. Where did you hide my daughter? Hurry up and hand it over. Hyde was a little grumpy because he had just observed that there was no trace of his daughter on this farm. Don't worry, Mr. Hyde, please come with us. Saying so, Phoebe and Sayuri lead the way. Seeing this, Hyde didn't even think about it, so he followed. There were only 2 women in front of him and they didn't threaten him in the slightest. If the other party dares to play tricks, he will not show mercy. However, what he didn't know was that the 2 women in front of him were not ordinary people. Phoebe's telepathy and the existence of a network of minds were comparable to 4th-level mutants. And Sayuri is the female version of Wolverine. She has almost regenerative healing factor, so she is not afraid of fighting, all the way to the underground research base. Hyde looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a spacious and well-equipped research base under the farm. You are welcome, Mr. Hyde. Seeing that the person has been brought here, Levis also personally met with the future UA. Is the future scientific research talent. Hyde looked at the young man in front of him and said unceremoniously, "Where is my daughter? Hand her over quickly." Don't worry, Mr. Hyde. I said hurry up and hand over my daughter. The grumpy Hyde roared but saw his whole body swell in a circle. Levis was a little surprised to see this, but he knew that Hyde's strength was good. Hyde has an ability similar to that of the Hulk and can make himself swell a lot. And there is this powerful regeneration ability, physical and stamina, and so on. It is said that at its peak it could even rival Thor. Levis would like to see how strong this guy's ability is. Sayuri, try him. Yes, Master, Sayuri agreed, then stretched out her claws and charged towards Hyde. Although Hyde was a little surprised that this weak-looking woman was able to stretch out her claws, he would not show mercy. I saw that he relied on his tall body and directly punched him from top to bottom at Sayuri. Sayuri is not a vegetarian either. She ducked the punch with a bow, then ran directly under Hyde and stabbed him in the waist with a grab. However, Hyde's response was not slow and saw that he hit a knee unexpectedly, and after he took a bite, he also successfully knocked Sayuri out. Boom! This time the force is not light. Sayuri was directly smashed to the wall and then bounced back. But fortunately, her body is relatively hard. After all, the bones are adamantium, but she climbed up in a moment. Forget it, Sayuri, get back first. Seeing that Sayuri was going to continue, Levis hurriedly stopped her. For flowers. In terms of Hyde's strength, Sayuri might not be his opponent. Hand over my daughter. Hyde ignored Sayuri and turned to look at Levis, his bloodshot pupils looking a little terrifying. Master, be careful. Sisters Sophie and Phoebe saw this standing in front of him. Pulling the 2 sisters away one by one, Levis said with a bit of laughter, "You 2 just stand behind me obediently. When will I need your protection?" But Master, the 2 sisters were a little unconvinced. Okay, reward you in the evening, stand up for me now. Levi's indisputable words made the 2 of them unable to resist at all, and even had a little bit of joy in their hearts. Point 0. It was at this moment that Hyde saw that he never answered his own words but flirted with the 2 women next to him. The anger in his heart suddenly made him lose his mind and rushed over. Give me back my daughter. With a roar, Hyde punched Levis with all his strength. A gust of wind blew up the whole room and it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Levis didn't change his face, and when his fist was only a few centimeters away from himself, he finally moved. I saw that he grabbed Hyde's fist with one hand and then smashed it to the ground with his backhand. Boom! This time the ground seemed to tremble a bit and the metal ground sank a little. Under the fall, Hyde seemed to be completely powerless and immediately became soft. Now it's time to be honest, Levis smiled and looked at Hyde, who was lying on the ground weakly. This technical father lying motionless on the ground. Shadowcat looked at him strangely as if to ask why Sky's father was put there. Weiss, what happened? Did something go wrong? At this moment, Shadowcat and Sky came over. Shadowcat and Sky were resting in the room just now and came out after hearing the noise. It's Sky, your father is here, look. Levis pointed to Hyde, who was lying still on the ground, and smiled. Sky, who was still a little excited at first, suddenly became stunned when he heard the words. It took a long time for Levis to explain clearly to the two. Is he really my father? Sky squatted in front of Hyde with a complicated expression. Some couldn't believe that this tall and impulsive man in front of him could actually be his father. Don't you know when he wakes up and confront him? Levis shrugged. Sky rolled his eyes when he heard the words. It seems that you are the one who knocked him out. Forehead. Levis was speechless. He didn't expect Hyde to look so big, and it is said that he has the strength of Thor's hard steel, but it doesn't seem that strong at present. However, he estimated that Hyde's strength should not have reached its peak. He even guessed that Hyde is not an ordinary person but a mutant. After all, if an ordinary person sips 2 bottles of medicine, he can fight Thor head-on and no one will believe it. To become stronger, you also need to follow the rules, okay? The rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. You don't have anything, you just want to go to heaven with only 2 bottles of medicine. Do you think you are a sentry who has the power of 1 million fixed stars after drinking the medicine? Stop dreaming, wash and sleep. It's not like that. So in Levi's view there is only one explanation. That is, Hyde was actually a mutant originally, or he was forced to awaken the X gene to become a mutant because of the potion he said he made. It does have something in common with the recipe Francis got it back from. Maybe that awakening potion is just a low-end version. After all, Hyde and Francis are just a partnership, and he will definitely not come up with the complete formula. It was at this time Hyde, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up slowly. At first glance, he was attracted by Sky, who stared straight at Sky without blinking. Hey, is he like this? Did you make me fool? Sky looked at Levis beside him in a strange way when he saw Hyde staring at him without moving. Levis touched his chin. It shouldn't be stupid after being dropped. Could it be a touch of porcelain? Daisy, my daughter? At this time, Hyde on the ground finally had a reaction. He looked at Sky tightly and his hands involuntarily touched her face. Seeing this, Sky quickly stepped back and stood up and took a few steps back. What do you want? Hyde stood up excitedly. My dear daughter, it's really you. I can't imagine it. It's like a dream. I'm afraid I'll wake up, but no matter what, I finally see you. Hyde was a little incoherent with excitement. He walked towards Sky step by step. His hands trembled slightly, showing his nervousness. However, Sky involuntarily took a few steps back to Levis when he saw him approaching. The man in front of her, who looked like a monster, gave her a sense of oppression which made her very vigilant. Don't come here, Daisy. Looking at Daisy, who was very vigilant, Hyde was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that because of his transformation just now, he now looks like a monster. No wonder he is disliked. It's not like that, Daisy. Listen to me, Hyde tried his best to explain something, but with his current appearance he was a little powerless to explain, and he could only be anxious for a while. Sky, can you wait here first? What are you going to do? Sky asked curiously. I'll take Mr. Hyde to prepare first, and I'll bring the father in your mind later, Levis said with a smile. Sky frowned at Hyde and nodded. Mr. Hyde, please come with me. Are you ready to meet your daughter just like that? Levis came to Hyde and whispered. When Hyde heard the words, he nodded again and again as if he had seen a savior. He really should have prepared, but his current appearance was a little scary. Soon, Levis took Hyde to a room. Want to restore the influence in your daughter's mind? Coming to the room, Levis asked directly without any nonsense. Definitely, please help me. Hyde's voice trembled at the moment, like a drowning man suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. At the moment, he just wanted to restore his image in his daughter's mind, and then the father and daughter recognized each other. As long as you can help me, you can let me do anything. Hyde's words are firm, and in order to recognize his daughter, he is willing to do anything. Remember what you said. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly. That's what he was waiting for. No nonsense, he waved one hand and instantly changed Hyde's look. Wait until they come out of the room again. Hyde has turned into a handsome, tall, middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes with a big back. And at the moment, Hyde's attitude towards Levis was much better. The two came to Sky. Sky kept you waiting, you can chat now? Levis smiled and came to Sky and sat down. Sky's eyes were always on Hyde. Compared with the monster-like image just now, the image of the middle-aged man in front of her was undoubtedly closer to the image of her father. Are you really my father? Sky asked suspiciously. Hyde wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Seeing this, Levis shook his head helplessly and said, "Let me tell you, your father's real name is Calvin Zabo. He doesn't know much, so he can only beautify what he knows and then say it. Don't forget that Mr. Hyde's identity is an evil crime boss. If Sky knew this, she would have a hard time accepting it. As it should be, Hyde didn't know how to start. What Levis said was about an old father who lost his wife and daughter and paid too much price over the years in order to find his daughter and wife. 4.1 The story of finally making yourself invisible. After hearing this explanation, Hyde finally breathed a sigh of relief. Father is for me. After listening to his story, Sky unknowingly had tears in the corners of Giant's eyes and was deeply moved. However, she doesn't say fools, there are still loopholes in this story. But why did he abandon me and my mother? Well, this question is definitely a last resort. According to Levi's understanding, it should not be Hyde who abandoned their mother and daughter, but Hyde's wife, the Queen of the Inhumans, who voluntarily abandoned them. The Inhumans are very xenophobic, not even the Queen's husband. As such, the Queen of the Inhumans will abandon them, but leave this to Hyde to explain himself. Daisy, things are not what you think at the beginning. Hyde's eyes were deep, and he told everything that happened at the beginning. After Hyde and Sky's mother met, they encountered Hydra. The Hydra people discovered that Sky's mother had supernatural powers, so they took Sky's mother for experimentation. Later, Hyde went mad and wanted to get a lot of power and rescue Sky's mother. However, after he possessed great power, Sky's mother had already disappeared without a trace, and even the Hydra that took Sky's mother away had disappeared. So Hyde has been looking for their mother and daughter for so many years. Levis heard this and slowly exited the room. He actually had some guesses in his mind. This story is very bloody. Sky's mother, named Jia Wying, is the Queen of the Inhumans. One day, out of rebelliousness or fun, he left the territory of the Inhumans. When he was wandering in the outside world, he met Mr. Hyde. The two quickly fell in love and gave birth to Sky, Daisy Johnson. After encountering Hydra, Jia Wying and Sky were both captured, but Mr. Hyde was unable to rescue him, so he was obsessed with research to gain powerful power. He succeeded, but when he searched again for the Hydra that took his wife and daughter, he found that the Hydra had disappeared. Did Jia Wying kill those Hydras, or did the Inhumans come to the rescue? That's not clear. In short, the Inhumans forcibly brought Jia Wying back to the Inhumans after discovering that she had a husband and children outside, and her daughter Sky was abandoned by the Inhumans. With a sigh, Levis left the room and then handed it over to the father and daughter to talk. How is the situation? Seeing him coming out of the room, Shadowcat asked curiously. I'm sure they'll reconcile. Levis smiled past Shadowcat's waist and walked to the other room. Weiss, it's still daytime. Shadowcat looked left and right and was relieved to see that no one was looking here. Levis asked with a raised eyebrow. Definitely. Shadowcat thought about it and nodded decisively. Then let's go, Levis said and picked up Shadowcat directly and then entered the room with Shadowcat's startling sound. Hey, don't use vibration super ability. You don't like it. The next day, Levis went out in good spirits early in the morning. Mr. Levis. It was Mr. Hyde who got up earlier, and from the looks of him, he had been waiting for a long time. Want to leave with Sky? Apparently, Levis had guessed his purpose. Yes, I want to take her to see her mother, who will surely be as happy as I am when she sees her. 99. Hyde said excitedly. That's the way it should be. Levis folded his arms and smiled. Hyde was very happy to hear that, and he didn't want any more accidents at this time. Mr. Weiss, I promised to help you with anything before. I heard that you are studying the X gene of mutants here. I can send you all my research materials. Levis nodded nonchalantly. Hyde was also very happy to see that he agreed and exchanged his research materials for his daughter, which was much more worthwhile than buying and selling. Mr. Hyde, you also know that I am currently researching the X gene and I am in need of manpower, so I hope you can stay and help me. Levis wanted more than just research materials, he wanted Hyde more. Hearing this, Hyde's face suddenly turned gloomy. You know it's impossible, I'm taking Daisy to see her mother. It's not a problem, it's the same when you come back after meeting. Levis shook his head. After hearing this, Hyde couldn't help clenching his fists. After a long time, he let out a light breath and the clenched fists also loosened. I promise. Very good. Levis nodded with satisfaction. By the way, the last requirement is that you must take me with you when you go to the Inhumans' territory. This is impossible. Hearing this, Hyde subconsciously refused. You can change to other requirements. I won't tell anyone about the seclusion of the Inhumans. This is the biggest secret of the Inhumans. 35. Levis waved his hand and said with a smile. I definitely know that this is the secret of the Inhumans, but I have no ill intentions to find the Inhumans. After all, we mutants and Inhumans are in a similar situation, and we can't kill each other. Impossible, I won't tell anyone the location of the Inhumans' territory. Hyde's attitude is still very firm. Oh, this is not easy to do. Levis spread his hands helplessly. He didn't want to use telepathy, but now he can't. Weiss, what are you talking about, Dad? Sky saw what the two of them were talking about, so he came over curiously. Nothing to talk about, baby girl. When Hyde saw Sky, he suddenly showed a silly smile. Sky couldn't help but laughed out loud. Weiss, you must be hiding something from me. What is it? Smart Sky is not so easy to fool. That's the case. Mr. Hyde promised me something before, but now he wants to go back on it, which makes me very embarrassed. Levis smiled helplessly. Is that so? Hearing this, Sky looked at his father with a serious look. No, that's not the case. I have already promised him several conditions. 35 Hyde defended. Sky turned his gaze to Levis again. That's right, I said 2 conditions, and it's not a very embarrassing thing. I just want to ask Mr. Hyde to take you to see your mother. Just take me with you, by the way. Levis shrugged. When Sky heard this, he suddenly became a little confused. What does it mean to take you with you when you go to see your mother? Could it be that the first condition of father has promised to give himself to him? Thinking of this, Sky frowned and looked at his father. How can you do this? How can I date him as soon as we met and he already has a girlfriend? Both Levis and Hyde were a little confused, not knowing what she was talking about. Work. Damn, can't go on thinking like this. Baby girl, have you misunderstood something? My first condition is to promise him and work for him, 35 Hyde said cautiously. Sky was stunned for a moment and then her embarrassed face turned red and she realized that she was wrong. Why did you think of dating Levis before? 5. They. Cough Dad, it seems that you still have a lot of secrets that you haven't told me. Sky coughed awkwardly and then asked, who is mother? Where is it? Why does Levis want to go with us? Facing his daughter's question, Mr. Hyde sighed. It's time to tell you these things. In fact, your mother is the queen of the Inhumans. Aliens. When Sky heard the name Inhumans, he suddenly remembered that Levis had said this name before. With Hyde's explanation, she finally understood that the Inhumans were a race very similar to mutants, and they were also a race that survived from ancient times. This explanation brought her a lot closer to Levis. After listening to Hyde's narration, Sky frowned and said, so why did you refuse Weiss to go to the Inhumans' territory with us? Hyde frowned and explained. Because the hidden habitat of the Inhumans is the secret of the Inhumans. Once exposed, I am afraid it will bring endless troubles to the Inhumans. Daisy, do you understand when I say this? 5. However, since it is something that has already been promised, it cannot be broken. Sky frowned, although she agreed with her father's words very much, but since she had promised Levis, she must do it. She is very aware of the horror of Levis, and if she is angry with the other party, I am afraid that they will not have any good results. She was convinced of this. Mr. Hyde, I can only say that you are too sensitive. The Inhumans are very mysterious and not many people know about it. Even if they are discovered, they are only considered mutants. Besides, we mutants just want to cooperate with the Inhumans and have no other ideas at all, and you don't think that I can't know if you don't say it? Speaking of which, Levis smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Hyde and Skye were a little silent. Obviously what they said just now was a clear threat. Hyde looked gloomy and couldn't help clenching his fists, but at this moment he suddenly realized that his body could no longer move. Okay, I agreed, but I hope you don't play tricks, otherwise I will definitely make you pay. 35. Out of desperation, Hyde had to agree. Otherwise, I am afraid that their father and daughter would not be able to get out of here today. That's right, Tilda, 99. Levis ignored Hyde's harsh words and nodded in satisfaction. Then, Mr. Hyde, hurry up and prepare, and we will set off when we are ready. When Hyde heard this, he pulled Skye and turned around and left. Only then did he realize that he could move again, which made him jealous of Levis in his heart. An hour later, Levis set off with Hyde and Skye. Unongwejo border. This is the land of neighbors of the Inhumans, the afterlife. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the Dragon Country from New York, and Mr. Hyde was shocked. This kind of instant teleportation across such a long distance made him a little unbelievable. The horror in his heart also made him more vigilant about Levis. On the contrary, Skye was a little shocked but also a little admired. This is the secluded place of the Inhumans. It feels far behind than I imagined. Looking at the town like an ancient village, Levis only felt a little weird. Camertage at least still has magic array shielding technology detection, and the architectural style is also very high-end atmosphere. And the secluded place of the Inhumans looks like an ordinary village. But maybe this is the way the Inhumans live in seclusion. After all, no one would have imagined that such an ordinary village would be a place of seclusion for the Inhumans. Thinking of this, Levis took Hyde and Skye to use space to move again and appeared directly in the Inhumans' village. The three people who suddenly appeared in the town immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. When it was discovered that they were strangers, all the pedestrians on the street ran away in an instant. It seems that these Inhumans are timid after all, Levis said helplessly. That's because they haven't heard much about ordinary people mutilating them, Hyde explained. This is already a matter of the previous generation. He reckoned that he grew up in the stories of various human beings mutilating the Inhumans, so he was so afraid of strangers. It seems that the situation of the Inhumans is indeed not very good. The three walked towards the center of the town. Soon there were a dozen people standing in front of him. Among the dozen or so people, the most conspicuous one stood in the middle, an Oriental woman with a scar on her face. The woman watched Levis and Skye vigilantly, her eyes full of hostility, and then her eyes turned to Hyde. Calvin, why are you here? When she saw her former husband, the woman's face suddenly became gloomy. Dear, look who I brought, Hyde excitedly pulled Skye to the woman. Calvin, how dare you bring outsiders here? The woman's face was a little ugly. Sorry, dear, this is our daughter Daisy. Hyde was stunned for a moment and then explained anxiously. Daisy? The woman was stunned for a moment. She looked at Skye seriously and found that Skye did look very similar to herself, and with her inhuman queen's ability she can feel that the other party is also inhuman. Are you really Daisy? The woman was a little surprised. Daisy, her name is Jia Wying, is your mother, 35. Hyde hurriedly introduced Skye. Are you really my mother? There were tears in Skye's eyes. She couldn't believe that the mother she thought about day and night actually appeared in front of her. Definitely, child, but now is not the time to say that. You take her down first. Jia Wying waved her hand and a few aliens behind her stepped forward to pull Skye away. Seeing this, Skye subconsciously hid behind Levis. Although she had already confirmed in her mind that the woman in front of her was her mother, she was still very wary of others. Several alien guards absolutely obeyed the queen's orders, and when they saw her dodging, they surrounded her again. Seeing this, Hyde was a little anxious. Dear, she is our daughter. It is because she is my daughter that I will take her away, because she is also an inhuman, not like you. After speaking, Jia Wying looked at Hyde with a trace of hatred in her eyes. Yes, it is hatred. After she was taken away by Hydra, she was tortured. At that time she hoped that Hyde would come to save her, but she did not wait for Hyde to appear. It was the Inhumans who saved her. Although I also learned later that Hyde really worked hard, he also forgave him. But the hatred for human beings has not weakened in the slightest but has grown even more hated over the years. When Jia Wang heard their words, her face turned gloomy. She looked at Levis and asked sharply, "Who the hell are you?" "What's the matter? I can't move. Humph, I'm a mutant," Levis snorted softly. Mutants. 35. When the two aliens found that they were suddenly unable to move, their expressions changed drastically. Yet at this time, several Inhumans who wanted to catch Sky suddenly screamed in surprise. Jia Wang frowned, but the two alien guards who were able to control her should not be ordinary people either. "I can't move either. Who did the hands and feet?" "Even mutants can't make trouble in the territory of the Inhumans, and our Inhumans have never communicated with your mutants, so why do you mutants appear here?" "I came to cooperate with your Inhumans, but it seems that your Inhumans' attitude is not good." Levis is also too lazy to put a hot face and a cold butt. Since Jia Wang's attitude is indifferent, then he has to use violence to break his hand. The entire Inhumans town doesn't look big. It is estimated that there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people. Among them, there are even fewer aliens with supernatural powers. It's not difficult to have full control. He came here for only two purposes. One was to obtain genetic research from the Inhumans. The other is to use the Inhumans as a sign-in target for the reserve. It may be more convenient to directly control all of them. When Jia Wang heard these unceremonious words, her face suddenly turned cold. However, after seeing the two alien guards who were still unable to move, her expression softened a little. "This guest, thank you for helping me find my daughter. Since you want to cooperate, please come with me." Levis just got ready to do it, but he didn't expect Jia Wang to soften. Seeing this, he is not in a hurry to make a move, but he wants to see what the other party wants to do. The group came to a stone room. Although it is a stone room, after entering it, it seems not much different from a modern room. The appearance of the stone room outside is just a cover. In the room, in addition to Levis and Sky and Hyde, there are Jia Wang and an Inhuman man without eyes. If I remember correctly, this man's name is Gordon and his ability is teleportation in an area. It seems that Jia Wang is not defenseless, although this defense is useless to Levis. "As mutants, why did you come back to find us aliens?" Jia Wang asked directly without being polite. "It's simply collaboration." "Cooperation." Jia Wang raised her brows. She didn't think there was anything for them to cooperate with Inhumans and mutants. "Tell me, how do you mutants want to cooperate?" "It's very simple. You only need to provide all the genetic research data and information. We are studying the X gene, and once successful, the whole C-Seb world will usher in the era of mutants." Levis explained it briefly. Hearing this, Jia Wang was a little shocked, but she didn't expect his ambition to be so big. If successful, maybe, as he said. But what good are the Inhumans? Jia Wang's eyes flickered. She would not agree to something that was not good for her. "Benefits? Isn't it the greatest benefit for you to let the age of mutants come? No ordinary people will come to mutilate you at that time, right?" "Are you kidding me?" Jia Wang felt that she was about to laugh angrily. "You wanted all the research materials of our Inhumans when you opened your mouth, but what you got in return was just empty words. Are you taking me for a fool?" "You said it yourself, I didn't say it." Levis shrugged and said, "I want to ask you a question. Why do you Inhumans choose to live in seclusion in this place where birds don't shit?" "Definitely to keep away from the harassment of ordinary people," Jia Wang replied, holding back her anger. Levis sneered, "Stay away from the harassment of ordinary people? Haha, I am afraid you are afraid of ordinary people. Once you are discovered by ordinary people, you will be cruelly used as experimental material. I am right." 99. Compared with mutants, although the Inhumans are more united, they are also weaker. A fourth-level mutant like Magneto can lead people to do things in human society at will. If the government wants to deal with him, they must measure the strength of Magneto's fourth-level mutant. Not to mention Professor X, who has the ability to instantly kill all human beings. It can be said that the fourth-level mutants are like nuclear bombs, shocking ordinary people and making them dare not act rashly. On the other hand, the Inhumans do not have much resistance in the face of ordinary humans, which shows how weak the Inhumans are. But this is normal. After all, this inhuman race on Earth is just an abandoned branch. The truly powerful Inhumans have moved away from the Earth at a very early time. As if being touched on the pain point, Jia Wang was a little angry, but she couldn't find a reason to refute. They are indeed afraid of human beings, otherwise how could they hide in these deep mountains? Seeing that she didn't speak, Levis continued. With the technological development of ordinary people, how long do you think the Inhumans can hide? But it will be different if we usher in the era of mutants. Although you aliens are different from mutants, they are all races with super ability. As long as you don't say it, no one will know that you are aliens so that you can also live in human society with integrity. And as long as you promise, we mutants can also give you some help, that's all, just think about it. 35. After speaking, Levis ignored her, turned to look at Sky, who was staring at him, and joked, "Isn't he too handsome?" 5. Sky blushed when he heard the words, "No." Levis smiled when he heard this. At the moment, Jia Wang fell into deep thought. She couldn't understand the situation of the Inhumans. Over the years, the Inhumans have been weaker from generation to generation, and if this continues, I am afraid that the Inhumans will completely disappear from history. This is something she absolutely does not want to see, and once the mutant era is ushered in, as he said, then their alien race can also appear in the human society with integrity. Propagation will not be a problem by then. Thinking of this, she moved a little. "I want to know who you are. Can you represent mutants?" Hearing her visibly shaken words, Levis smiled and said, "Definitely." 55. The simple words made Jia Wang frown. "Why do you represent mutants, Professor X or Magneto behind you? And how strong the 5th level mutants above them are, she can't imagine at all. Mutants of this level, even the government would not dare to do anything to them." Jia Wang was shocked when she heard the words 5th level mutant. It is no wonder that the other party came to the Inhumans' territory with a fearless appearance. Levis shook his head. "Neither. Is it enough that I am a level 5 mutant? And since there are 5th level mutants among the mutants, it means that the mutants have united." She is still very clear about the classification of mutants. Even the 4th level mutants are beyond their reach. What? With the current strength of the Inhumans, even trying to deal with the 4th level mutants is a problem, let alone the 5th level mutants. Although the current situation of mutants is not ideal, once united, they are a force to be reckoned with. This force is so powerful that no country can ignore it, not to mention a powerful 5th level mutant like Levis. Thinking of this, Jia Wang felt a little moved and looked at her daughter Daisy, who was sitting beside Levis. She nodded. "I promise to cooperate with you mutants, and I am also willing to fully cooperate with your research. X.Gene, but I have 2 conditions." 39. The corners of Levi's mouth were slightly upturned. He felt that he had given Jia Wang the greatest benefit. He didn't expect Jia Wang to still have the conditions. Seemingly sensing something was wrong, Jia Wang said quickly, "Sir, please listen to me and finish my words." After knowing that she was facing a level 5 mutant, her attitude involuntarily became a lot more respectful. "Then let's talk about it first." Levis smiled and said, "By the way, you should know the super ability of telepathy, so I hope you don't let me down." When Jia Wang heard this obvious threat, she was no longer so calm. Her forehead involuntarily left a cold sweat. She is definitely very aware of the ability of telepathy. After all, the famous Professor X is proficient in this ability. As a 5th level mutant, Levis actually has the super ability of telepathy, so how strong is his ability? "I'm afraid I can easily modify the memories of all the Inhumans." Thinking of this, Jia Wang's heart only trembled. "Please listen to me, sir. As an Inhuman and a mutant with good proof, I hope to entrust my daughter Daisy to you." "What?" Before Jia Wang finished speaking, Sky couldn't help but let Roar be shocked. "How could you do this?" Sky looked at his mother in disbelief. He didn't expect that the other party would hand him over to the police before they said a few words. Did something go wrong? "Daisy, according to the Inhuman tradition, the marriage of children can only be decided by their parents, and Mr. Weiss is a powerful 5th level mutant at a young age. There is nothing wrong with marrying him." Jia Wang frowned. "But you and your father are clearly in free love. Why are you taking care of me now?" Sky frowned, completely incomprehensible. Jia Wang was a little speechless, thinking that her choice to leave the Inhuman seclusion place had nothing to do with marriage. Levis was interesting to watch, but he didn't want to force Sky. Okay, let's end this matter. Love is free, you can't do it as parents, how can you let your daughter accept it? Gia Wang and Hyde only felt a little ashamed when they heard this. The lesson, Mr. At the moment, where does Gia Wang still look like just now, like a child who made a mistake? But she soon adjusted. I hope Mr. Weiss will agree to the second condition, Gia Wang said earnestly. Tell me about it. Levis waved his hand but did not answer directly. Gia Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Please wait for a moment. After saying that, Gia Wang left the living room, but she came back soon with a small box in her hand. She opened it carefully and drank it, which contained a rasher crystal. This crystal is called the Mist of Terrigen, and it is the key prop for our Inhumans to awaken the ability. If we Inhumans want to awaken the super ability, we must use it. And the purity of the Terrigen Mist also affects the success rate of awakening, but due to technical limitations, there are too many impurities in the Terrigen Mist, which greatly affects the awakening probability and strength of the Inhumans. So you want me to help you create a higher purity Mist of Terrigen? Levis said with interest in his arms. However, Gia Wang shook her head. No, the Mist of Terrigen is the highest technological achievement of the Inhumans. It is very difficult to purify it, and the production needs to be increased. So what? Levis was starting to be a little bit annoying. Seeing this, Gia Wang didn't beat around the bush. We Inhumans were created by the Kree using the genes of the ancestors of the mutants, and I know a relic left by the Kree on the Earth, where there is technology about Terrigen's manufacturing. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. And it is very likely that there is a secret of the origin of the Inhumans. Definitely, there may also be a secret of the mutants hidden. Yes. Levis shrugged undeniably. He didn't fully believe Gia Wang's words, and he knew what technology was in it before he went in. Isn't this kidding? Therefore, Gia Wang's words can only be half believed. The Kree relics should be real, and if I remember correctly, there is a special item related to the Kree relics, which is the obelisk. As to what was in the Kree ruins, it is not known. We call that place the Holy Land. For so many years, the Inhumans have been looking for the location of the Holy Land, but unfortunately, 99. It's a pity you didn't find it, Levis said. That's right, we didn't find it, but we know how to find the Holy Land. To find the Holy Land, we need a holy artifact. Gia Wang said and took out a photo from the box. The photos are in black and white and have apparently been out for some years. The photo is of a tin box with the indeterminate number 84 marked on it. Levis thought to himself, sure enough, this box is an obelisk if nothing else happens to you, as predicted, Gia Wang introduced. This is the creature of our Inhuman race, the obelisk, Gia Wang introduced. The obelisk was first found by Hydra people during World War II, and then the base of Hydra was taken away by the special forces of the Chu country, and the obelisk also fell into the hands of the Chu country. So where exactly is this thing? Levis raised his eyebrows. Since the Inhumans knew about the obelisk's disguise, why didn't they take it back? It's in a military base in Wei Kingdom. Because the military base is heavily guarded, it is impossible to sneak in. We also tried to push hard, but after losing many of our fellow clansmen, the plan also failed. 35. Speaking of this, Gia Wang's face was a little heavy. After all, the dead clansmen lost their lives because of her recklessness. After hearing Gia Wang's explanation, Levis finally understood why their Inhumans didn't take the obelisk back. Because they don't have that power at all. Even ordinary people's guns and ammunition can't resist, which shows how lonely the Inhumans are. No wonder Gia Wang put her own daughter into his arms. However, if he wants to get Sky, he can't use this method. So your request tells me to get my hands on the obelisk? Levis smiled with his arms crossed. Gia Wang nodded earnestly. That's right, as long as Mr. Weiss can take back the obelisk for us, I will be sure to find the remains of the Kree people. At that time, there will be knowledge and technology about the Kree, etc., which can be shared with the mutants. What do you think, Mr. Weiss? Yes, 99. Levis agreed without any hesitation. He was very interested in the obelisk and the remains of the Kree. However, at that time, what was in the remains of the Hauker people at 550 could be determined by what he said. Jia Wang seems to have thought of this too, but she believes that the information about the Inhumans will not be of any use to the mutants, and she can find a way to get it at that time. And her good daughter Daisy is the best bargaining chip. After Jia Wang has experienced so many things, she is no longer the little flower that Hyde picked up, but a person who will do anything for the Inhuman race. In order to make the Inhumans stronger, she can do it without hesitation even if it sacrifices her own daughter. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, 35. Seeing his promise, Jia Wang immediately thanked him a little excitedly, and at the same time she was also ecstatic. How to get the obelisk has always been a problem for her, but she didn't expect that the solution to this problem would be delivered to her door voluntarily. In Jia Wang's view, this is the moment when the Inhumans rise. At that time, as long as you get the Inhumans technology left by the Kree, the Inhumans will become extremely powerful even if it is a 5th-level mutant. At this moment, Jia Wang's heart swelled incomparably. And this idea happened to be known by Levi's telepathy. He sneered in his heart, this Jia Wang is really an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf, but he wanted to see what kind of expression Jia Wang would have after the plan failed. Afterwards, Levis, Sky, and Hyde all stayed at the reception of Jia Wang. Night, Levis was chatting with Phoenix bored when the door suddenly rang. Weiss, are you there? Is it Sky? How did she come here so late? Levis was a little strange, but he waved his hand and opened the door. Come in. As soon as Sky opened the door, she saw Levi's shirtless lying on the bed. Her exploding and strong muscles made her a little unable to look away, and she couldn't see it at all during the day. Close the door, oh. Levi's voice finally brought Sky back to her senses, and she closed the door a little embarrassed. But when she closed the door, she realized that the atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Just say something. Levis was a little speechless seeing her hesitant look. Thank you, Sky said thanks with a reddish face. How can you say thank you? You have to be practical, Levis teased with a smile. Hearing him say that, Sky was even more embarrassed, but she still possessed herself and closed her eyes and approached. Levis was a little surprised to see this. Is this the rhythm to send a kiss? Then he's welcome. Without much hesitation, he looked at Sky's little mouth and snorted. Sky's eyes widened immediately when she saw this with a look of disbelief. She just wanted to kiss his face just now, but she didn't expect the first kiss to be taken away like this. However, when she looked at Levis in front of her, she thought to herself that this might not be a loss. And since it's the first kiss, it's definitely a good experience. Thinking of this, Sky took the initiative to embrace Levis and devote himself to it. After a long time, the two separated. At this time, Sky realized that his clothes were already a little messy. Seeing this, Sky couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. Now you should be satisfied. Cough, definitely. Levi nodded decisively. Sky's mouth was really sweet, and his figure was also very good. Sky couldn't help rolling his eyes again when he saw that he was getting a bargain and selling well. Sky, it's not just to thank you for coming so late. Levis took the initiative to change the subject. Sky couldn't help but sighed. Weiss, you know I've always been looking forward to seeing my father and mother, but after meeting, I found that it was different from what I imagined. Levis took over. That's right, Sky nodded. I thought that my parents are ordinary human beings. After I find them, we will live happily together, but, having said this, Sky sighed again. But Mr. Hyde and Miss Jia Wang are completely different from what you think. Mr. Hyde is a neurotic mad scientist. And Miss Jia Wang makes you feel very unfamiliar. She seems to only care about the interests of the Inhumans and has never cared about what you dare to say. Am I right? 5. Levis shrugged. Sky's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She nodded and said, yes, that's what it looks like. So you're at a loss right now and don't know how to get along with them, Levis said again. Can you tell me what to do, Weiss? Everything he said was completely a reflection of Sky's heart now. It was because of this complicated emotion that she couldn't sleep, so she came to Levis unknowingly. In fact, even she herself did not understand why she would subconsciously confide in Levis. Well, this question is quite simple, 35. To do this, Sky asked expectantly. It's very simple. You only need to be my girlfriend, so everyone in the X-Men will be your best friend, and on the side of the Inhumans, your mother will be afraid of my strength and will not how about pointing fingers at you. This method is simple enough, Levis said half-jokingly. Sky rolled her eyes immediately after hearing what he said, but after thinking about it, this method can really solve her current headache. And didn't the mother also make herself his woman before? Looking at the extraordinary and handsome Levis in front of him, Sky felt a little moved in his heart. But what about your other women? They are 4.1, they are very talkative and won't have any opinion on you being my woman. Let her fall into it involuntarily. But after getting along for so many days, Sky found that Levi's mysterious, powerful, and handsome seemed to attract her all the time. Totally a perverted dude. Levis waved his hand and smiled, and at the same time he was a little surprised. No. Seeing this, Levis didn't know that the flickering was successful, although he was a little surprised, but now he can only blame himself for being too handsome. Although Sky kept telling himself that Levis had a woman and there was more than one woman and he had a lot of fun. In fact, what he said just now was really just a joke. Thinking of this, Sky leaned over again with a blurred expression. However, he underestimated his own charm and the super ability of affinity the next day. The morning sun shines in the room. Levis woke up and stretched involuntarily, only to find that his left arm was a little heavy. Looking at Sky, who was sleeping beside him, Levis couldn't help but smile. It seems that he is not bad at fooling people. In just a few words, Sky was fooled. This girl is really cute and silly, and luckily she met her. Levis thought triumphantly. He was just about to get up, but he didn't expect to be pulled by Sky. Weiss, what should I do now? Sky looked at him pitifully. What should I do? Sky, you'll be my woman from now on. Levis was a little confused. I mean, I can't get out of bed. Sky blushed. Only just now did she realize that her whole body was sore and weak and she had no strength at all. If this was discovered by her father and mother, she would have died on the spot. That's it. Levis thought there was a big problem, but that's what she said. Hurry up and find a way for me. Sky held his hand. Don't worry, look at my. Levis stretched out his hand as he spoke, wanting to use molecular manipulation to heal Sky's injury. However, Sky took his hand and gave him a blank look. Not now. Where did you think of going? Levis nodded her forehead amusingly, then used molecular manipulation to heal her injuries in an instant. Okay, you can get up now. 9. Sky was stunned for a moment and then tried to get up, only to find that his body's injuries were completely healed and his whole body's strength had recovered. It's really good, let's go out. Sky was ready to get dressed but was snatched by Levis. I think I can get some more sleep. Noon, Levis and Sky came out of the room. Jia Wang didn't have any dissatisfaction when she saw this, with a smile on her face. She wished that Levis had some relationship with the Inhumans and now her daughter has a relationship with the other party. Then the matter of the Kree ruins is even better. Although Mr. Hyde was a little upset, he didn't say anything. It was obvious that Jia Wang had done ideological work for him. And the daughter has grown up. What's wrong with having a level 5 mutant as a boyfriend? Sky only felt a little embarrassed when they didn't speak. Levis didn't have any embarrassment. After taking Sky to lunch, he was ready to set off to capture the obelisk. This is a map of the terrain in the military base that we have lost a lot of people to get. Jia Wang handed over a map. Levis glanced at it and gave it back to her. He only needed the location of the military base. As for the terrain guards inside, it was completely useless. Is Mr. Weiss ready to go alone? Don't you need to call other mutants? Jia Wang asked with some doubts. No need, besides I'm not alone. Levis waved his hand and pulled Sky up. This time he was going with Sky. The military base is full of dangers. How can you take Daisy there? Hyde questioned with a frown. Your so-called military bases may be dangerous to you, but for me it's just for fun. Don't worry about it. Levis waved his hand indifferently, and before they could continue to say anything, he disappeared with Sky in place. Jia Wang and Hyde frowned upon seeing this. The other side, Levis and Sky had arrived outside the military base. Weiss, how are we going to get in? Sky asked curiously. Definitely walked right in. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly and then he pulled Sky and walked past the front door. Sky's heart jumped to his throat when he saw this, but neither the patrolling soldiers nor the soldiers guarding the gate seemed to have seen them. No reaction at all. While Sky was a little surprised, he also had some understanding of Levi's power. Weiss, why can't they see us? Sky couldn't help but asked curiously. Because we're invisible, they definitely can't see us, Levis explained with a smile. Are we invisible? Sky was stunned. Yes, you see. After Levis finished speaking, he pulled her to a soldier and waved, but the soldier did not respond. It's amazing! Sky also waved his hand, but it seemed that because the wind caused by the wave was a bit strong, the soldier in front of him couldn't help but blink with a puzzled expression on his face. Haha, it's so fun! After the two walked away, Sky couldn't help laughing. Have fun, I have more fun, come with me. Saying that, Levis dragged her to the wall that entered the military base. Weiss, can't we go through the main entrance? Sky was a little puzzled. Definitely, but it's more convenient here. Levis smiled mysteriously, then pulled Sky and rammed it towards the wall. 99. Oh yeah. Sky was shocked but did not expect the two to have entered through the wall. This suddenly made her dumbfounded again. Haha, tilde, don't be stupid, let's go. Levis pulled her into the underground base amusingly. Weiss, what was that ability just now? Can there still be so many abilities for mutants? 35. Sky, who had come to his senses, was immediately curious about Levis. She thought she knew him, but now she realized that she didn't know this man at all. The one just now is traveling, which can pass through any object, even time and space. It is one of my super abilities that is easier to use. Levis explained with a smile. Sky was a little shocked when he heard it. So how many super abilities do you have, Weiss? Well, 10, 20, it's hard to count, maybe more than 100. In order to make her accept it better, Levis deliberately only said more than 100 ability. In fact, if you add magic, he has at least 1,000 super abilities. However, most of them are not very useful or have higher level ability instead, so there are only 20 or 30 super abilities that are really useful. What 35? Even so, Sky couldn't help but scream. What the hell are hundreds of super abilities? Although Sky doesn't know much about mutants, he also knows that ordinary mutants only have one super ability. She has never seen someone with so many super abilities like him. I don't know if it was because of Sky's alarm, that roar, the entire underground base suddenly sounded an alarm. Oops, it's all my fault. Sky apologized apologetically, apparently thinking that she had set off the alarm. Levis shook his head and smiled. It's not your fault, but another group of people invaded here and they should have set off the alarm. Has another group invaded too? Sky was stunned for a moment. Yes, but ignore them, let's find the obelisk first. 95. Having said that, Levis used electromagnetic waves to invade the network system of the entire base, but he found the location of the obelisk in a moment. Immediately afterwards, he pulled Sky straight forward, and when he encountered a wall or something, he went straight through. In just 5 minutes, the two of them came to a warehouse. There are a lot of guns and ammunition in this warehouse, but it's just superficially fooling people. Coming to the innermost part of the warehouse, Levis directly knocked a hole in the wall and then took out an iron box from it. The iron box is marked with the word 84. That's right, this should be the obelisk. 35, Sky said in surprise. That should be it. Levis nodded with a smile. Duh. At this moment, there was a sound of gunfire outside the warehouse. He used perspective to look and found that some masked soldiers with hot weapons were exchanging fire with soldiers in the military base. What happened outside? Sky asked curiously. It's the people who invaded here who are exchanging fire with the soldiers in the military base. Don't worry about them, the things have been obtained, let's go back. Levis couldn't be bothered to care about these things. Anyway, they were invisible all the time and no one knew that the obelisk was taken by him. And these Cayman soldiers have become scapegoats. After he finished speaking, he pulled Sky and the two instantly disappeared into the military base. Returned to the Inhumans' hideaway. Coming back so soon, Hyde happened to see the two who had just returned and he frowned and walked over. Didn't you find that military base? I found it, tilde. Sky wondered why he asked, but you've been gone for less than half an hour. Hyde looked at the time and found that only half an hour had passed since they had just disappeared and now appeared. How could it be possible to get something in such a short period of time? Cough, tilde. I think, Mr. Hyde, you should go back to sleep. Levis coughed dryly. The potential meaning of what he said was that Hyde didn't wake up, or didn't he see such a big iron box in his hand? Hyde frowned a little bit. Sky glanced at him and understood what he meant. Dad, we've actually got the obelisk, look, this is it. Sky pointed to the iron box in Levi's hands. Did you get it? Hyde looked at the iron box, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. After all, it was too shocking to get the obelisk in half an hour. You must know that this is something that the Inhumans have tried to get through for so many years. Levis smiled helplessly at Sky and said, "Okay, let's go see your mother and give her this thing." In the reception room, Jia Wang had already been informed of the incident, and when she learned that Levis had only returned in half an hour, she was a little worried that he did not get the obelisk. But when Levis put the obelisk directly in front of her, she realized the power of the fifth-level mutant. The obelisk that the Inhumans tried their best to get, but after the fifth-level mutant shot, it took only half an hour to get it. This really shocked Jia Wang. "This should be what you want." Levis folded his arms and smiled. Jia Wang looked at the iron box. There was absolutely no difference from the photo. However, if you want to determine whether there is an obelisk in it, you still need to open it and take a look. It didn't bother her. After a while, the iron box was opened and a silver square-shaped object appeared in front of several people. "That's right." After Jia Wang saw the obelisk, she immediately picked it up excitedly, and then the surface of the obelisk emitted a faint golden light and strange lines appeared on the surface one after another. Seeing this, Levis frowned slightly. He knew that not everyone could touch the obelisk. Ordinary people would be petrified instantly if they did. Only the Inhumans can easily touch the obelisk without being hurt. But he wasn't so terrified of it. "Can I find the Inhuman ruins through this thing?" 99. "Definitely can." Jia Wang nodded, and then recorded it on the paper according to the lines on the obelisk's surface. "Daisy, come here." When it was almost recorded, Jia Wang called to Sky. "Is there anything I need to do?" Sky walked over suspiciously. "This is a map to the Kree ruins. I need you to enter what I drew into the computer." Jia Wang explained. "Okay, I'll do it right away." When she heard it was a map, Sky took out the computer she carried with her and started typing, but she was stumped when she first started typing. "Is this really a map?" "Sorry, I don't see any map features in it." Sky looked at Jia Wang helplessly. "You take it the other way around. You just need to choose 90 degrees to make a 3D model." 35 Jia Wang explained lightly. Yes." Sky turned the notes in embarrassment, but this time she understood. Levi, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. In fact, the secret of the so-called obelisk was built like this. "I remember the original Phil Coulson, after getting the obelisk, studied it day and night for a long time and then tried his best to kill several small bosses. Maybe Phil Coulson's hair went bald because of it." "Daisy, please print out 2 copies of the map." Jia Wang put down the Li Lai's obelisk, then looked at him and said, "The Inhumans need to be prepared, and Mr. Weiss can also take advantage of this time to make the mutants. Get ready. How about we act together in 2 days?" Levis nodded. "No problem." 35. There is no hurry to find the Kree ruins, and he can also sign in the Inhumans at this opportunity. Ding. Does the host sign in to the obelisk, double experience or super ability? Sign into super ability. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Petrochemical with 100 experience points. Petrochemical copy? Levis was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect it to be this ability, and he felt that it was somewhat inconsistent with the obelisk. Because someone once said that the obelisk is an item of the same level of police as the infinite gems, but there is no performance in the original work. Just showing the ability to petrify people and awaken aliens. How strong is LV5 Petrochemical? Levis can petrify anything like the site, which is comparable to Medusa's petrified eye. And if this move is unexpected, the enemy is difficult to guard against. It can be said to be a very powerful ability. 2 days later, Levis and the Inhumans led by Jia Wang went to the site of the Kree ruins together. This is an ordinary town. This town looks very ancient, and the people living here dress and live like ancient people, as if they are isolated from the world. These people may never know that there are huge amounts of alien relics hidden under this land where they live. In addition to him and Jia Wang, the people who came this time were Sky, Mr. Hyde, Gordon with teleportation, and a middle-aged man named Lincoln. If I remember correctly, this middle-aged man's ability is discharge. Everyone entered the town together. Residents of the town were also very curious about their arrival. Let's look around for the entrance to the ruins first. 9. Jia Wang looked at the town and said to everyone, "The whole town is not big or small and it is not easy to find the entrance." However, Levis waved his hand and said, "Don't bother, since you are sure that the remains of the Kree are underground, then just go directly." 99. Several people in Jia Wang frowned when they heard what he said, not understanding what he was going to do directly. Is it necessary to dig a vertical downward channel in the ground? Sky thought of something. "Me and Sky go down and see, come pick you up if we can." Levis was too lazy to explain anything, pulled Sky aside, and then the two slowly sank to the ground. So he still has this ability. 9. Jia Wang sighed and then her face became serious. Now that the two have gone down, what if Levis sees something good and doesn't come up? However, apparently Levis is not as careful as she is. After diving for a few hundred meters, they saw a huge amount of cave as expected. There is a majestic underground city in the cave which makes people feel incredible. Without stopping, Levis pulled Sky to the ground again. "How is it? Did you find it?" Jia Wang hurriedly asked when she saw them coming up. "I found it. There really is a city underground." Levis nodded. "Then let's hurry down." Jia Wang couldn't wait, hand in hand. "I'll take you all down." Hearing that, Jia Wang and Hyde held hands and then pulled Sky. Seeing this, Levis used traveling again, and then several people slowly sank into the ground. Soon, several people entered the underground ruins. It's so dark. There was no light in the underground ruins, almost nothing could be seen. Sky could only hold the back of Levi's hand tightly. Levis waved one hand and several flames burned around the crowd and all around were illuminated in an instant. "Is this the remains of the Kree? It looks quite big." Mr. Hyde sighed while looking around. "Does your mother know these words? What does it say?" Sky couldn't help being curious when she saw Jia Wang staring at a wall. "It's just some words of praise for the gods. The real value should be in the center of the ruins." Jia Wang retracted her gaze and looked at the center of the ruins, but it was pitch black and couldn't see anything. There are also patterns on the ground, but they don't look like murals. "I don't know what's the use." 35. Hyde knelt on one knee on the ground and carefully looked at the pattern on the ground, and then he stretched out his hand. "Don't move!" Jia Wang shouted suddenly. Hyde stopped his arm and looked at her suspiciously. "This is the remains of the Kree people. There are many traps, so don't touch things randomly." 35. Jia Wang warned. Hyde, who was warned, had to stand up and stay away from those strange patterns. Seeing this, Levis didn't show any expression, just grabbed Sky's hand tightly. The group moved forward in the darkness. Lincoln and Gordon were at the forefront. At this moment, a few weirdos in camouflage uniforms and fully armed suddenly appeared in front. "Who are you?" Lincoln and Gordon were shocked when they saw the living person. However, these fully armed weirdos did not answer their questions but raised their daggers and rushed towards the two. Lincoln and Gordon saw this without hesitation. "I saw a flash of lightning in the air, and in an instant several weirdos were electrocuted into coke. There's more here." Sky keenly discovered that there were also a few weirdos rushing over behind him, and some of them were firearms for the first time. Bang 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 bang! Countless bullets shot towards several people. Jia Wang's complexion changed greatly when she saw this, and then she hid behind Levis and Sky. Seeing this, Hyde took the initiative to stand in front of her, ready to take drugs and transform at any time. However, Levis didn't even look behind him and saw that all the bullets that were fired were hovering in the air. Immediately afterwards, all bullets were reflected back at a faster speed under the manipulation of electromagnetic force. Psst, psst. There was a sound of flesh being shot through, but in the blink of an eye, all the weirdos in full armor were shot through their heads. Immediately after that, all the weirdos fell to the ground in a neat and uniform manner. Just when everyone thought the threat was lifted, these fully armed monsters who had fallen to the ground stood up again. How is that possible? These eccentrics have come back to life? Their wounds are healing. Sky couldn't help but startled roar. Levis was also a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that these people were still able to stand up after being shot through the head. "No, these people seem to be under control." Jia Wang seems to be able to feel the thoughts of these weirdos, and the appearance of these weirdos in full armor is obviously from the outside world. Wait, these are the guides of the Holy Land. At this time, Jia Wang finally recognized it and took out the obelisk at the same time. These weirdos who had stood up again and wanted to attack suddenly stopped. Levis frowned, and he keenly found that these people's eyes were completely lost and there were strange patterns on their bare skin. With her contact, the surface of the obelisk suddenly exudes a faint light. There should be another group who entered the ruins like us. Wang, who owns the obelisk, seems to be able to control these people who are controlled by strange forces. Take us to find them? Wang ordered in a cold voice. The weirdos seemed to be able to understand her words and they turned around and walked in the other direction. Let's go, let's follow them to find another group of people. If I guess correctly, these people are definitely my old acquaintances. In the end, Wang couldn't help the killing intent in her heart, and she will never forget the person who tortured her for the rest of her life. Levis folded his arms and watched all this with interest. If he guessed correctly, the other group of people should be the same group of people he met at the military base 2 days ago. And the leader of that group should be Daniel Whitehall, the leader of Hydra who once arrested Wang. The other side. Baxi urgent roar calling Sir tilde Baxi urgent roar calling Sir tilde please contact fake. What the hell is this place? At the moment in a dark passage, a group of soldiers were trapped here and one of the soldiers named Bakshi finally couldn't help but swear. Sir Baxi, those infected guys are catching up again, what should I do? At this time, a heavily armed soldier hurried over to report. Damn it, Bucky looked at the soldiers who were staggering and approaching not far away with a very ugly expression. These soldiers were fine before, but after touching some unknown mechanism, they became like zombies and would attack them. And not afraid of death. Even if they were shot in the head, they could stand up again and pounce on them, unless it's to blow them to pieces. Seeing that the bullets were useless, Baxi resolutely threw 2 grenades. Boom. After 2 violent explosions, several of the infected freaks were instantly blown to pieces. Hee tilde now you can taste my power, Baxi sneered. Sir, another weirdo is coming from here. At this time, another soldier came back to report in a panic. Don't worry, let me blow them up. Baxi pulled back his waist but found that there was no grenade left and his face instantly became ugly. We withdraw. In desperation, Bakshi could only flee with the remaining soldiers without looking back. Just around the corner, however, they encountered a large number of weirdos again. Fake tilde. Seeing this kind of weirdo before and after, Baxi once again swears. Now they have no way out, they can only choose one direction to kill. Yet at this time, several firelights shone from the passage in front of them. What? Bucky frowned and was very puzzled. At this moment, several figures appeared in their sight. Bakshi's pupils shrank and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Whitehall didn't tell him that there were other people in the ruins. Humph. It seems that you have forgotten me, Wang sneered. It's you? At the moment, Baxi also recognized Wang and he couldn't believe it in his heart. This is impossible. Your heart organ has been dug up by Chief Whitehall and it is impossible for you to be alive. 99. Bakshi knew what happened back then and he remembered clearly the appearance of the woman in front of him. But the organs in the other party's body have obviously been transplanted to Whitehall. Why is he still alive and appearing in front of him now? B*******D, do you remember what she did? When Mr. Hyde heard this, he was immediately angry and even his body swelled in anger. I will tear you to shreds, Hyde roared as if rushing up. But he was stopped by Wang. Calvin, stop! Hyde looked at her suspiciously. Wang didn't explain anything. She looked at Bakshi with a murderous face and asked, Tell me, where is Whitehall? Sir is not here. 35, Bucky said with an ugly expression. You lied to me. Wang looked at Baxi with cold eyes as if looking at a dead man. I don't have to lie to you and I don't know where the officer is. He will only come down after he is sure of safety. Baxi at the moment has been heartbroken, facing so many weird people, they have no way to survive, not to mention there are Inhumans watching. At the moment, he already hated his superior. Damn, since he didn't come, then you die instead of him, 55. Asking for flowers, Wang's face became contorted with hatred. She always remembered her hatred back then and she often woke up from that nightmare over the years. Thinking of this, she ordered the infected soldiers to attack without hesitation. Although Baxi wanted to pull his back before dying, he saw that his bullet did not shoot at the infected soldier but instead shot at Wang. But Wang looked for something ready and hid directly around the corner. After all the screams had calmed down, several people appeared again. I saw that all the soldiers, including Bakshi, had all been infected. Seeing this scene, Sky couldn't bear to turn his head and lay in Levi's arms. Jia Wang looked at these people with cold eyes, turned her head to inadvertently looked at Levis behind her, and then turned her head back. Let's move on. No one spoke, and several people continued to advance in the dark. The underground ruins of the Kree people are really not small. After walking for nearly an hour, they approached the central area. The murals on the surrounding walls also gradually changed, and those murals recorded how the Kree created the Inhumans. Come to the central area of the ruins. I saw that there is a football field file size like a sacrificial jar. There were also 6 huge amounts of slate left beside the memorial. In the center of the slab is wrapped a stone pillar. It was at this moment that the obelisk in Jia Wang's hand flew out automatically and flew to the top of the stone pillar. Boom! The ground shook suddenly. Immediately after, another 6 slates suddenly appeared, combining with the previous 6 slates. In an instant, the entire crab sacrifice turned into a spherical closed space. The ceremony is about to begin. Jia Wang became excited watching the changes around her. Are you sure you don't want to explain it? Levis asked Jia Wang playfully with his arms crossed. What will happen? Sky also felt something was wrong at this time. You'll understand later. Jia Wang smiled mysteriously without any explanation. At this moment, the obelisk floating above the stone pillar suddenly cracked, revealing the blue crystal inside. Immediately after that, the blue crystal kept getting bigger, but it had more than doubled in size in the blink of an eye. Mountain.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.